Welcome to Ichiraku Ramen, and thank you for joining me for another journey into the world of shinobi. Before we begin, I want to give a huge thank you to everyone who listens, supports the channel, and enjoys these stories. Today's story is titled Rumours of a Shadow Fox. In this alternate, Naruto's first C-rank mission ends in tragedy as he sacrifices himself to save Haku. Year later, rumors of a man known as the Shadow Fox spread around the elemental nations. Who could it be? This is a fan-made story inspired by the world of Naruto. All characters in the original universe belong to their respective creators. This narration is created for entertainment purposes as part of a transformative storytelling experience. The story itself was written by VFSNAKE, and full credit goes to the original author. If you would like to read the original version, the link to this story is included in the video description below. If you like my content and want to keep up with future updates, hit that subscribe button and don't forget leave a like if you enjoyed the video. It not only helps me but helps with YouTube algorithm. Now sit back, relax and enjoy. Chapter 1: Shadowed Rumors. The world is founded on many things. Principles, character, integrity, and more than any other, rumors. Rumors that have branched off the realm of fact and edged into the way of fiction that have many people creating different versions of the truth until the lies cover up what really happens in an important event in history. Such is the case with the Shadow Fox. Many rumors surround this unknown figure, as he is said to be one thing, and something else entirely through someone else. Some call him a sinner, as others call him a saint, and others say he is some kind of creation forged beyond human understanding or control. Though human nature being what it is, anything that is not controlled will be hunted in order to be controlled, and if not, destroyed. Such is the case with the shinobi villages from the elemental countries, who tried to find the Shadow Fox, and convince him through whatever means. By the order of the kages of each village, they had to have this powerhouse entity join their village. Any village that was able to employ the Shadow Fox would achieve untold fame, glory, and the influential clients that would bring all their money to hire the man while the village got most of the money. However, with all the rumors floating around, no one could even trace the Shadow Fox's movements wherever his presence was supposedly reported at the time, and even the great toad Sannin could find this enigma with his spy network. Yet, after reviewing all the rumors for a good day or two, the Leaf Village had learned that out of all the rumors about the Shadow Fox, the majority about these had one simple fact circled around one fact. The Shadow Fox was spotted in Wave Country on several separate occasions. Hence why the old Genin Team 8 was brought together, and were right at the beginning of the Great Naruto Bridge, to seek out the Shadow Fox. "Whoa!" said Kiba, as he saw the length of the bridge, and heard his faithful dog he was riding on Akamaru bark in agreement at the sight of structure. "It's very impressive. It presents hope, strength, and a chance for this village to grow," said Shino, as he saw the lifeline of Wave Country stretched nearly as far as the eyes could see, and saw Hinata fighting back tears. "It represents Naruto-kun well. He would be proud of it," said Hinata, as she put her hand on the golden plaque, and her tears flowed out like a river while Yuhi Kurinai put a hand on the girl's shoulder. "It's okay, Hinata. You can say all that you want at his grave before we leave here," said Kurinai, as she had spent many months after the news of Naruto's death here in Wave Country comforting Hinata, and the senseis doing the same with the other rookies. Flashback 3 years ago. Genin Teams 8, 9, and 10 were all waiting in the Hokage's office waiting to get some crappy deranked mission in order to further increase teamwork. The air around them was the casual, "Everything was great and nothing can ruin my life" feel to it, but when Team 7 came in, the mood instantly changed, and the Hokage sensed something was wrong when he saw that Kakashi didn't have his book on hand to read. "Team 7 is here reporting for duty, Hokage-sama. Our mission to Wave Country was a success," said Kakashi, as the Hokage saw the sad, depressed, and pain-filled looks on the Jounin sensei along with the other 2 genin behind him. "Wait. 2 genin? Is Naruto-kun here?" said Hinata in a whisper, as she hid behind Shino, and Kiba, though she stood up straighter than ever before, causing her chest to puff out more despite the fact that it was covered by her heavy jacket. "Where is Naruto?" said the Hokage, as he felt his heart constricting, his mind quickly coming to the conclusion of what happened, and yet tried to deny it with all the strength he had. He's Uzumaki Naruto is dead, Hokage-sama," said Kakashi, as he let a tear fall down his one eye, and instantly the whole room felt colder than any winter night ever recorded in Konoha's history. "What?" yelled the Hokage, as he leaped over his desk, grabbed Kakashi by his jounin vest, and slammed him into the nearest wall with horror in his eyes that had not been seen by many since his failed attempt at killing Orochimaru years ago. "He's dead, Hokage-sama." "It's my fault," said Kakashi, as he told them what happened in Wave Country, the first battle with Zabuza, then the second one that happened a week later with Naruto sacrificing his life to save the apprentice of Zabuza named Haku, and prevented the girl from being killed by the Rikiri aimed for Zabuza that she intended to take in order to save the demon of the mist. "Naruto-kun is dead?" said Hinata, as her mind shut down, and she collapsed onto the ground hard like she had been stabbed in the heart by a katana sword. 2 days later. The Hokage sighed, as he had just made the announcement about Naruto's death to the village, and most of the older generation talking about celebrating soon after. While the younger generation in Konoha were slightly surprised, they stayed silent over the matter, and they would have done so, had the old fire shadow not silenced their parents. The old Kage had originally wanted to have Naruto buried in Konoha, but there was no chance of that happening without the grave being defiled, and besides, he had one more major announcement to make that the councils would hate him telling, though it didn't really matter anymore. If they were going to celebrate Naruto's death, then they could do so in spades, and find out just how stupid they were to mistreat the boy. "Before I leave you to celebrate Uzumaki Naruto's death, I have more to say concerning him that you will not like, and make you all realize how pathetic this village has become. 12 years ago the Yondaime defeat the Kyuubi by sealing up the demon inside a child, as it was the only way to stop the Kyuubi from causing total destruction, but the Yondaime didn't choose just anyone, and the choice he made cost him dearly, for his dying wish to see the boy as a hero was not honored. That boy was none other than his own son that you hated since he was born. Namikaze Uzumaki Naruto," said the Sandaime, as he saw the crowd look shocked into stunned silence. The councils listening were shocked beyond measure, and the shinobi of the village felt time freeze over them. Boss was like me almost. He was the son of a Kage, thought Konohamaru, as he could not believe Naruto held the Kyuubi, and now learning that very same boy was also the son of the Yondaime too. The Yondaime wanted his legacy to be protected, nourished, and to grow up happy in the village he gave his life for. Instead, the boy had constant attempts on his life, beatings on his own birthday, and his academic instructors saw fit in the beginning to destroy his attempt at being a shinobi with the exception of one instructor. I tried to help the boy, but you all had to ruin Naruto's life in the attempts of hurting Kyuubi, or believing he was the fox in human form. So when you go out today to party, have fun, and throw another festival, think about what you are celebrating. Kyuubi's death? Or celebrating the death of the Yondaime's son? I know which one IWA will be choosing, said the Sandaime, as he left the stunned crowd of people, and the younger generation began to argue with their parents over what they did. It would be a long time before the children listened to their parents. A long time. And flashback. I have so much to say to him. Could I do it alone, Kurenai-sensei? Said Hinata, as she looked at her old sensei, and the woman gave the girl a kind smile before nodding. Of course, Hinata. Your time with Naruto should be between the two of you, said Kurenai, as she had seen her student come a long way since hearing of Naruto's death, and there were times the Genjutsu mistress thought she would lose the Hyuga in her depression. The poor Hyuga girl had locked herself up in her room, screaming out that she wanted to be alone, and even threatened the branch family with the caged bird seal if they tried to enter. While Hinata had no intention of doing that, the threat itself made almost all of the branch family quite nervous in approaching the girl's room, and it wasn't until later that Hayashi himself did it. After speaking with her father, Hinata came out looking like a zombie, her tears falling down like a waterfall, and she immediately found herself speaking to her sensei for help. Kurenai had done her best to comfort Hinata, But even then it wasn't enough, and had to seek out Yamanaka and Noichi for help. Even in the Chunin exams, Hinata seemed unstable, as when she faced her cousin Niji in the preliminaries made things even worse, and pushed the girl the brink. The end result had been Hinata being defeated horribly, as Niji put her down, called her weak, and called Naruto weak while saying he was fated to die because he was nothing despite his heritage. However, Hinata did make Niji pay for his victory, and insulting Naruto by doing the one thing no one ever expected her to do. She used the caged bird seal on him before passing out, but the damage had caused Niji considerable amount of pain, and made it known to everyone that Hinata still had some form of strength in her. After that, Hinata changed everything about herself in terms of confidence, skills, and how she treated those that mistreated Naruto. Then soon after came the invasion. Though that in itself was different from what could have happened, as the Sandaime had received information during the month in preparation for the Chunin exam finals from an anonymous source that Konoha was going to be attacked by Suna along with sound. Detailed information of where, when, who, and why were sent to the old Kage in order to make him aware that this was no joke. At first, the Sandaime tried to find out who sent this information, but it proved fruitless, and Jiraiya had told him that they should prepare for the worst. Orochimaru didn't know what hit him. Still, the damage to Konoha had been extensive to some degree, and the old man had lost his arm in the fight with Tsunade needing to take over for him after some convincing by Jiraiya, though no one knows what was said to make the slug princess return. It didn't mean that Tsunade didn't like it, but when she came into office, she did make sure things changed in Konoha despite the council's attempts to solidify their power after the allied invasion failed with the Sandaime now too physically weakened to lead. It was about a year after Tsunade took office did the rumors of a man known as the Shadow Fox appeared. At first, no one paid attention to him, but that changed when he took on missions normally assigned to a squad of a village's ANBU Black Ops, and did it with ruthless efficiency. During the 2 years that passed after that, the Shadow Fox began taking on only the most dangerous of missions, and on occasion ones that helped out one of the elemental countries in need of someone like him. And now here was the old teammate, having walked all the way to Tezuna's house, and seeking the old man's help to possibly find the Shadow Fox. Though considering the way the people of Wave were staring at them with a cold hate, it made the four-leaf shinobi wonder if they would get any help at all, and if so would it be any more than a swift kick in the ass to get out of Wave Country. When Tezuna saw the four of them, he scowled at Team 8, as he had heard all about the leaf treating Naruto like garbage over having a demon sealed inside of him, and done nothing short of mourning him, to make up for their mistreatment of the boy. However, the trade agreement set up between both countries required that the shinobi from each side be given hospitality by a previous client, and this was the one/only case they had ever done it. "So you're seeking the Shadow Fox, huh? Good luck, because that guy is elusive, and if you look at him the wrong way will knock you on your ass," said Tezuna, as he took a swig from his bottle, and was getting drunk at the table. "Father! Watch your language. Inari will be home soon and I don't want you swearing when he's around," said Tsunami, as she put food on the table that was now bountiful thanks to the bridge being completed 3 years ago, and filled the room with a family sent to it. "Mom! Grandpa! I'm home! I just finished my training today said Inari, as he stopped at the sight of the leaf shinobi in the room, and glared hatefully at them. Is this what Naruto-kun went through while living in the leaf? Thought Shino, as he had never had such hate directed at him before, and wondered how Naruto dealt with it. "What are they doing here?" said Inari, as he flexed his right hand, and wanted to grab the kunai hidden behind his back. The once weak child of Tsunami was not so weak looking anymore, as he had grown quite a bit in the last 3 years with his hair grown down to his shoulders, wearing clothes that a shinobi in training might wear, and on his right arm was a blue cloth stained with purple spots of what was once crimson blood. Naruto's blood. "We are here to find the Shadow Fox in the hopes he will come back with us to Konoha," said Hinata, as she saw the scowl on the boy deepen, and actually snarled at them. "Like the Shadow Fox would ever go to Konoha. It's filled with arrogant fools that care only about themselves," said Inari, as he took his plate of food from the table, and went upstairs to eat alone. Inari. I'm sorry. The last time he did that was when Naruto died and wanted to be left alone, said Tsunami, as she saw her son walk up the stairs, and wondered if he was ever going to forgive the leaf. Do you know where Naruto-kun's grave is, Tsunami-san? Said Hinata, as she wanted to pay her respects to the fallen boy, and confess to him her feelings like she should have done a long time ago. I do. Eat up and then I'll take you to him, said Tsunami, as she saw the girl smile at her, and went back to eating her food. Naruto's grave 15 minutes later. Naruto's grave was made of solid golden sun-colored steel that seemed to shine brightly when sunlight struck the marker during the day and even at night when the moon was out. Surrounding it was 9 smoothly made fox-like tails that signified that Naruto was the vessel for Kyuubi, but in this way it seemed to honor him rather than make him hated, and Hinata had no doubt this would have made Naruto happy in that regard. The marker itself was like a beacon of hope that would forever be remembered, and that Naruto would be a constant reminder to all that heroes do exist in all of us. It was a sight Hinata mentally noted that Naruto would never have gotten in Konoha, and could see that Wave went all out in terms of money to make this grave one that would be recognized as a hero's grave. Here lies Namikaze Uzumaki Naruto, a true hero to Wave Country and forever its favorite surrogate son. It's beautiful, said Hinata, as she stared at the grave, and looked at Tsunami smiling at her before looking at the grave too. Inari comes here to speak to Naruto. It's his way of handling the loss of the only other person aside from his surrogate father that my son ever believed was a hero. Naruto had inspired Inari to fight back against Gato, bringing hope to Wave Country when there was no hope left for us to have, and he helped us believe that we could do anything we put our minds to it, said Tsunami, as she saw Hinata now begin to cry at her words, and saw the Hyuga girl remove her leaf headband before slamming it on the ground. Can I speak to him privately? I want to do this as me and as a shinobi of the leaf, said Hinata, as she saw Tsunami nod before bowing, and leaving the Hyuga heiress to do what she set out to do. You should know, Hyuga-san, you are not the only girl that comes here to pay their respects to Naruto, and should you meet her, do not upset her, said Tsunami, as she saw Hinata nod in understanding before leaving, and let the girl have her moment to talk to Naruto. Hinata could understand, as she knew that losing the man that raised her, and the boy that made her feel more than just a tool to someone was very impacting on one's psyche. She also read the report about Haku being the one to bury Naruto, and how she threatened to break Kakashi's arms when he tried to convince her to come with them to Konoha. Hello, Naruto-kun. It's me, Hyuga Hinata. I was in your class back at the academy, and I wanted to speak to you for some time now. I was so shy back when we were kids at the academy, as I was so worried over what others thought of me back then, and you come along with all the energy in your body that could power Konoha for years. You took on everyone and managed to win despite your handicap in learning at the academy with all the teachers there except Irika trying to bring you down. When I heard you had died here in Wave Country, my heart broke into pieces because I never got to tell you that I really liked you, Naruto-kun, and now I'm finding I can only say it with you being gone from this world. It's unfair for both of us in a way. You wanted to be loved by others despite the Kyuubi sealed inside of you, and I wanted to love you despite what everyone tried to do to prevent that from happening, said Hinata, as she put a hand on the grave marker, and felt the warmth it created that felt similar to Naruto when he was around her. You cared for him too, I see, said a beautiful-sounding voice behind Hinata that made the Hyuga turn around and ready to fight in her gentle fist stance. Identify yourself, said Hinata, as she kept her space from Naruto's grave so it wouldn't get damaged should there be a battle, and saw a woman in a civilian homespun dress that showed off her female figure. I am Momochi Haku, adopted daughter of Momochi Zabuza, said Haku, as she walked towards Hinata, and saw the girl lower her guard slightly. You were with Naruto-kun at the end, said Hinata, as she had read the report, and had memorized everything word for word on Naruto's actions after Sasuke had been killed by Haku that set things in motion for the blonde's death. Yes. At the time, I was fully prepared to die for Zabuza, but just as I had stepped in front of the attack meant to end his life, Naruto had intervened, and taken the blow instead for me. I held him in my arms crying, pleading with him not to die, and he just smiled at me with those kind blue eyes that held happiness in them for what seemed like forever. It was as if Naruto-kun had finally done something good with his life by throwing it away to save me, and I couldn't stand the fighting anymore," said Haku, as she saw that look, and it was a look that would no doubt have been on her had she taken the hit for Zabuza. "I loved Naruto-kun. I still do despite the fact he is dead," said Hinata, as she saw the same look in Haku's eyes that were in her own, and saw the older girl smile at her with a gentle smile. "As do I. Enjoy your stay in Wave Country for as long as you are able to," said Haku, as she saw Hinata bow and leave having said what she wanted to say. "Such a pure heart. She is a lot like you, Haku-chan. You two could almost be sisters," said the shadowy figure now standing behind Naruto's grave with his black trench coat. "And you would no doubt bet her like you did me not that long ago, right, my Shadow-sama?" said Haku, as she walked over to him and kissed his face currently masked by the darkness of the area. "Only if she wished it. Like you did, remember?" said the Shadow Fox, as he made poor Haku blush at that memory, and held her closer to him. "I remember, Shadow-sama, but I am concerned with so many shinobi seeking you out here, and the threat they may represent to the people if you keep declining offers the way you have been doing," said Haku, as the Leaf had been on of many teams that had found the Shadow Fox, and had tried to win him over with their village's power. The results were less than encouraging for the Kage of that village, with almost all the teams being decimated and returned to their village a shadow, no pun intended, of their former selves. "You don't want a repeat of being on the run with Zabuza," said the Shadow Fox, as he held Haku tighter, and felt her do the same. "But I also want you to be happy, and there is no other place we can be that will give you happiness," said Haku, as she saw the warrior before her smile at her through the dark shadow that covered him, and he rubbed her cheek affectionately. "There is one, but it is risky, and I don't want you to be in any more danger than you have to be," said the Shadow Fox, as he saw Haku look at him with wide eyes, and he knew that she knew what he was referring to. "There? Are you sure?" said Haku, as she saw the Shadow Fox nod, and she kissed him again on his masked face. "We'll give them a trial run, but if I sense any kind of betrayal, then the village will have seen its last sunrise, and all in it will perish," said the Shadow Fox, as he saw Haku close her eyes and nod her head at his words. For some reason, the sound of Shadow-sama talking like this is soothing, thought Haku, as she along with the Shadow Fox slipped into the darkness, and left the grave of the fallen hero behind. With Team 8 to 20 minutes later. "Did you say what you needed to say?" said Shino, as he saw the Hyuga heiress smile at him, and nod her head before walking upstairs to her assigned room. "She still looks a bit down. I'll help cheer her up further," said Kiba, as he had his own idea of what to do in regards to cheering Hinata up, but was stopped by Shino, and had to face the Aburame's glare. "If you go up there to do what it is you plan to do, I will see to it that Kurenai knows, and that today will be the last day you live your life as a man," said Shino, as he had known full well what Kiba's intentions were, and wasn't going to dishonor Naruto by letting the Inuzuka have his way with the Hyuga heiress. Damn, thought Kiba, as he heard Akamaru bark in agreement, and saw his partner walk up the stairs to give Hinata comfort. Unlike Kiba, the dog's intentions were pure, and wanted to comfort the girl properly. No sooner did that happen, though, did Kurenai enter the house, and looked at everyone in alarm. "Team 8 mobilize! There are a group of shinobi attacking the people in Wave Country," said Kurenai, as she heard Akamaru coming run down the stairs, and Hinata right behind the dog. "Are they from a village or are these missing nin?" said Shino, as this could lead to war with one of the other villages that wasn't already, and really upset things further. "Unknown. But if we ignore them, then the people in Wave Country will suffer, and we can't let that happen," said Kurenai, as she saw her team nod, and they quickly left the house to repel this enemy. At the battle, Inari panted, as he held his side from a wound he had received from one of the shinobi he was facing that by the looks on the headbands came from Kumo, and were also searching for the Shadow Fox. When no one gave them an answer, one of the more impatient Kumo shinobi became violent, and began attacking everyone in sight while yelling out for the Shadow Fox to come out to fight him. I've grown stronger according to Big Brother, but even still, I'm still young, and have a long way to go before I reach his level, thought Inari, as he blocked a kunai with the one in his hand, and struggled to not be overpowered by the older, stronger shinobi in front of him. You're pretty strong for your age, kid. This village doesn't have a shinobi village, much less people that are shinobi here, so the question I have for you is, who is your sensei? Said the Kumo shinobi, who judging by the vest was a jounin, and more level-headed than some of his group. None of your business, that's who. This is my home and I'm going to defend it with my life, said Inari, as he was pushed back by the Kumo shinobi, and threw his kunai when that happened at his enemy before going through hand signs that made the one kunai become many. The now dozen of kunais threw straight and true with the Kumo shinobi, not expecting such a skill to be learned by someone so young, that ultimately led to the Kumo jounin's downfall. Granted, the jounin tried to move out of the way, but the explosive tag Inari had thrown in the direction the jounin tried to escape the attack shortly after using the jutsu, and made the Kumo shinobi realize he was in trouble before death claimed him. Inari looked away from the dead Kumo shinobi, as it had been one of his few starting out kills, and knew it wasn't going to be his last. Die, brat, said another Kumo shinobi, as he saw his friend die, and decided to return the favor. The attack was stopped by Hinata, who intercepted the Kumo shinobi, and killed him with her gentle fist strike to his heart. Turning her attention to Inari, Hinata began to heal the boy, who wasn't going to complain since she did save him, and seemed to be respectful to Naruto despite being a leaf shinobi. The wound isn't deep, but don't move for a few minutes, and recover your energy. Who did teach you how to fight anyway? Said Hinata, as she saw Inari look away, and then look at Hinata, seeing she was clearly surprised at his skills. My Nisan. He taught me everything I know about being a shinobi, said Inari, as he saw Hinata look at him with confusion on her face, and then at the other Konoha shinobi fighting the large group from Kumo. Kurenai-sensei, we are outnumbered, and cannot win despite our skills, said Shino, as he was able to take down a few shinobi with his bugs, and Kiba took down one shinobi with the help of Akamaru. He's right. It's clear this group of Kumo shinobi were meant to talk and then show force to draw out the Shadow Fox, thought Kurenai, as she wondered how they were going to get out of this alive, and get back to the Hokage. Forget the Shadow Fox. Knock out those two bitches from the leaf to take back to the rakeage for breeding, said the group leader, as he pointed to Kurenai, and Hinata with both girls shuddering at the thought. I can't allow that, said a deep dark voice, as the group felt a massive chakra signature, which they turned to, and saw the dark figure on the rooftop above. That it was the Shadow Fox. The man was wearing everything dark, from the boots to the trench coat, with his mask all black, but had designs of a bloody mouth in the shape of a fox's, and his hands seemed to be partially clawed like an Inuzuka. His hair was a mix of sun-kissed blonde hair, and that of crimson red that was spiky, with the length being just down past his shoulders. His chakra level was enormous from where he was, as he made Shino nervous along with Akamaru, and the man wasn't even trying to generate it out of his body, yet at the same time had an aura of calmness that made everyone who was not from Wave Country terrified of him. His eyes were also dark, as if he had none, but if he looked in your direction, it made you believe the Shadow Fox was judging your very soul to see if you were even worthy of standing in his presence. Shadow Fox, sir, we come from Kumo at the behest of our rakeage to recruit you to our village, and offer you the chance to work with the strongest village in all the elemental countries, said the group leader, as he produced a scroll for the Shadow Fox to read, and handed it to the Shadow Fox after he disappeared before reappearing in front of him. You expect me to join Kumo because of this offer? What I see here is nothing more than a hollow promise, with your rakeage wishing to know everything about me, and then having a mark placed on me to show my loyalty. A mark that is not surprisingly very familiar to the seal you have on one knee Yujito, your Nibi vessel in Kumo, and he uses to discipline her when he thinks she's acting too independent, said the Shadow Fox. Saw the Kumo shinobi scowl at that piece of information being discovered, and that this thing before him had learned of what the rakeage wanted to do, Then let's put it this way then. You either come with us or we make you come with us by force. What's it going to be? Said the Kumo shinobi, as he saw his men get ready for a fight, and was confident that this creature would do the right thing by surrendering. The group leader's confidence died with him though when the shadow fox had his hand in the Kumo shinobi's chest before ripping it out in front of everyone. The other Kumo shinobi instantly swarmed on the shadow fox like moths to a flame, but before they could even land a hit, they were all sliced to pieces by the shadowy sword in the shadow fox's hand that suddenly appeared in it, and just as easily disappeared like it wasn't even a real sword. Some of the Kumo shinobi that didn't attack began to flee, but were cut down by wave after wave of saban needles, and were slain before they could make it 15 feet. Team 8 looked to find Haku in her attire she wore back all those years ago with her mask on, and had saban needles in her hand ready to be thrown. "Thank you for the assist, my Ice Queen," said the Shadow Fox, as he ignored the looks from Team 8, and their sensei since she was normally called only for different reasons. "Any time, Shadow-sama," said Haku, as she stood by his side, and saw him motion for Team 8 to approach. "Like Kumo, we are here to recruit you to our village, but the difference is we're here to only talk to you, and give you this scroll to show our attentions," said Kurenai, as she handed the scroll to the Shadow Fox while trying not to shiver in fear, and failed when one of his fingers touched her. "Look at the scroll." The Shadow Fox opened it, read it word for word before letting out a deep growl of annoyance, and made Team 8 become nervous. The Hokage along with her predecessor had given them this scroll for the Shadow Fox to read for his eyes only, so they had no idea what was in it. "Your Hokage and her predecessor are so foolish. Even after all they have done to keep the councils under control, the village is being run by arrogant bakas, and made war with almost every single major village," said the Shadow Fox, as he saw that the Hokage was asking for his help to stop this war the Leaf had started, and was willing to pay a hefty amount for his trouble. "We know. Hokage-sama has been under a lot of pressure by the councils, but has been able to work out another alliance with Suna, and they have been able to assist us on a few occasions," said Kurenai, as the reason behind Suna's allied invasion with sound caused many things to change, and the late Kazekage's youngest took over as the new Kazekage of Suna since he was the most powerful shinobi in his village. "Do they still spoil the Uchiha?" said the Shadow Fox, as he knew how they pampered the boy, and it made him sick. "Yes. Even after his attempt at defection, they are convinced that Sasuke will be able to help Konoha become stronger, and there is even talk of possibly making him Tsunade's successor in few more years," said Shino, as he felt his bugs shaking inside of him in fear, and telling their host to not do anything drastic to provoke him. "And you wonder why so many people hate Konoha so much. What do you think, Ice Queen? Should we visit Konoha?" said the Shadow Fox, as he had Haku read all the information on the scroll, and then looked at him for a moment before nodding. "Yes. If only for a little while," said Haku, as she saw him nod his head, and rolled up the scroll before throwing it at Kurenai. "Tell your Hokage, I will enter Konoha within the week, and not a day sooner. Also, tell her to make sure the councils are there, as I have a few things to say to them, and that we will speak of things concerning Konoha shortly upon my arrival," said the Shadow Fox, as he saw Team 8 nod, and left to report back to the Hokage. "Do you really have to go back there, big brother?" said Inari, as he looked up at the Shadow Fox, and the man ruffled the other's hair. "It can't be helped. Not to mention a certain organization is still causing problems and needs to be dealt with accordingly. For that, I will need Konoha's help, and they are the only village I can somewhat trust," said the Shadow Fox, as he looked to Haku, who nodded when he turned to face her since it was a silent signal to watch herself when they're with him, and without another word a rectangular wall of ice appeared for the two to enter. Konoha a few days later. Tsunade sighed heavily, as the tension was getting to her over the arrival of the Shadow Fox, and what he wanted to talk to her about. She told the councils and forbid them from telling anyone since the last thing they needed was for the Shadow Fox to change his mind because of it. The only thing they could think of was how to convince the Shadow Fox to train the Uchiha so he can further increase Konoha's power. "Tell me again why I took this job, Shizen," said Tsunade, as she looked at her assistant, and saw the woman look at her with sad eyes. "Because of what Jiraiya told you," said Shizen, as she remembered that meeting very well, and the news of Tsunade's connection to Naruto all those years ago. "Remind me to pound that super pervert into slime the next time he shows up," said Tsunade, as she saw her sensei come in, and smiled at her while thanking Kami he no longer had to deal with paperwork anymore. Dealing with his angry grandson was enough for him right now. "How is my old job?" said the Sandame, as he saw Tsunade scowl at him, and the old Kage had a feeling that if it weren't for his current condition, his old student would hurt him. "Being a pain in my ass since you gave it to me," said Tsunade, as she sighed again, and slumped back in her chair feeling even further exhausted. "That and the Uchiha is still demanding that every single jounin in Konoha train him in all their jutsus," said the old Sandame, as he had made sure Tsunade told every jounin to deny that request unless she alone authorized it, and should he try anything to report him immediately. His failed attempt at running away from the village was still fresh in her mind, and when the team sent out to retrieve Sasuke thought they had lost the boy, they found him at the Valley of the End. But what they found upon arrival there was strange, as the last Uchiha was not standing there on his own 2 feet, but rather on the ground bleeding, his body broken, and a note on his back that said, "You Bakas owe me," signed SF. Not one to miss the opportunity to take Sasuke back, and did so with Jiraiya examining the seal on the boy's neck. Or rather, what was left of it. As it turns out, the cursed seal of heaven on the boy's body was entirely destroyed, and some other kind of mark took its place that, if Jiraiya's knowledge of seals was correct, would prevent a new cursed seal from being placed on the Uchiha. It had stumped Jiraiya for some time, as this mark was not human, and looked almost demonic in nature, causing the councils to believe that a demon was near Konoha, so they sent 3 platoons of ANBU out to cover the area around the village to make sure that wasn't the case. They found nothing. "Hokage-sama! Hokage-sama! Someone is at the gate claiming to be the Shadow Fox," said a Chunin running into the room, having been ordered to tell the Hokage. "Let him pass. Do not attack or provoke him in any way," said Tsunade, as she knew how the Bakas of this village hated foxes, and the fact his title had the animal attached to it might cause a bit of a commotion. "He's also with someone as well. A woman wearing a hunter-nin mask that seems to be of a customized design. Should she pass too?" said the Chunin, and saw the woman scowl at him for his stupidity. "Yes. Let them through or else he'll leave," said Tsunade, as she threw a paperweight at the Chunin running out of the room, and mumbled on about incompetent shinobi. "It's finally time," said the retired Sandame, and saw Tsunade rise from her chair, put on her Hokage robes with hat, and walked out of her office to greet the Shadow Fox. Konoha streets. People parted ways for the Shadow Fox along with his masked acquaintance, as they walked through the streets of the village, and seeing that nothing had really changed. Parents pulled their children away, those that were shinobi were on edge, and ready to fight should anything happen. Nothing has changed. They are still full of themselves. They seal away Kyubi into a child and they think they are favored by Kami. This village needs a wake-up call," said the Shadow Fox to Haku, who silently nodded, and kept her senses sharp for anything wrong. "Shadow Fox?" said Tsunade, as she appeared with a dozen ANBU in full battle gear, and the Sandame behind them ready to fight despite his handicap. "Yes. You must be the slightly younger Hokage that was recruited to replace the older one, right?" said the Shadow Fox, as he saw Tsunade scowl at him, and was glad his mask hid his smile. "Watch what you say, Shadow Fox. You may be strong, but even you are no match for a Sannin, and a Kage in a single village," said Tsunade, as she saw the Shadow Fox just chuckle at her words, and he seemed to be mocking her even more. "You have such faith in your Sannin, when all it takes to defeat him is a simple henge into a naked woman, and let's not get started on you with your fear of blood," said the Shadow Fox, as he saw Tsunade tense, and Jiraiya fell out of his hiding spot, and got up shooting a glare at the enigma of a shinobi. "Let's talk inside with the councils. We can discuss your contract that is prepared for you to sign," said Tsunade, as she saw the man tilt his head slightly before nodding once, and followed her with Haku right beside him. There is something about him that seems familiar. I tried to use my Byakugan to see, but I couldn't pierce the mask, but his hair is almost like Naruto-kun's, and the way Haku was acting around him. Could it be? Is it him? Thought Hinata, as she watched the shadow fox walk to the Hokage Tower, and part of her wanted to call out to him by the name she would speak so often in her dreams. Hokage Tower 10 minutes later. Everyone, I brought this meeting together for the purpose of announcing to you that the Shadow Fox has agreed to listen to our proposal in regards to possibly recruiting him to our village, said Tsunade, as she saw the Shadow Fox standing, and Haku still masked beside him. Hokage-sama, I must insist that the Shadow Fox remove his mask to reveal to us his true identity, and that of his female associate. It is unfair that he comes to this village and does not remove his mask. It shows a certain level of disrespect, said one of the members of the civilian council, as he wanted to know the identity of this person, and then sell it to the highest bidder, so the only safe place the Shadow Fox could go was in Konoha. I refuse, said the Shadow Fox, as he saw the councilman sputter in outrage, and he looked ready to sputter some words that would ruin everything for Konoha. You are in no position to refuse us, Shadow Fox. Show us your real identity, or you will pay the consequences for it, said Danzo, as he had a couple dozen Route A and BU stationed to take this man, and convert him to his route program to help overthrow Tsunade. Oh, but I think I am in such a position, you crippled fool. You really think I'm afraid of all the people in this room? Most of you have never even been in a battle, much less knee-deep in war. You civilian council members think you can boss me around simply because you think your position makes you better than those that you are supposed to represent here. You try to run things in the village that none of you have experience in, and those that do are using outdated methods that are meant to support their own means, said the Shadow, as he saw the Shinobi Council and the Civilian Council shouting out in protest. Silence! Yelled out Tsunade, as she quelled the bickering the councils were having, and only the clan heads kept silent while watching the Shadow Fox stay perfectly calm. Hokage-sama, this so-called legend is just a disrespectful punk in my eyes, and should be taught a lesson in manners, said Hamura, as he glared at the Shadow Fox, and then at Haku, though it had no effect on either one. Like you did the son of the Yondaime? Said the Shadow Fox, as he saw the clan heads along with the Hokage flinch, and the other half doing very little in that regard. What we did was necessary. What happened if the demon sealed inside of the boy got out? We needed the boy under our control, and beating him into submission was the only way, regardless of his heritage, said the Haruno councilwoman, as she had tried to get support for letting the council seize the Namake's assets, but every time they tried, they had been repelled by special account seals on the bank records, and the Namake's estates itself could only be opened by the someone of the Yondaime's blood. I'm sure the clan heads here will feel better knowing if that happens to their clan, the child will be in safe hands, and the dead members of the clan can rest in peace in the afterlife knowing that their legacy is going to be beaten constantly within an inch of his or her life, said the Shadow Fox, as he saw the clan heads pale at that, and they realized their child could have been chosen had Kyuubi come sooner or later. This is getting us nowhere. I say we interrogate these two and possibly use them for breeding stock, said a member of the civilian council with support from the others around him, while the clan heads remained silent. How about I kill everyone in this room and then all their children? Said the Shadow Fox, seeing everyone shut up for 2 seconds and look at him with fear. You wouldn't dare, said the Haruno councilman, as he saw the Shadow Fox tilt his head slightly to the right, and then back to normal. I would, but then again my words may not be enough. Care to try your luck anyway? Said the Shadow Fox, as he saw everyone stay silent, and waited for Tsunade to take the much-needed control in this situation. Shadow Fox, I know you have done an incredible job in hiding your true identity from everyone in the elemental countries, but I do feel that we should know your identity for the village's safety, and that of our shinobi you will be working with, said Tsunade, as she saw the Shadow Fox lower his head in thought with his arms crossed, and the girl beside him seemed to be whispering something to him that even Inuzuka-tsum couldn't even hear them. Very well, but if I do this, I want it done so the whole village knows through a series of matches, and so I can give them the surprise of a lifetime," said the Shadow Fox, as he let out a laugh that sent chills down everyone's spine, and left with Haku through an ice mirror that had many with their mouths hanging open. Chunin Exam Stadium 10 minutes later. "Be careful, Shadow-sama. I sense there are other shinobi here that will strike without the word of the Hokage to command them," said Haku, as she had sensed several of these other shinobi, and didn't want the man to be flanked by them. "Yes. I know. Deal with them cautiously while I'm fighting," said the Shadow Fox, as he saw her nod her head, and moved away from him while 3 of the strongest jounin in the village stood in front of him. "The first match will be against Mato Gai in Taijutsu. Will the other 2 jounin move away to give them room to fight?" said Jiraiya, who had been appointed referee for this match, and to observe the Shadow Fox at the same time. "Yosh! I wish you good fortune in battle, Shadow Fox, and hope you are truly youthful in this fight," said Guy, as he held out his hand for the man to shake, and the Shadow Fox did to show no hard feelings. "Okay. Ready? Begin," said Jiraiya, as he made Ogai get into his taijutsu stance, and the Shadow Fox stand there waiting for an attack on his person. "The first move is yours, Mato Gai. Show me what you've got," said the Shadow Fox, as he saw Mato Gai take the bait, and the green spandex-wearing man moved quickly to answer the challenge. While Guy was arguably the fastest jounin in the village, it was clear that the Shadow Fox was faster, as he moved so fast that he created moving afterimages of himself, and it was a shock to everyone that Guy couldn't hit the man once. Guy used a series of combos to get some kind of feel for the Shadow Fox's fighting style, but found it to be too unorthodox, and was instantly repelled by a hard backhand to the chest that was followed up with a solid kick to the stomach that sent Guy back a little over 20 feet. He knocked back Guy-sensei without even breaking a sweat, thought Lee, as he saw his sensei get up, and took off his weights to show he was getting serious. "Your skills are impressive in the ways of taijutsu that you are one of the few people I have fought that requires I be more youthful in battle, Shadow Fox. Now you will face me without restraint, so if you wish to stop now, then tell me, and we will stop fighting," said Guy, as he didn't want to hurt the man if he wasn't able to handle fighting at this level, and somehow cripple the Shadow Fox in some way. "As I told you before, Guy-san, show me what you've got," said the Shadow Fox, as he makes a hand motion for Guy to come at him, and the man does even faster than before. For most people, the speed of Mato Gai was near impossible to see unless you had a bloodline limit, or your skills were higher than him. In this case, the Shadow Fox was clearly the stronger of the 2 fighters, as his afterimages now looked more solid, yet he still moved faster than Guy, and with a dash behind the man followed by a spin kick to the head was the green beast of Konoha sent skidding back 15 feet. "Enough! The winner is the Shadow Fox," said Jiraiya, which got many boos from the crowd around him, and many called the Shadow Fox a cheater. "If this is the best Konoha jounin have to offer, then this village is in serious trouble, and my fee may have to be doubled," said the Shadow Fox, as he knew whatever fee they had yet to arrange could be doubled if said he wanted it, and saw the shocked looks on the council's faces along with the Hokage's own. "Hatake Kakashi will now test the Shadow Fox in ninjutsu," said Jiraiya, as he now saw Kakashi step up, and ready to reveal his Sharingan to fight the Shadow Fox. "You should really put that away. I won't help you in this fight, Hatake," said the Shadow Fox, as he saw the jounin narrow his natural eye at him, and got ready to use the other one regardless of the warning. "Ready? Begin," said Jiraiya, as he saw Kakashi go through hand signs, and shot out a mud dragon at the Shadow Fox, now leaping into the air while hovering there with a mini tornado under him to sustain him, much to the shock of everyone else, since it took a great deal of mastery over that element to do such a thing. "Water style, great tidal wave jutsu," said the Shadow Fox, as he went through hand signs under his trench coat before creating a giant tidal wave of water from underground using the pipes underneath Konoha that ran underneath the stadium to send the surprised jounin crashing into the nearby wall. What shocked everyone further was something similar to the Chidori being held in the Shadow Fox's hand that he apparently called a lightning bomb before he dropped it. Upon impact with the water, the lightning bomb, exploded with lightning being sent a powerful wave running through Kakashi's body, and caused him a great deal of pain when it hit. That attack was like a version of my Chidori or even a full-blown Rikiri. Maybe he'll teach me that if I ask politely, said Kakashi, as he tried to get off the ground, and saw the area still covered in water, and then found himself in water prison jutsu made by a shadow clone of the Shadow Fox. How does he know the shadow clone jutsu? Thought everyone, as they saw the original Shadow Fox look at Jiraiya, who declared the Shadow Fox the winner, and got more boos from the crowd. Last up is Yuhi Kurenai, who will be testing the Shadow Fox in Genjutsu, and will test the man's skills in resisting it, said Jiraiya, as he saw Kurenai walk up to participate in this test, and saw the Shadow Fox give a quick nod to start the match. Demonic illusion, tree-binding death, said Kurenai, as she trapped him in her illusion, and moved behind his body with a kunai to his neck. Impressive, but not enough to defeat me. Shadow illusion, realm of darkness and demon eyes, said the Shadow Fox, as his body vanished from the tree he was bound to, and Kurenai found herself surrounded in total darkness with singular red-crimson eyes popping up to look at her with their penetrating stare. I can't see anything, but these eyes. It's as if I'm blind to everything all around me that I know, thought Kurenai, as she felt her heart racing, and wondered how much of this she could take. Do you yield? Said the Shadow Fox, as he saw the woman through the darkness now starting to panic, and didn't want to make her suffer any more than she had to. Yes, said Kurenai, as she felt the genjutsu end seconds after she surrendered, and the Shadow Fox looking at her like nothing had happened. Winner, the Shadow Fox, said Jiraiya, as he wondered how this guy could bend shadows better than any member of the Nara clan could, and wondered where the girl that was originally with the Enigma Shinobi went before she appeared via ice mirror right beside him. All of them are neutralized, said Haku in a whisper to the Shadow Fox before he nodded in understanding. Shadow Fox, you have passed all the tests before us, but now upon our agreement you have to reveal to us your name, and your identity to us, said Tsunade, as she appeared with her assistant Shizen beside her, and they waited for the Fox Shadow to remove his mask. He didn't move. Shadow-sama? Said Haku, as she turned to face him, and suddenly started laughing like there was some kind of inside joke being told. What's wrong? Aren't you going to tell us who you are? Said Tsunade, as she tensed when he started laughing, and so did the other shinobi in the stadium. You misunderstand my laughing, Senju Tsunade, as I am already known beyond this mask by another name within Konoha, and it's been so long since I've used it that even I have nearly forgotten my real name, said the Shadow Fox, as he reached up to touch his mask, and with a simple to no effort at all, the mask was removed from his face. What? Who is he? If he is from Konoha, then we would know, thought Tsunade, as she saw the mask the Shadow Fox wore slowly move away from the man's face, and the Sannin turned Hokage gasped at seeing the face beyond the mask with Jiraiya looking pale like a ghost. The face, the pronounced whisker marks, and that smile could only belong to one person that many thought had long since passed away. My name is Namikaze Uzumaki Naruto, said Naruto, as he saw the people around him become shocked, and a certain Hyuga heiress faint in the stands after letting out a squeal of joy. Naruto was home, but the question now was, did home want him, or did his home still want to kill him? Chapter 2, Setting the Record Straight. The people were stunned, shocked, stupefied, and any other word in the dictionary that you could classify the people's reactions to this news that the Shadow Fox was Namikaze Uzumaki Naruto. Thought to have been slain in Wave Country, taking the Kyuubi with him, and ending the Yandame's bloodline permanently from this world. What's wrong? You really didn't think the Kyuubi would let me die back in Wave, did you? Said Naruto, as he saw the shocked look on Jiraiya's, Tsunade's, and Sandame's face in the stands watching with his shocked grandson Konohamaru. You're alive! You're alive! Said Tsunade, as she saw the boy that was her godson, and moved forward to touch his face to see if it was real. But she was stopped when the smirking face of this handsome Yandame look-alike soon went to that of Scowl and his blue eyes turned crimson with a deep growl coming out of his throat. Instantly, Haku armed herself with saban needles, and prepared to fight when 20 Root Anbu appeared ready to fight with Danzo right beside him. Namikaze Naruto, I am placing you under civilian arrest on the grounds of deserting your village, and I am going to move for your immediate execution after successfully breeding a child for the village, said Danzo as his private security force was now moving in to arrest Naruto and take him to their master's secret root training station. You are making a big mistake, said Naruto, as he growled even louder, and his eyes glowed further with a crimson rage while his teeth became more pronounced. Danzo, I order you to stand down, and tell your private army to back off, said Tsunade, as she was not about to have her godson thrown away by this old war hawk when he just came back into her life, and there was so much she had to make up for. Some things never change around here. You want my head, Danzo, why don't you be the strong leader you claim you are, and do it yourself? Said Naruto, as he saw Danzo frown at him, and motion for his root Anbu to advance. Don't forget about the woman. Her bloodline limit is similar to the Nidame's own, and we can have Uchiha Sasuke sire a perfect combination of shinobi out of it, said Danzo, as he saw Naruto's face become that of intense rage, and the killer intent coming from the girl next to him was just as high. I warned you! Yelled Naruto, as black shadowy tendrils of energy moved out from under him before shooting at each of the enemy, and struck one root Anbu after another with the tendrils moving around through each body they stabbed. You monster! Said Danzo, as he saw his root Anbu soon explode after the tendrils whipped out of their bodies, and then direct themselves at Danzo himself. You should have known better. And my fee regarding Konoha? I've decided not to double it like I originally thought. No, I'm going to ask for triple the amount, said Naruto, as each tendril of shadowy energy struck Danzo in all 3 limbs, and then shot poisonous chakra into each of them. What are you doing to me? Said Danzo, as he screamed out in pain when another tendril hit him in the chest, and his other limbs began to go dark before turning to dust. Killing you? No more. No less, said Naruto, as he saw Danzo's face turn a shadowy black before turning to dust, and scattered into the wind. What the hell was that? Said Jiraiya, as he looked at Naruto, and then at Haku when Naruto didn't answer. It's called Shadow's Death Grip, and it destroys the body along with the soul, so there is no way to save the person struck by Naruto-kun's power, said Haku, as she saw Naruto calm down, and look at Haku with sorrow-filled eyes. I hate doing that in front of you, said Naruto, as he didn't want Haku to see this side of him, and remind her what he had become during their fight. It's all right, Naruto-kun, said Haku, as she removed her mask, and showed him that she meant it. Let's have another talk, only privately this time in my office, said Tsunade, as she saw Naruto nod, and he followed the Hokage to the tower with Haku beside him. In the stands, the other rookies followed with their senseis since they all wanted to talk to Naruto too, and get some answers from him. Hokage's office. I'm glad you're back, Naruto. I miss you greatly, said the Sannin, as he had missed his surrogate grandson, and knew Konohamaru was going to be happy too. And I, you old man. However, I do not miss Konoha, and I think you know the reasons why outside of the fox being one of them, said Naruto, as he saw the 3 people in front of him flinch at that, and the guilt they all shared. Naruto, what happened to you when you were younger was mostly my fault, and believe me when I say that I tried to, said the retired Sannin, but was cut off when Naruto had unleashed an incredible amount of killer intent, and balled his fists with untold fury. You did and tried nothing. Tell me, old man, how would it feel if it was your grandson that got beat up on his birthday, or forced to eat rotten food from dumpsters because the store owners didn't want their shops tainted by his presence? Perhaps I should take one of the youngest of the Hyuga clan's main family members to Kumo, and see how they treat that poor child? What do you think will happen, old man? Perhaps we should try some kind of social experiment, and try it out. Only I think Kumo will not be so tough on the child like I originally thought, but I think IWA will be if they think it will stick it to the leaf, and make them feel better because it, said Naruto, as he saw the panicked look in the retired Hokage's eyes. Naruto, you have to understand that your father's dying wish had to be honored said the Sannin, and was once more silenced by the angry look on Naruto's face. My father wanted me to be seen as a hero, but that didn't mean it had to be for holding the Kyuubi now, did it? Hell, you didn't even have to tell the councils anything, but you did anyway, and look what happened. You think I'm going to simply walk back into this village and ignore the misery they gave me for the first 12 years of my life? 12 years of pain that shouldn't have even happened, but did thanks to your stupidity and their own negligence in raising me? Said Naruto, as pointed to the other two beside the old man, seeing them flinch again, and sensed all the others outside doing the same. Well, almost all of them. Naruto, it's not that we didn't want to take care of you, it's just that we said Jiraiya, as he felt a tendril of shadow come up behind him, and wrap around his neck while a second one wrapped around Tsunade to prevent her from helping him. You were what? In pain? Suffering over the loss someone you cared about? Or did the fact that I held the Kyuubi inside of me have something to do with it, my oh so loving godparents? Said Naruto, as he saw Jiraiya try to break free from the shadow wrapped around his neck, and Tsunade was trying to use her superhuman strength to free herself. Naruto, please release them. They are sorry for neglecting their responsibilities and wish to make it up to you, said Hiruzen, as he didn't want to see the boy like this, and he only seemed to listen when Haku put a hand on his shoulder while whispering something into his ear. Fine. You want to make it up to me? I'll tell you how, said Naruto, as he retracted the shadow power to his form, and let his godparents go free from his grasp. Outside the Hokage's office. What are they saying? What are they saying? Said Konohamaru, as wish he could hear whatever was being said, and the other rookies wished they could too. Shut up, kid! It's hard to tell because of you asking that question. From what I can tell, they seemed to be arguing a few seconds ago, and now they stopped talking, said Kiba, as he pressed his ear against the door, and tried to hear any more of what Naruto might be saying. I can't believe Naruto is alive and that he's the infamous Shadow Fox, said Ino, as she had hearts in her eyes, and squealed like a fangirl. I'm kind of interested in how Naruto made that sword that you saw him make, Hinata, said Tenten, as had heard how the Shadow Fox that was Naruto made a sword simply out of shadow-like chakra, and was curious in learning any new sword techniques. Hinata, of course, wasn't thinking clearly at the moment, as she had a far-off look on her face, and judging by the blush, she was fantasizing about Naruto. He's so handsome. So strong. Must make love to Naruto-kun, thought Hinata, as she was using her Byakugan to see her crush turn love interest, and let out a perverted giggle that turned many heads around her. Someone likes what she sees. How big is he? Said Ino, as knew that look anywhere, and wanted details to spread around Konoha. Fortunately or unfortunately, which was a point of view in this case, Hinata was unable to answer due to the door opening, and the object of the Hyuga heiress's desires walked out with Haku. He walked past all of them without a glance, but stopped in front of Hinata, and her face got even redder because of it. Leaning close to her, Naruto whispered something into her ear, and then walked off while the Hyuga heiress's eyes widened, and she collapsed with a smile on her face. Meet me at the Namake's estates in a few hours, Hinata-chan. I want to talk to you. Those words rang in her head like wedding bells, and inside of her, inner Hinata was now telling her to go home, and change so she was ready to see Naruto. Outside the Hokage's tower. Boss! Boss, wait up! Said Konohamaru, as he ran after the Shadow Fox, and ran in front of him. Konohamaru, what do I owe the pleasure of the Sandame's grandson? Said Naruto, as he saw the boy frown at him, and saw the hurt in his eyes. Come on, boss, you know how I feel about being called that, and I'm not like the others that hated you. How could I? You saw me as just as I saw you as you. Can't we still continue to be friends like we were before? Said Konohamaru, as he hoped Naruto hadn't changed too much, and saw the infamous Shadow Fox pause and thought before nodding his head. Sure, kid. You do make a good argument when you put it like that. In a way, I'm glad to be back, if only to see one of the few people I can trust and call a friend. said Naruto, as he ruffled Konohamaru's hair, and smiled at the boy seeing how much the kid had grown. No longer was he the whiny kid that tried to attack his grandfather, only to trip under his own 2 feet, and accuse someone else of tripping him instead. This one was training hard, learning all that he could, and was trying to be a true shinobi like Naruto was now. When Konohamaru learned the truth about Naruto's 2 most hidden secrets, the boy had gone into a fit of rage with the Sannin, as he yelled at his grandfather, calling him a coward, and not protecting Naruto better like the Yondaime wanted. From that point on, the little kid ignored his grandfather completely, no longer being trained by Ebisu, but someone else other than the elite Jounin that knew what it meant to teach, and found that person in the academy teacher Yumino Ichiraku. Ichiraku had changed drastically over the 3 years Naruto was declared dead, as he began teaching all the aspects of being a shinobi, not just the history portion, and got quite a few complaints from parents in the process. Ichiraku told those civilian parents of their children, who dreamed of greatness, that being a shinobi involved hard work, and if their children couldn't handle the cold hard truth, they kids could drop out. Ichiraku had also began working hard on his shinobi training, as he felt that he had been getting soft, and began to work out more to improve his standing. The man was even considering the idea for applying for the Jounin exam and advancing in rank. As for his student, the Sandaime's grandson was now the top of his class in everything, even declared the future Rookie of the Year. But Konohamaru had ignored the title, and kept trying to get stronger. There were on occasions that the Sandaime would try to speak with his grandson, but the boy just ignored him, and would only on occasion speak to his uncle Asuma. Now that Naruto was back, Konohamaru had a reason to be truly happy, and was going to prove that he wasn't just the grandson of the Sandaime. "Naruto," said Kakashi, as he stood in front of his former student, and saw the glare the Naruto was giving him. "Hello, Hataki-san?" "Still silently bellyaching over the loss of old friends?" said Naruto, as he saw Kakashi look away slightly, and couldn't hide the guilt on his masked face. "Naruto, I know I wasn't the best teacher to you, but I did intend to further your training when we got back from Wave Country, and teach to be a proper shinobi," said Kakashi, as he saw Naruto scowl at him, and flex his clawed hands. "You mean one that's tardy to team meetings or secretly trains the Uchiha in his spare time?" said Naruto, as he saw Kakashi's eye widen at that, and look a tad nervous. "You knew?" said Kakashi, as he saw Naruto nod before letting out a harsh laugh, and making the Cyclops Jounin look a little fearful. "Who do you think stopped Sasuke from leaving? The only real reason that prodigy of a moron has no knowledge of his humiliating defeat because I wiped his mind, but before I did, I decided to take a look at his memories with a little shadow chakra digging into his skull. How surprised was I when after you got back from telling everyone I was dead, you were still trying to train Sasuke only one day of mourning me, and even then you still had time to read your stupid orange book," said Naruto, as he saw Kakashi look away in shame, and heard Konohamaru gasp along with the other rookies behind him. "We all have ways of handling the death of friends, Naruto," said Kakashi, but even he knew that was the worst lie he ever spoke that made all his other ones for being late seem truthful, and Naruto knew it too. "Had it been Sasuke, you would have been mourning his death for weeks, and would have stopped training Team 7 for a long time. What makes Sasuke's life more valuable than mine, Hataki? Especially since I'm your sensei's son. Of course, you didn't see that when you looked at me, did you? You only saw the Kyuubi reborn, looking just like my father to further torment you, and couldn't stand the sight of me. Right, Hataki? Right? Answer me, you lying piece of leaf shit, said Naruto, as his chakra from his body spiked significantly, and the Jounin looked away unable to answer. He doesn't have to because you're right, Naruto, said the Sandaime, as he appeared with a heavy-hearted look on his face, and sighed like the tired old man he truly was. And how would you know, old man? Said Konohamaru, as he glared at his grandfather, and made the man flinch. Because I assigned him to Naruto in the hopes that Kakashi would see Naruto wasn't the monster everyone made the boy out to be. Believe it or not, Yuhi Kurenai wanted the boy on her team because she knew he could help Hinata and possibly bond with Shino. I told her it was out of the question because I felt Kakashi would be better suited for the job when you consider who his sensei was. Kurenai tried to protest, telling me how I was making a mistake like I had made so many with the boy, and it was only the threat of demotion to Chunin did she back off, said the Sandaime, as he felt Naruto's angry gaze now directed at him, and the crimson eyes glowing with power. So you're saying I could have been with a team that I could have started out great with, but you gave me a team that didn't like me from the start, and a sensei to boot that hated me also? For someone who is supposed to be the professor, you sure are stupid. You just expect people to get over their hate of me once they see me? When people saw me back then, they hurt me because they thought I was a demon, and you knew that to be the case from the start, said Naruto, as he saw the Sandaime look away, and saw Kakashi do the same. But now that everyone knows that you're the Yandaime's son, you can get the respect you deserve, said Sakura, as she had been told by her mother to warm up to Naruto now, and possibly marry into his clan for the vast wealth it contained. She just heard Naruto's cruel laugh again before he glared at the rookies with glowing crimson eyes similar to the Kyuubi's own. You foolish stupid baka of an Uchiha fangirl. You think I should have respect now simply because I'm the son of the Yandaime? That's saying you should just fall in love with Sasuke simply because he is the last loyal Uchiha to the leaf. You know what that means to me? That it's a bunch of crap. When I was a no-named orphan, people hated me so much they couldn't stand me, but now that I have all this supposed power, I'm now a valuable commodity to have around, and to lose it would mean the death of the village. It's because of my clan heritage that you are all scrambling to save face Sakura and try to make up for your past transgressions. How completely pathetic you are right now to me. Come on, Haku. I'm tired and I need to rest at my new home, said Naruto, as he had seen how his old apartment had been torn down, and a new fancy one had been put up. Naruto made a quick mental note to burn it down to make a statement on the fact he didn't appreciate this village. Namake's estates 15 minutes later. The Namake's estate was not that far from the Hyuga compound, but well defended should the need arise to defend those that lived there, and when Naruto used his blood to unlock his inherited home, it felt good. The place was dusty from over a decade of being untouched, but an army of shadow clones would take care of it, and the original focused on the bed that called upon him to sleep in it. Are you that tired, Naruto-kun? Said Haku, as she saw his fatigued face, and how he just nodded while removing his clothes so he could let himself collapse onto the soft mattress before falling asleep completely. It pained Haku to see Naruto like this. In truth, his return here along with his unmasking had brought a lot of past pain to the surface, and it was really hurting him like an old wound that didn't seem to heal. Haku had hoped it would with her being by his side, but after seeing him today, she realized she would need help from those that cared about him, and would see Naruto as Naruto. Removing her own clothes, Haku slipped into the bed with Naruto, and began snuggling up against him to let him know she would be with him. Always. You are a lucky man, Kit. You already have 2 hot women that love you, but it's not enough, and it may never be enough for the pain you have gone through. Nonetheless, I will help you destroy your enemies, as you have promised to destroy mine, and help you restore your clan to its destined greatness, said Kyuubi, as he sensed his vessel sleep, and that of one of soon-to-be many female lovers by his side. A few hours later, Hinata walked up to the Namake's estates feeling tingly all over, as she was going to see Naruto again, for what felt like forever after finding out he was alive, and this may be her only chance to tell him how she feels. Maybe he already knew. If he did, then this would make things easier, and it wasn't like he was going to break her heart privately. Right. Knocking on the door, Hinata let out a long breath to calm her nerves, and was surprised when the door opened to see Haku wearing a water blue robe that did little to hide her very sexy figure. Inwardly, Hinata was hoping this didn't signify that Naruto was taken, and that Haku was simply a friend living with the Namakes to help him get settled in. Hello, Hinata-chan. Do come in, said Haku, as she let Hinata enter, and sensed the girl's slight hesitation. I'm not intruding on anything, am I? Said Hinata, as she could only imagine what Haku was doing before she came over, and why she was wearing that robe. No. Naruto-kun was tired from earlier today when he talked to your Hokage and has been sleeping ever since, said Haku, as she wasn't going to tell the girl she slept in the young man's bed if just platonically at this moment, and saw Hinata nod. Does Naruto-kun know how I feel? Said Hinata, as she decided to cut to the chase, and ask Haku right out the question that could determine her future with the Namikes. Yes, he does know, which was why he wanted you here today so one of us could talk to you, and it just so happens to be me, said Haku, as they sat down in the living room, and each took a comfortable chair across from the other. I see. Are you in a relationship with him? Said Hinata, as she was glad Naruto knew of her feelings, but feared what Haku was to Naruto since the girl was an unknown to her, and needed to know if she was unknowingly being the third wheel in their relationship. I would be lying if I told you I wasn't. However, before you feel your heart break any further than you must be feeling it do now, I want you to know that because Naruto-kun is the last of his clan, he can have multiple wives to restore it, and that if you do love him like you claim, you can join his clan as one. Do you still wish to be? Said Haku, as she saw the Hyuga heiress look away in thought, and now running this information through her mind. I love Naruto-kun with all my heart, Haku-san. He inspired me even when I thought he was dead to keep going because I knew he would cheer me on if he were there at every encounter I was in. You are asking me to share my love for Naruto-kun with you along with any other woman that comes into his life he may love. I trust Naruto-kun, as I'm sure you do, and all I want is for him to be happy. I want to contribute to his happiness, and if it means sharing my love for him with other women, I will, said Hinata, as she saw Haku smiling back at her, and the now silent agreement between them to make Naruto happy. Welcome to the family, Hinata-chan. When Naruto-kun wakes up, we can tell him the good news, and show you one of the perks to being with him, said Haku with a devilish smile on her face, and it made Hinata blush cherry red since she had many intense dreams in that area. Anything I should know? Said Hinata, as she was shy around this subject, and even more so when it concerned Naruto. Just two things. He's big and has a lot of energy to make your entire being turn to mush, said Haku, as she saw Hinata have a spaced-out look with her nose now bleeding with all the perverted thoughts running through her head, and inner Hinata was telling her to go into his room to give him a proper wake-up call. When do you expect Naruto-kun to awaken from his slumber? Said Hinata, as she saw Haku deep in thought, and it seemed she didn't have an answer. It's hard to tell. Naruto-kun has been through a lot since his near-death experience back in Wave Country 3 years ago, and the return here isn't a pleasant thing for him either. With the actions that Danzo character tried, as well as the way people still look at him, Naruto is trying to endure the pain this place gave him, and I'm going to need your help to heal the wound in his heart. Especially after he found out about his family, and that his mother was still alive at the time, said Haku, as she remembered that touchy subject all too well, and shivered slightly at the look Naruto had that day. His mother is alive? Said Hinata, as she had thought the woman died the day Naruto was born, and that was the reason he was always alone. She was alive, Hinata-chan, but that all changed when Naruto found out, and hunted her down looking for answers to why she left. The answer he got burned at his very core, and being back here just makes the wound deeper, said Haku, as she began to tell the story to Hinata about Uzumaki Kushina, and how she betrayed her son the day he was born, and how Naruto made her pay. Flashback 1 year and 5 months ago. Naruto had finally tracked her down to this simple place where she had hidden herself from him deliberately. After being enhanced by Kyuubi's various powers, which included mastery over shadows, Naruto had learned through this skills that his mother was still alive, and she was here in Crane City deep in the elemental countries in a well-sized home for a widow. Naruto had asked around about her, to learn about the woman that gave him life, and then left him to see what people thought of her. She's a real partier, that one. Acts like she doesn't have a care in the world, said one person Naruto had asked and had been at a party with Kushina. Loves to drink at parties. Flirts with a lot of men too. I think she even left with a few on occasion, said another, as he recalled the redhead drinking with some guy, and then they left soon after with the guy giving his buddy a thumbs up. I asked her once about any family she may have and she told me that she had none. That everyone she ever loved was dead, said a third person, a woman in her mid-30s, and she missed the angry look on Naruto's disguised face. That had been enough for Naruto, as he went to his mother's home, and silently broke in before waiting for her to come home that night from her partying. When Kushina did return, she was laughing with a man, kissing him passionately in a state of lust, and letting the man touch her aggressively. Naruto had to put a stop to it. With 3 kunai to the man's skull, the mood was ruined, and Kushina was now looking unknowingly at her angry son she had long abandoned to the leaf's brutality. Before the red-headed woman could do anything, Haku appeared behind her, and knocked her out so time would pass to let the alcohol in her blood run its course. When Kushina did wake up many hours later, she had a killer headache, and had found herself tied up in a chair with cuffs on her wrists along with her ankles with seals on them of some kind she had never seen before. Looking up, she saw crimson blonde hair, and the face of her captor masked in shadow with crimson-red eyes burning a hole through her head. "So you caught me and ruined my one-night stand. You're lucky I'm not restrained right now or I'd make you regret killing me," said Kushina, as she saw the figure remain silent for a moment, and seemed to be looking at something in his hand. "I've often wondered what you looked like for many years now. If I had your hair? Your smile? Your laugh? I wondered if you even loved me?" said Naruto, as he saw Kushina frown at him, and it was clear she didn't know who he was. "Loved you? Pal, I don't even know you, and even if I did I doubt I would want to," said Kushina, as she felt the room cool down a couple 100 degrees, and it wasn't a good feeling either. "No, I imagine you wouldn't know me since you left me the day I was born, and right after I had the QB sealed inside of my body, mother," said Naruto, as he walked a few steps closer, and had revealed his face to the one that brought him into this world. I thought myself liberated of the very sin of giving birth to you, O son of mine. But I know what you are. You're the demon made human flesh, aren't you? After all, only a demon could survive the clutches of death like you did in Wave Country," said Kushina, as she spat at his feet, and looked at him with angry rage. "So I was right. You didn't love me at all. Even if I wasn't the one to have QB sealed inside of me, you would have left, and I would have been alone," said Naruto, as he saw her smirk at him, and it was making the Namikes angry. "I loved the Yondaime with all my heart, but having a kid so early on in my life was not something I wanted, and yet he was happy to be a father all the same. So for the sake of his happiness I kept it, but that didn't mean I wanted to be a mother, and least of all to my so-called son turned into a demon," said Kushina, as she had been told by the Sannin to not do this, and to raise her son like Minato would have wanted. Kushina soon found her comment had rewarded her with a backhand to her face from the young man that was her son, and she had to spit out some blood from her mouth before she looked up at him. "Do you honestly think my father would turn me into a demon? He completely sealed the beast inside of me, asking that I be seen as a hero, and what do? You run away like a coward! If you really loved my father, you would have stayed, and raised me like a true mother would," said Naruto, as he saw her glare at him, and he returned it. "I should have drowned you in the river when I learned of what Minato turned you into," said Kushina, as she senses the figure behind Naruto look at her now, and the killer intent was slowly increasing. "When I get through with you, my so-called mother, you are going to wish that you had done what father had asked, and are going to beg for my forgiveness," said Naruto, as he had heard all he needed to hear from this woman, and decided to administer the proper justice in this matter. "Do you wish me to leave, Naruto-kun?" said Haku, as she saw Naruto's shadow powers rise around him, and the terrified look on Kushina's face. "Please do, Haku-chan. What I'm about to do to this traitor should not be seen by your lovely eyes," said Naruto, as he turned his head to see Haku nod, and then leave before turning back to his so-called mother. "Are you sure you don't want me to do this?" said Kyubi inside Naruto's mind, as he felt the lingering sense of guilt his vessel was feeling, and decided to intervene. "No. This woman before me is no longer my mother in spirit, and after today, she won't be my mother period, thought Naruto, as light in the room began to dim, and all was left for Kushina to even see was the glowing crimson eyes her son now had burning in the darkness. All Haku could hear while outside the room was the woman's screams of pain, her curses, her insults to Naruto, and the eventual pleas for forgiveness mixed with that asking for mercy that echoed within. End flashback. Naruto-kun was betrayed by his own mother? How horrible, thought Hinata, as she had no idea that the betrayal of the village had extended beyond it, and had hit his family too. Regardless of what you think, Hinata-chan, the burden of what Naruto did has weighed heavily on him, and I shudder to think of what would happen if I wasn't there to comfort him, said Haku, as she had remembered how pale he looked, and how she had been there for him to hold on to. I understand. Could I see Naruto-kun? Said Hinata, as she wanted to see Naruto if just for a moment, and possibly comfort him in her own way. Of course. Just don't try to jump him in his sleep, said Haku, as she heard Hinata let out an eep, and blush a heavy shade of red. Like you would do that before you married him. Then again, said inner Hinata, as she was pondering the idea with Naruto waking up, and then taking it to the Hyuga heiress as a form of punishment. 2 days later, Hokage's Tower Council meeting room. This is inexcusable. What gives that brat the right to do what he did without any kind of repercussions? I don't care if he is the son of the Yondaime, he must be punished, and it must be done immediately, said one of the civilian councilmen, which got a roar of approval from many, and gave the Hokage a killer headache in return. They had been at this for some time now, as each time someone demanded Naruto pay for his actions against Danzo, and abandoning the village. Some demanded that Naruto sire a child before his execution, while others demanded financial restitution in the form of a third of Namake's bank accounts, and another time they wanted to order Naruto to teach Sasuke everything he knew. Then there was Naruto's terms of payment, which were unknown in terms of how much he wanted, and there was also the fact that whatever the amount was, the Namakes had intended to triple it. If that was the case, then it would most likely bleed the village dry of funds, and make Naruto the richest man in the village. Perhaps you should have spoiled him like you did the Uchiha? Said Jiraiya, as he saw all of them scowl at him, and knew he didn't like how they pampered Uchiha Sasuke. Indeed, said Naruto, as he walked from the shadows of the room wearing his Shadow Fox attire with the mask, and looked at the group before him. Give us one good reason why we shouldn't summon the Anbu to come in here to kill you, demon? Said Hamura, as he saw Naruto look at him, and then at the Hokage. Because I'll kill them like I did Danzo's private little army along with you. So shut your mouth before I close it for you, said Naruto, as he shot an intense blast of killer intent, and enforced his command. I take it that you're here to discuss your fee for your future services to the village? Said Tsunade, as she saw him nod, and take a few more steps before stopping directly in front of the large table. Yes, and I'm not going to make it cheap. You all made the mistake of making almost all the shinobi village around you your enemy, and now they have become mine. My fee is to be paid monthly on time, and if I find out you are going to screw me over, well, I will leave that up to your imaginations, said Naruto, as he laughing slightly at the ideas of what he could do to them, and possibly enjoy it too. What is your fee? Said Tsunade, as she saw her godson scraping his clawed hands against the table in a rhythmic and quite irritating manner. My standard fee for my services is 50 million ryu a month, and considering I am asking for triple my original fee, said Naruto, as he saw everyone go pale at the calculation of that number in their heads, and they looked like they were getting ready to faint. The cost is 150 million ryu a month, said Tsunade, as she was about ready to have a heart attack, and so was everyone else in the room with the exception of Naruto. That could bankrupt us depending on how long you stay in the village, said Koharu, as she was outraged by this, and would kill Naruto right now if she had the means to. No, it's made for you to look strong. Of course it will bankrupt the village, you stupid old bat, said Naruto, as he saw her becoming increasingly angry, and had half a mind to just shout for the Anbu if not for the lingering threat of Naruto killing her. I was wondering if we could convince you to reconsider tripling your fees since you are technically still a member of this village, Naruto," said Tsunade, as she would have to go through the necessary paperwork to make it official, and get the ruling from the clan heads to make it official. "Technically, I'm still dead in the eyes of Konoha law, and even if you changed it so I'm not dead I would still charge you that amount. Besides, it shouldn't be too hard to get the money together from the village populace since I'm sure they'll bend over backwards to keep me happy just like they do for the Uchiha." "Right," said Naruto, as he loved seeing their reactions to that little wound, and had no guilt about putting all the salt possible on it. "Speaking of the Uchiha, would you?" said Hamura, as he was going to ask Naruto to teach Sasuke, but was silenced by a blast of killer intent. "It will be a cold day in hell before I teach that spoiled Uchiha anything. If that moron so much as he even looks at me the wrong way, I'll butcher him, and leave you with an even lesser so-called prodigy to what you already have now," said Naruto before, as he saw the weak civilian council, and the shinobi council shout at him when he started leaving the room. Tsunade sighed while the clan heads stayed silent, as they were thinking about what had happened with their own children, and how they had screwed over the Yandame's son. "Go back in time before Kyuubi attacks, kill every single person that hurt me, and tell my father about how everyone he trusted to take care of me betrayed him. Maybe then I'll consider not taking what is mine and just leaving Konoha to burn at the hands of all the enemies it's made out of their own arrogance." No amount of sake could drown out those hatred-filled words. Outside of the Hokage Tower, as Naruto walked out of the building, he was greeted by Haku and Hinata waiting for him with both girls sporting smiles upon seeing him. It had been quite an interesting outlook for the Namikes, as he had awakened to see Hinata sitting in a chair beside his bed, and fast asleep while waiting for him to wake up. The look on the Hyuga heiress's face was priceless when he stirred Hinata awake, and she saw Naruto's face just inches from her own. She sported a big blush before desire in its ever-rare moments in time had overridden the need to faint, and Hinata instantly tackled him in a hugging embrace before kissing him deeply. Soon, it became a heated makeout session, and led to the one thing Hinata had long since desired in all her life when in this position with Naruto. And from there, as they say, is history. Haku could still see the glow that surrounded Hinata, which was very much similar to Haku's own when she had become intimate with Naruto, and was secretly looking forward to her own time with the Namikes again. Haku's thoughts on the matter were disrupted when she sensed the chakra of Uchiha Sasuke behind her several feet away, as he had a look of arrogance about him, and the hunger for power was clearly evident in his eyes. There were times that Haku looked back on the memory of the bridge, and wished she had actually killed the Uchiha rather than being soft in her reluctance to kill people. After what Naruto did for her back then in Wave Country, Haku had stopped using the no-kill policy on her life, and only spared those that Naruto deemed worthy. So the loser cheats death and is the legendary Shadow Fox, huh? I don't know which is worse. You being alive? Or you being the Shadow Fox every village wants? Said the ever-arrogant Sasuke, as he had become infuriated at the dead last rumored power, and had constantly pressured Kakashi to train him in everything he knew. I don't know which is more pathetic either. You still trying to kill your brother? Or the fact that the people in the Leaf still think you will revive your clan with their precious daughters? Maybe if they hinged into boys, you would be more eager? Said Naruto, as he saw Sasuke scowl at him, and would have charged forward had it not been for Hatake Kakashi getting in between them both. Sasuke, don't! Naruto was the one that stopped you from going to Orochimaru 3 years ago. If he can do that to you then, there is no telling what he can do to you now, and this time he may just kill you, said Kakashi, as he sensed Naruto glaring at him, and so did the other two girls behind the Namikes. He got lucky. Besides, I've been taught by you on nearly everything you know, and I'm not about to have some so-called Shadow Fox feel superior to a member of the Uchiha clan, said Sasuke, as he looked over Naruto's shoulder, and saw Haku looking at him with a scowl of her own. Even now you spare the Uchiha the beating he so rightfully deserves right now, Hatake. Where were you when I was getting my fair share of beatings? Said Naruto, as he saw the Jounin look away, and before he could look back at Naruto, the Shadow Fox had kneed him hard in the gut. The blow made Kakashi fall to his knees, clutching his stomach, and trying not to throw up into his mask or out his nose. Before he could try to even suppress the urge to puke, Kakashi was struck by a blow to the head by Naruto, and saw darkness upon impact. With Kakashi down, Naruto stepped over the Jounin's unconscious form, and walked towards the now battle stance ready Sasuke. I've waited a long time for this loser. I'm going to put you in your place and show how much of a fake you really are, Shadow Fox, said Sasuke in a mocking tone, as he was ignoring Haku's right hand filled with Senbon, and Hinata's bloodline activating. And I have been waiting for a second chance to kick the crap out of you before taking away those queer eyes of yours. The only reason I didn't do it before was the councils would be bending over backwards to find out who did it, and I couldn't risk them hunting me when I had other things to do, said Naruto, as he saw the Uchiha activate his eyes, and that was all the Namikes needed. Time to remove those eyes, and his head, said Kyuubi, as he was ready to do his part, and let Naruto know through their link to each other before creating a demonic chakra barrier around the two in order to prevent the growing number of people from stopping the process. Moving faster than Sasuke's Sharingan eyes could even see, Naruto was behind Sasuke, punched the man in the lower spinal area, and wrapped shadow hands that seemed to come out of his chest before forcing the Uchiha down to his knees. Sasuke tried to move, but couldn't focus his chakra to even make a simple substitution, and felt something digging into the back of his head. What are you doing to me? Said Sasuke, as he tried to resist whatever it was Naruto was doing, but found himself unable to, and it felt like his brain was on fire. I'm taking away your bloodline, Sasuke. Both from your eyes and that tiny thing between your legs that shoots the life-giving seed out. Now, even if you were to get lucky with any girl, they will only produce non-Sharingan users should they ever carry your child, and even then the kids you sire will be so weak even a fangirl like Sakura can beat them, said Naruto, as he felt Sasuke's bloodline leaving him, and forming into a liquid orb in his hand while retracting his arm back. Stop! Stop it! You can't do this to me! I'm an Uchiha! Without my bloodline, I'm nothing more than said Sasuke, as he screamed out in pain, and the realization of what he was becoming sank in hard. What? You're nothing more than what? A simple commoner? Your average shinobi? If you can't be a shinobi without that bloodline of yours I took away, then you don't deserve to even live, and have to die, said Naruto, as he walked around Sasuke after removing the shadow hands from around his body, and raised his hand with the orb of the bloodline he took from the former Uchiha to summon a scythe before bringing it down upon the former Uchiha's neck. Naruto, stop! Yelled Tsunade, as she came quickly with the rest of the councils when they heard what was going on, and now saw the situation the Uchiha was in with Naruto. Why? You know the history between me and this piece of shit from the old man. Do you know just how much weight I had to carry for him and Sakura on those crappy D-ranked missions while Kakashi trained Sasuke afterwards? All of it. I am sick and tired of everyone praising the former Uchiha for his once-held bloodline when all it does is steal from others. It'd make a mockery of our profession, said Naruto, as he didn't look away from the now terrified eyes of Sasuke, and the silent plea they sent to show mercy. How pathetic this weakling looked right now was almost laughable. What do you mean, former Uchiha? Said the Haruno councilman, as he didn't like where this was going, and neither did the Shinobi Council. Simple. I took away his Sharingan in his eyes and the ability to reproduce it in his loins. Unless Itachi returns to Konoha, the Sharingan eyes are lost to the leaf, and the Uchiha clan is no more, said Naruto, as he saw the horror on both councils' faces, and it was a pleasant thing to see in his mind. We needed that bloodline, said a fat man on the civilian council that was influential in Konoha's merchant guild. Well, now you will have to deal without it because when I see Itachi, I'm going to kill him too, and I'm going to collect the bounty on it to further add to my fee, said Naruto, as he walked away from Sasuke for a second, and saw the relieved look on the people's faces before he took it away by spinning around with his scythe, taking the Uchiha's head clean off. Nicely done, Kit. Nicely done, said Kyuubi, as he removed the chakra barrier, and had sensed his vessel was pleased with the results of what he did. "We'll have you arrested for this," said Hamura, as he had shinobi all around them to arrest Naruto, and would have had the killer intent coming off the Namikaze was intense. "You will do nothing! What you will do is agree to my terms or I will destroy everything in this village before rebuilding it in my own image," yelled Naruto, as he generated such power that to even a minor attempt at moving seemed fatal. With the record straight, Naruto recalled his seemingly demonic power to his body, and left with his two special girls now by his side. "This is impossible, Jiraiya! How can we make Naruto happy when all we do is infuriate him more?" said Tsunade, as she didn't know what to do in handling, and Jiraiya along with the Sandaime were just stumped. "I don't know, Tsunadeheim. I really don't know. In all honesty, if I had known what was going on like our sensei was supposed to do, then I would have come back sooner and helped the kid out," said Jiraiya, as he had failed as a godparent, and Kushina had failed to be the loving mother Naruto needed. Kushina was getting ready to leave the moment she heard Minato died and Kyuubi was sealed inside her son. She wanted nothing to do with Naruto even after she gave birth to him. All she cared about was Minato, but when he died, and she decided that this village had no purpose for her despite the fact she had a son, said the Sandaime, as he felt the guilt of denying Naruto so much, and it was becoming a problem for his already old heart. "Well, I hope Kushina's dead because if she's not, I'll make her wish she was, and then use one of Orochimaru's forbidden jutsus to bring her back just to do it all over again," said Tsunade, as she had suspected Kushina was like that, but chose to trust in Minato, and was now regretting it like she had in neglecting her duties as Naruto's godparent. "What are you going to do about Naruto's terms?" said the old retired Sarutobi, as he saw Tsunade frown further, and rubbing her temples to water down the headache now hitting her. "We have no choice but give in to his demands, as everyone in the elemental countries will soon learn who the Shadow Fox really is, and the Fire Daimyo has already put the leaf on notice since he learned of the village's cruelty to the boy. If we don't agree, then the Fire Daimyo will, and make things even worse for us," said Tsunade, as Shizen gave her a bottle of sake, and the big-breasted woman looked at her assistant with a raised eyebrow. "Consider this a one-time thing, Tsunade-sama," said Shizen, as she knew that Tsunade needed this, and was going to let her drinking habit be ignored this one time. It didn't take long for Tsunade to empty the bottle, though Jiraiya helped along with the Sandaime. Unknown location 2 days later. "What do you have to report?" said Pain, as he stood among the others projecting the members of his infamous organization made up of S-class shinobi, and awaited for Itachi to speak. "It seems that our sources have indicated that the Shadow Fox is the vessel of Kyuubi known to us all as Uzumaki Naruto has joined Konoha. However, it appears that he is more than we originally thought since he changed his name to Namikaze Uzumaki Naruto, and is the Yandaime's son," said Itachi, as he saw many of the members looked shocked at this, and saw that some of them looked a bit nervous. "There's also the fact that the kid killed Itachi's little brother Sasuke after removing the Sharingan from his eye's head before taking it," said Kisame, as he saw Itachi's eyes widen slightly before going back to normal, and Pain looking thoughtful for a moment. "This could be a problem. If the boy is indeed his father's son, then it's clear that he will learn everything his father knew from his family's home, and become a threat even to me," said Pain, as he knew that the Shadow Fox was powerful, but the boy being the son of the Yondaime, and the knowledge in the Namikaze estates was something that would bring Naruto to untold power that could rival that of Uchiha Madara. "Should we pursue him before we go after the others?" said Kisame, as he wanted to know where they stood with collecting the other demon vessels out there, and what order to collect them in. "No. We are to go after Shikaku first, then Nibi, and after that we will go after the Fox vessel," said Pain, as he wanted to collect the others before going after Naruto, and saw the other members nod in understanding. "What if the kid doesn't have it? He was supposed to have died after taking a Chidori to the chest. What if he survived and the Kyuubi didn't?" said Kisame, as he wasn't about to go on a wild goose chase only to find the goose was just some duck, and a waste of his time. "That is what Itachi's eyes are for. Since you both are paired together for that reason, you will go out to find Naruto, and see if he does indeed have the fox inside of him. If he does have the QB, capture him for the extraction process, and if not, leave him be," said Pain, as he would not pursue someone that did not hold what he needed, and this was the only way to make it possible. "We understand," said Itachi, nodding in understanding with Kisame. "Good. You all know what to do." "Dismissed," said Pain, as the projection from each of the members of Akatsuki left the room in darkness. Namake's estate at the moment. Haku let out a happy sigh of bliss, as the sweat from the incredible sex she just had with Naruto gave her body a celestial glow, and snuggled up closer to the Namake's. He had been feeling very bloodthirsty after what he did to the Uchiha, which seemed just fine to the village after several fanatical Uchiha lovers tried to kill Naruto in order to properly avenge the late Uchiha Sasuke, and the Namake's clan head had no problem in just unleashing his fury on them. Upon entering the Namake's estates, Naruto put up a demonic chakra barrier up around his home, and immediately took both girls to his bed to ravage their bodies at his own pleasure. Hinata didn't complain since she went first while Haku got of the shadow clone, as she loved how Naruto took her like the jackhammer he was, and would be limping for some time. Haku of course would be in a similar boat, but didn't care either, as she was with Naruto, and loved him for all that he had given her. Hayashi-san is going to wonder what has become of his daughter Naruto-kun. "You think we should tell him?" said Haku, as she kissed her lover's chest, and he wrapped his arms protectively over her from. "If he doesn't know already, I'll tell him, and make sure he can't take her away from me," said Naruto, as he kissed Haku's forehead, and loved how she moaned to his touch. "Can I join you?" said Hinata, as she came in naked, and slipped into the other side of the bed to snuggle up to Naruto. "What's this? The Hyuga heiress hasn't tried to take you in your helpless position. The world might be coming to an end," said Haku, as she saw Hinata blush before swatting Haku on the shoulder, and then looked up at Naruto, now chuckling at her actions. "Now behave yourself, Hinata-chan. You don't want me to tie you up and spank your ass to discipline you, right?" said Naruto, as Hinata let out an "eep," and blushed an even deeper shade of red when she felt Naruto now cupping her very sensual rear end. "I don't know, Naruto-kun. I think Hinata-chan likes getting spanked by you, and wouldn't mind you doing so later, right, Hinata-chan?" said Haku, as she saw Hinata continue to push the color boundaries for different kinds of red, and it made Naruto laugh further. "Don't tease Hinata-chan too much, Haku-chan, or you'll be teased over the fact you have a secret sweet spot along your HMP," said Naruto, as his words were silenced quickly by Haku kissing Naruto on the lips with tongue. "Damn it! I missed out on some teasing material," thought Hinata, as she would have to talk to Naruto later, and hopefully he'll tell her to balance the teasing playing field. "You're being naughty, Haku-chan. I may have to spank you instead and let Hinata-chan watch," said Naruto, as he smiled at Haku, and the girl blushed at the thought before glaring at Hinata, currently smiling devilishly back while Naruto cupped her ass too. "Naruto-kun, will there be any other women in your life that you would like to be a part of your slowly growing family?" said Hinata, as she knew that some of the girls her age, and roughly around it, had thought of Naruto in a new light. "It all depends on the girls, Hinata-chan. I mean, there is Anko-chan because she is like in some ways, and she is really smoking hot. Temari because she's strong, sexy, and is the master of her affinity for wind like I am despite my massive usage of shadows. Then there is Tenten, who has a thing for swords, and has a killer figure behind that strong drive. I also would like to get to know Inuzuka Hana better since I saw her take care of a young fox once before helping it back into the wild," said Naruto, as he grinned at the idea of getting them all together, and telling them about how he was interested in getting to know them better. "As long they make you happy, I'll support you, and so will Hinata-chan," said Haku, as she kissed him again, and Hinata followed after in kissing Naruto too. "That's good to hear. Thank Haku-chan." "Hinata-chan," said Naruto, as he pulled them closer to his body by their rears, and loved how they squealed out in surprise. "Aren't you tired, Naruto-kun?" said Hinata, as she felt his manhood calling for more fun, and was surprised he could handle two women so easily. So naive you are, Hinata-chan. When I gave myself to Naruto-kun for the first time, he had so much stamina that I passed out before he even finished, and still kept going with an orgasm being my wake-up call. What a wake-up call it was, said Haku, as she felt what Hinata felt, and even though she was still sore, she wasn't about to deny Naruto his much-needed relief. Oh my, thought Hinata, as she was soon kissed passionately by Naruto, and the massage he was giving her rear end made her moan out in pleasure. Inner Hinata was jumping for joy. Don't forget, Kit, we soon have to deal with the Hyuga girl's family and a certain fate-believing cousin of hers to further prevent any harm that he may try to unleash upon her further, said Kyubi, as he remembered Naruto using his shadow powers to see into Hinata's mind concerning her family. It seemed even after getting stronger, Neji still hated Hinata, and Hayashi, while slightly more proud of his daughter, wanted to make Hanabi his heiress. I'll deal with that family problem soon enough. But for now, let me have some pleasure before I handle interrelations with the Hyuga clan, thought Naruto, as he moaned out in pleasure when he felt two very special tongues gnaw on his erection, and he knew that his business with the clan would be for a while. A long while. Chapter 3: Kicking Down Doors. Naruto walked down the road from his home to that of the Hyuga clan compound, as he had important business to attend to regarding Hinata father, cousin, and the elders there that made everything so miserable. He had no real take on Hinata's old man, but Naruto knew that Hayashi thought little of her in the beginning, and Neji thought even less if what he learned of his actions during the Chunin exam prelims several years ago was any indication of Hinata. That was going to change. Now, Naruto walked up to the main entrance of the large clan home and saw two branch family guards looking at him with their Byakugan eyes trying to see through his shadow fox outfit that had intimidated so many others. However, due to his chakra being so intense, it was looking up at the sun with a magnifying glass the size of a watermelon, and made the two Hyuga look away in pain. I'm here to see Hyuga Hayashi and Hyuga Neji, said Naruto, as he saw the two glare at him, and seemed to be determined not to let him through, and that made the young ninja smile further. You are an uninvited guest, sir. Leave now or else, said the Hyuga branch member to Naruto's right, and the Namikaze gave a fake look of surprise. Sir? Did you just call me sir? No, get out of here, demon brat. No, we will use you for gentle fist practice if you look at this place again, monster. Why the change? Could it be because I am now the head of the Namikaze clan and you are now actually beneath me? Or is it because of my powers that can maim, disfigure, and ultimately break the two of you into tiny little pieces? Said Naruto, as he saw the guards tense up, and the Namikaze knew it was the latter of the two choices. It always was. We are trying to be respectful, Namikaze-sama, said the Hyuga branch member to Naruto's left, and the Namikaze shook his head in disagreement. You're lying. I know you're lying because your shadows speak what you do not. You hate my guts, but you know you can't kill me because of my clan, and because you're too weak to so much as lay a hand on me. Though that's to be expected from those that just submit to fate, being its little bitch, and making excuses like all weak branch members do, said Naruto, as he saw both guards look at him with intense rage, and had to fight back using their eyes again knowing it would only hurt them. You have a lot of nerve saying that, said the Hyuga branch member on the right of Naruto, and the Namikaze just smiled beneath his mask. I know I do. I also know that you have to stand there and take it like the weak pieces of branch member shit that you both are, said Naruto, as he felt the killer intent from the two, but barely felt anything since he had been around it all his life, and just shook it off like a minor annoyance. You should be careful of your words, Namikaze-sama. Insulting us like this will, said the Hyuga branch member on Naruto's right, but was stopped when Naruto generated an enormous amount of chakra that swirled around him while howling in the wind like some angry beast before stopping. You will not cause me any trouble. I can stand here insulting your lifestyle until the two of you collapse on the ground, crying like little babies, and not receive any form of harsh punishment for it. You want to know why? Because you two are nothing. You are weak, spineless, branch members of the Hyuga clan, and can do nothing without the approval of the main family. Now I came here to see Hyuga Hayashi and Hyuga Niji because the Hyuga clan has important business to discuss with me regarding Hyuga Hinata. Now either you two let me through willingly or I beat you both within an inch of your pathetic lives to see them? Choose wisely, said Naruto, as he saw the two look at each other, and then the one on the Namikaze's left opened the door for him to enter. Please forgive us for our attempts to block you from important clan business, Namikaze-sama, said the Hyuga branch member, as he saw Naruto look at him, and could swear on his eyes that the Namikaze was grinning a feral grin under that mask. No promises, said Naruto, as he walked into the Hyuga compound, and set out to find Hinata's asshole cousin along with the girl's possibly still an asshole father. Konoha Hospital. Hatake Kakashi had a killer headache, as he woke up to the sound of guys storming into his room shouting about the flames of youth, and using them to revive his fallen rival. However, being the patient man he was, Kakashi used his old tactics to make the man redirect his efforts outside of the hospital into the village populace, and while that is considered cruel, it was a necessary evil. Recovering nicely, I see, said Tsunade, as she saw Kakashi get out of bed, and clutching his skull in pain before catching the bottle of aspirin the woman threw at him. Not really. The headache is the least of my problems. What happened with Sasuke and Naruto? Said Kakashi, as he had been knocked out by Naruto, and had no idea what happened earlier. Sasuke's dead, Hatake. Naruto killed him, said Tsunade, as she told him what happened, and how Naruto had every intention of wiping out the very existence of the Uchiha clan from the village forever. Well, it's not like it wasn't bound to happen, said Kakashi, as he walked to the window of his hospital room, and looking out at the village with sorrow. You're taking this better than I thought, said Tsunade, as she expected Kakashi to go into a rage, or some kind of crying fit over the loss of the Uchiha. I'm used to this, Tsunade. I've lost my father, my sensei, and in a way I lost 2 of my original 3 students, with the third being the true failure of what was once Team 7, said Kakashi, as he found Sakura barely training at all, and only made it through the Chunin exams because her teammates did most of the work for her. That and his lack of training her didn't help much either. Well, there is no doubt that Sakura is going to raise a screaming fit when she hears about it, said Tsunade, as she could see it now, and wondered what Sakura was going to do when she faced Naruto. If she got to face him, that is. Let her complain all she wants. It makes no difference to me. What was I even thinking when I agreed to be Team 7 sensei? Said Kakashi, as he ran a hand through his gravity-defying hair, and wondered if he could ever mend the rift with Naruto. In Kakashi's mind, he had a much better chance of winning against Kyuubi, and the ever-fearsome Shinigami at the same time. Hyuga compound. Hyuga Hayashi was many things, but afraid was not one of them, as he stared into the masked eyes of the intimidating shadow fox that was Namikaze Uzumaki Naruto, and wondered if he should feel afraid. It was always difficult to support the boy when he was younger, but his loyalty to Minato also made it difficult not to support him, and then there was Hinata to consider with her feelings for the demon vessel. Hayashi had known about Hinata's feelings for Naruto for quite some time when she came home when she was 5 years old, with just the 2 months left before the girl's mother died shortly after bringing little Hanabi into the world. It had been a long time since then, but Hayashi still remembered how happy Hinata was when she told both her parents about a blonde-haired kid with shiny blue eyes, and how he protected her against some mean kids at the playground. The girl's mother was tired, but even in her weakened state, Hyuga Hitomi had a smile on her face, and told Hinata that she met someone very special. Hinata didn't know how Naruto was special, but the girl's mother just smiled, and told her that one day she would understand why he was. Hayashi knew Hitomi had a good judge of character, even when the elders did not, with the clinging to old traditions that did not bend to the times, and he remembered how his wife begged him not to have Hisashi go even if the man wanted to. That without Hisashi, the man's only son Niji would hate the main family, and take it out on someone that didn't deserve it. Namely Hinata. And she was right. She was always right. She foresaw the paranoia of keeping the secret of our eyes would lead to a dividing of the family. Strange how my father forbid me from being with her, yet my mother defied him all the same, and made sure we were together when we fell in love, thought Hayashi, as he wondered what his wife would think of him now, and if she would be ashamed of him for raising Hinata like he did. Who was Hayashi kidding? Hitomi would have destroyed him without question, and he would have deserved every second of that beating. Speaking of beatings. You know why I am here, said Naruto, as he saw Hayashi nod slightly, and motion for the branch member in the room to retrieve Niji. I know Hinata was with you yesterday. She had always cared about you, even when she learned the truth, and still held you close to her heart. After what happened at the prelims of the Chunin exams, I tried to be a better father to Hinata, but I still failed horribly, and came to the realization that I was too late to do anything, said Hayashi, as he had a sad look in his eyes, and Naruto could tell the man regretted his actions. He was lucky that Hanabi had not followed in the way of the elders. And Niji? Said Naruto, as he saw Hayashi flinch, and look away ashamed at his other failure in being the loving uncle to his twin brother's son. He believes that fate rules all things. Ever since he beat Hinata, even with her use of the caged bird seal to make him pay for insulting you, my dear nephew still hates Hinata, and the rest of the main family, said Hayashi, as he had tried to find some way to deal with Niji's hate, but there seemed to be no way to stop it, and the clan head seemed hesitant to hand Niji the letter meant for the boy that was written by Hisashi. Why hadn't he done it sooner? Maybe he was afraid. I'll deal with him myself, said Naruto, as he heard the door open behind him, and Niji stepped in unaware of who it was Hayashi was speaking to at the moment. You wish to see me, Hayashi-sama? Said Niji, as he saw Hayashi looking at him with his traditional cold Hyuga look, and had to hold back the anger that threatened to show on his own face. Yes, Niji. There is someone here to see you and is a good friend of my daughter Hinata, said Hayashi, as he saw Niji scowl slightly at his daughter's name, and then turn his head to the masked man with his back turned to the Hyuga branch member. Great, another weak fool, who no doubt is displeased with me over how I treated Hinata-sama, and wishes to threaten my life. How pathetic, thought Niji, as he walked up to the masked figure, who still had his back turned to the Hyuga branch member, and had yet to turn to face him. You've caused Hinata-chan a great deal of pain, Hyuga Niji, said Naruto in a whispery voice before turning to face Niji, and the Hyuga boy's eyes widened in disbelief. You, said Niji in shock, as he took a step back, and was going to prepare for some kind of defense against the Shadow Fox, when Naruto struck first with a palm strike to the Hyuga branch member's chest. The attack, however, did not send Niji flying through the room like it would have done normally with anyone else doing it, but instead covered the boy in shadow, and the two instantly were transported away to who knows where in a shadowy flash of light. Hayashi's eyes widened at that, and instantly thought of Minato with his Hiraishin jutsu, though this was clearly different. Naruto is his father's son, and there's not a shinobi anywhere else in all of the elemental countries that I trust to make Hinata happy, thought Hayashi, as he would inform Hinata privately of his approval of her being with Naruto, and that he was proud of her no matter what. Something he should have done from the start. Chunin Exam Stadium. The instant the two materialized in the arena, Niji felt the force of the blows send him flying along the dirt some 15 to 20 feet before stopping, and struggled to get up from the ground. The instant he did, Niji felt like he had been hit with a sledgehammer to his stomach before taking multiple hits in rapid succession, and found himself being treated like Rock Lee's training post. How does it feel, Hyuga Niji? How does it feel to be treated like trash? That is how you viewed Hinata-chan because she was in the main family, but did you ever consider that perhaps she didn't wish for you to have it, and would switch places with you to take away your pain? No! You had to be a baka and try to humiliate her for trying to grow a spine that in the long run would have freed you from that misery currently symbolized on your forehead, said Naruto, as he landed a few more hits on the boy's stomach before taking a hold of the skull of his enemy, and viciously slamming Niji into the ground. Naruto's ruthlessness in combat are true just like the stories say he is, thought Niji, as he was lifted up again by the same hand on his skull that slammed him into the ground, and now stared into the metal mask that could be the last thing he ever saw. I should kill you right now just for looking at Hinata-chan with your hate-filled eyes. I should tear you apart piece by piece for hurting her in the Chunin exam preliminaries just like the pathetic piece of branch family trash that you are. However, if I do that to you, then Hinata-chan will be sad, and I can't have that at all. So this is how things will play out from now on. You are going to be the nice loving cousin that should have been protecting Hinata-chan from day fucking one. This fight never happened. After I heal you, go find your cousin in a few days, get on your knees, and beg for forgiveness saying you had a sudden revelation that you could not ignore. If you don't, I will hunt you down, and then I will destroy you. Understand? Said Naruto, as he heard Neji barely gasp out a yes before dropping the defeated boy onto the ground, and swarmed his shadow powers over him. Within moments, Neji was fully healed, and upon waking up saw Naruto walking away without so much as a word to him. Like the beating never happened. Konoha streets moments later. People gave Naruto a wide gap to walk through, as he made his way through the streets that long ago were stained with his blood on more than one occasion from various mob attacks and fox hunts that were held on his birthday. The looks of hatred, the joy the people had in making him suffer for something that wasn't his fault boiled his blood, and the killer intent he was unleashing from it made many people sweat heavily. Calm yourself, Kit. The more killer intent you generate, the more you give all of them a reason to hate you further, and we both know the younger generation don't deserve that, said Kyubi, as he saw his vessel's mental appearance frown at him, and then tone it down, slightly. Perhaps, but that doesn't mean I can't mess with the previous generation, and let them know what I think of their righteous justice against me, thought Naruto, as he walked through the streets, and entered a random store that years ago would kick him out in a heartbeat. The store owner, a rather middle-aged man, now looked at the Namikaze boy with fear, and his customers quickly left in a hurry, leaving just the two of them in the store. Namikaze-sama! What an honor it is to see you here in my store! What can I get you here today? Said the man, as he bowed submissively to Naruto, who years ago would have been beaten within an inch of his life, and told never to set foot in the store ever again. Don't try sucking up to me, Baka. The late Uchiha Sasuke may have enjoyed it, but I do not, and I feel insulted that you would show me such a false display of respect. You want to know what you can get me today in your store? I'll tell you what you can give me. You can give me much-needed vengeance, said Naruto, as he grinned behind his mask, and the owner of the store began whimpering like a little child while backing up into a corner. Oh, the irony that was surrounding the two right now. 20 minutes later, Naruto left the now wrecked store, leaving a bloody, beat-up, and quite possibly dying store owner to his thoughts about the revelations of years past. The fight wasn't quiet either, as Naruto knew that people saw and heard the beating like so many had heard when he was being beaten as a child. And similar to Naruto's own, no one came to help the store owner from his beating, and the ANBU only came when it was over. A little example to the masses, Naruto-kun? Said Anko, as she came out of the alley, and smirked at him that screamed sexy. I saw you do no less upon someone who tried to have his way with you years ago, and thought you were drunk at your favorite dango shop. Remember? Said Naruto, as he was 11 years old when it happened, and saw Anko beat the crap out of the man that thought she was defenseless enough to have a quickie without her consent. Touché. By the way, speaking of my favorite food dango, how would you like to have some with me, Naruto-kun? I will even pay for whatever it is you order, said Anko, as she saw Naruto look at her for a moment, and then nod before following her to the place of somewhat solitude. Knowing my reputation, Anko-chan, you'll get everything on the house, and the manager will be begging me not to rip him a new asshole, said Naruto, as he saw Anko blush, and rub the back of her head sheepishly, since that would most likely be the case. With the two walking together through Konoha to Anko's favorite place to eat, they got strange looks from people, and wondered what Orochimaru's failed student was doing with the Namikaze demon vessel. As for Anko herself, she felt her body slightly heating up from being close to this dangerous figure, and could feel the awesome power behind the metal fox mask that Naruto wore. The boy had killed the Uchiha prick, put Kakashi in his place, put the councils down like the little bitches they were, and killed Danzo in the short time he returned to Konoha. The memory was still fresh in Anko's mind and sent shivers of her spine every time it came up. So Anko-chan, how have you been while I was away from Konoha? I know the people here in Konoha hate you almost as much as they do me, said Naruto, as he saw Anko nod in agreement, and told him about how the village just seemed to get worse in terms of arrogance until he showed up. The assholes here suspected after the failed invasion years ago that I was in league with Orochimaru of all people, and it was how he was able to put his plan into motion to take down Konoha. Can you believe it? Said Anko, as she had the Sandaime on her side, and he personally told the councils that she was one of his most trusted shinobi in the Leaf. If he hadn't been around to vouch for her, well, Anko didn't want to think about it. That they would suspect you of being a secret spy for Orochimaru? Yes. That they were right to think so? Hell no, said Naruto, as the two sat down at the dango shop with the people there scrambling, and the owner immediately let the food be on the house. Looks like you were right, Naruto-kun, said Anko, as she ordered a large pile of dango for the both of them, and Naruto smiled under his mask. Meaning the next time we go someplace and they don't give us the food for free, you're buying, said Naruto, as he chuckled at Anko's face fault upon the bar table, and the waterfall of tears. Naruto-kun! How can you be so mean to me? Said Anko in a whiny voice, and Naruto could only laugh at her actions. This coming from the same woman, who I saw years ago put a snake in a certain pink-haired woman's sake bottle, and scared the screechy Haruno into pissing herself silly, said Naruto, as he saw Anko now laugh at that memory, and struggled to order some sake to go with the dango in the process. Point taken. But in all fairness, Naruto-kun, I only do it to bitch women, and perverted bakas that like that old guy that writes those dirty books, said Anko, as she heard Naruto laugh at that, and shook his head at the news. That would be Jiraiya of the Sannin, who peeps on women for research purposes, and on occasion gets his ass handed to him for it. He also taught my father, though I think that's rank second in his proud accomplished list, and the first being his peeping abilities in the hot springs, said Naruto, as he saw Anko laughing with him, and found the snake woman to be a good person to be around just like he knew she would. Well, I'm pleased to be one of the women that caught, and beat the crap out of him for it, said Anko, as she shared some funny moments with Naruto while hanging around Kurenai, and how she terrorized all the genin during the Chunin exams with the Forest of Death. In return, Naruto told her about his time away from Konoha, training constantly when not taking missions once he became known throughout the elemental countries, and finding the life outside of being free from Konoha to be quite enjoyable. Anko found this news very informative, as she knew that people like her, and Naruto needed to be away from the places that hated them. Once outside the village, they could breathe easily outside of the suffocating hate that tried to destroy them every day, and be away from all of those arrogant bakas. Naruto! Yelled a very unhappy Haruno Sakura, as she had a look of fury in her eyes, and the Namikes knew why that was. Because Sasuke was dead. You'd think that Sakura would be more quiet, but no, she has to be a bitch, and just shriek out like the banshee she is, thought Naruto, as he turned slightly to see the angry pink-haired Uchiha fangirl. You killed Sasuke-kun! I've been looking everywhere for you since it happened to get answers, and here I find you're eating dango with this snake whore like all is well with the world, said Sakura, as she was about to stomp over there, and pound Naruto into paste like she did when they were younger. First, Sasuke-teen was an asshole, who only had a thing for the same gender as him, and while you are somewhat close to that regard, it just wouldn't have appealed to him unless you had the necessary thing downstairs. Second, Anko-chan is not a snake whore, and if you call her that again, you'll regret it, said Naruto, as he flexed his hands before they became fists, and made popping sounds after being closed tightly in the process. I don't know why the councils didn't order your execution, you monster, but I'll gladly do it to avenge Sasuke-kun, and rid the village of your taint, said Sakura, as she pulled out a kunai, and charged at him with the intent to kill. How bothersome. Earth-style, Imperial Wall Jutsu, said Naruto before slamming his right foot down hard, and created a wall of solid rock several feet behind him that Sakura painfully ran into with the imprint of it showing the proof she did. "Now that was just pathetic," said Anko, as she sweat dropped at Sakura's poor display of skill, and wondered if she should speak to Tsunade about being a temporary instructor to the wannabe female shinobi of the leaf. "Agreed. Oh, look at the time, I have to go, and deal with some other business that needs to be taken care of. See you later, Anko-chan," said Naruto, as he left to speak to Inuzuka clan matriarch, and possibly the woman's only daughter. "Thanks, Naruto-kun. Sweet guy, maybe next time if he's interested, we can, HEY," said Anko, as she realized that all the dango gone, and the bottle of sake was now empty. And Naruto was now nowhere in sight. That clever Gaki used the incident with fangirl McPinky to take everything and then just leave me holding the bag. Granted, I don't have to pay for the dango this time, but that's besides the point. "I think I'm in love," thought Anko, as she finally found someone who could stand up to her crazy tendencies, and not be so afraid that he runs off pissing his pants. She made a mental note to pay Naruto a visit at his house to possibly have a little fun. Kumo at the moment. Yujuto was tired of hiding out in Kumo, though the word of choice should be changed from hiding out to that of being restrained by the order of the Raikage. There was an organization after her for the Nibi, and Yujuto felt that by being in Kumo that she would be an easier target to hit. The Raikage, however, thought differently, saying that with her and Killer B in Kumo with him they were well protected from this Akatsuki organization. He told them that they were staying Kumo and that his word was final in that regard. It's not like Yujuto could say no considering her seal that he used on her like a leash on his prized pet. The only reason Killer B didn't have one on him was because he was the Raikage's brother, and his loyalty to the bastard was unquestionable. "I know you hate this kitten and I do too. If I could find a way to remove the seal from your body, I would have done so years ago, but there is a failsafe in place with my own seal, and needs to be handled by a seal master of the highest quality," said Nibi, as she had tried to find a way to destroy that seal on her vessel, but the seal that imprisoned the demonic cat had a heavy barrier around her to prevent such a connection to the damn thing. The only way to remove it would be to seek out that seal master Jiraiya of the Sannin, thought Yujuto, as her answer to this problem was in a rival village, and one that was currently at war with the leaf-like IWA. Or the Shadow Fox. From what rumors we've heard about him, I think he could be at the same level as Jiraiya if not surpassing the old Sannin in terms of seals, and seems to sympathize with demon vessels like you," said Nibi, as Yujuto had heard the rumors for the past 3 years of the Shadow Fox helping those that suffered, and earning a great deal of respect from various influential people. "That's all well and good, Nibi, but there is one problem. How do we call him?" thought a slightly irritated Yujuto, as she wished to be free from the Raikage, and Kumo in general, since she found it difficult to live in this place that didn't appreciate her. "It was just an idea, kitten. How you reach him is entirely up to you," said Nibi, as she knew that Yujuto was forbidden to have a summons, and send out messages unless the Raikage approved it. Oh joy, thought Yujuto, as she sighed at the lack of ideas in which to use the plan the Nibi had proposed to reach the Shadow Fox. Konoha sometime later. Naruto walked through the streets deep in thought, as he tried to find Inuzuka in regards to her daughter, but the woman was nowhere to be found, and the Namikaze boy decided to hold off in searching for either Inuzuka for the moment. Pleasure aside, Naruto had to focus on the business aspect of his time in Konoha since he was getting paid to be here, and it would be bad for business if he didn't think about his mission to defeat his shared enemies of the leaf. First off was Orochimaru, since the Sannin had been plotting to get Sasuke for some time after the failed attempt at defection, but with the Uchiha dead now, the Hibi would take his anger out on the one responsible for that happening. Next was the infamous Akatsuki organization, which had been active in tracking down their prey for the last 3 years, and would not doubt redirect their resources at him now regarding Kyubi. Nothing really new there. Finally, Naruto realized that IWA and Kumo were going to be a pain in the ass afterwards, with IWA wanting his head for being a Namikaze while Kumo would go after Hinata for her eyes. Why did Konoha have to put a preverbal target on its back that said We are taking on all comers. Hey! Stop right there! Come back here, you bad dog! Said a female voice with the sound of barking being heard behind Naruto, who upon turning saw Inuzuka Hana chasing after a rather roguish dog not wanting to have a bath or its shots. The said dog that upon setting its eyes on Naruto, stopped running, and submitted in front of the young shinobi's imposing form. Having animal troubles with your unruly dog? Said Naruto, as he saw Hana panting for breath from running after the mutt, and saw how the damn animal gave up running after seeing the Namikaze. Sort of. He needs his shots, but at this rate I might just castrate the damn baka, and do it in front of the other animals to teach them not to run, said Hana, as she finally saw who it was she had been talking to, and was slightly afraid of him. Something wrong, Hana-chan? Said Naruto, as he removed his mask, and smiled at the Inuzuka woman currently blushing up a storm. Was trying to stop the dog and, said Hana, as she felt her body heating up, and felt the need to mate with the handsome man in front of her. I see. When you get off from work, stop by the Namikaze estates, and we can talk later in order to get to know each other better, said Naruto, as he put on his mask, and then walked away with a still jaw-dropped Hana behind him. Training ground number 5. Tenten was sparring by herself today, as she felt the need to avoid Lee with shouts of youthfulness, and Niji was nowhere to be found to possibly even ask to train. It was times like these that training helped Tenten with thoughts that puzzled her, and right now her thoughts were on Naruto's return. She had never really bonded with him before or after the academy, but she knew of him by reputation, and silently liked how his pranks made her laugh. What she didn't get was why people called him a monster, demon, and other hate-filled names until after the retired Sandaime made the announcement years ago before the Chunin exams. She never blamed Naruto for what the Kyuubi did, as the boy had never asked to have the demons sealed inside of his body, and the Namikaze had received the shaft end of life since the beginning of his birth. She had asked her father about what he thought of Naruto, but the man seemed unable to answer the question, and Tenten wondered if her own father hated Naruto while only coming around because he was the son of the Yondaime? Regardless of how her father felt, Tenten held no ill will towards Naruto, and would like to be his friend if not more in the future if things progressed that far. She had to admit, being a few years older than her, Naruto was quite handsome, and strong with his still unknown powers. The idea of the two training together was very appealing since Tenten wanted to see if Naruto was good with weapons like Hinata claimed he was when she saw him in Wave Country after summoning that shadow sword of his to kill the Kumo shinobi there. Training hard, I see, said Naruto, as he saw Tenten become startled by his voice while throwing a shuriken that flew wide, hit a few trees, then directed itself into the village, and hit some poor bastard in the rear carrying a tray of angry crabs. That never happened, said Tenten, as she wasn't about to have a perfect throwing score be tarnished by his interference, and heard Naruto chuckling at her actions. Agreed. Though I'm more interested in your sword skills over the throwing kind, said Naruto, as he brought out his sword using the shadows, and saw Tenten's eyes widen at the crimson-black Nodachi class sword with a fox skull on the hilt with crimson gems along the eyes. Whoa! Now that's a really nice sword, thought Tenten, as she saw the deadly beauty the sword possessed, and wished she had one like that herself. Are ready, Tenchan? Said Naruto, as he readied his blade, and saw a slightly blushing Tenten summon hers before getting into her own sword stance. Ready! Said Tenten, as she stared at Naruto's masked face, and waited for him to move against her. Brace yourself, said Naruto quietly, as he waited for the leaf that was slowly falling in the space between them, and when it touched the ground, the two fought. The two went at the other with quick precision and fierce determination, with Tenten still trying to land a few hits on Naruto, while Naruto himself didn't show any signs of slowing down. If anything, Naruto was holding back quite a bit against Tenten, though he did land a few cuts to signify he had gotten her a couple of times, and was pleased at how strong her skills were. He's good. Very good, thought Tenten, as she had tried on multiple times to fake right or left to land a clear hit on Naruto, but the Namikaze was too good, and pushed her back easily. Your skills are quite good, Tenchan. A few more years of hardcore sword training and you might be a threat to me in terms of swordplay," said Naruto, as he saw Tenten look at him with anger in her eyes, and apparently didn't like the "might be a threat in terms of swordplay" line that. Hence why she was coming at Naruto faster, harder, and trying to remove his sword from hand before taking his head clean off his neck. "What did I tell you, kid, about upsetting women with swords?" said Kyubi, as he saw Naruto easily dodge, duck, block, and counter Tenten's moves faster than before. That it's unhealthy, thought Naruto, as he moved behind Tenten, and kicked her in the back while she was moving forward in mid-swing that caused the bun-haired girl to stumble before she turned around to glare at him. "I'm not weak," said Tenten, as she saw Naruto tilt his head to the right before removing his mask, and the weapons girl had to fight back the blush that wanted to appear on her face. "I never said you were Tenchan. You took my words out of context." "Not surprising since you are not the first to do that," said Naruto, as put away his sword, and was now in front of her now blushing face with a smile that made the girl weak in the knees. "He's so hot," thought Tenten, as she felt her body slowly burning up, and a part of her mind was actually screaming out for her to kiss him. "Tell you what, since I am impressed with your skills, I wish to invite you to my home at the Namikaze Estates for additional training," said Naruto, as he saw Tenten nod, and he knew that she couldn't trust her own words. Additional training? From a Namikaze clan member? Thought Tenten, as she was now so shocked and excited by the prospect of this news that she kissed Naruto on the lips. Before she realized what she was doing and jumped away blushing before apologizing repeatedly for kissing him, while Naruto's face had mischievous look to it. "It's all right, Tenchan. Though I do wish to thank you now for the kiss. I look forward to possibly having more of them with you later after our training sessions," said Naruto, as he put his mask back on, and disappeared with the blushing girl feeling so embarrassed right now. "Yosh! Tenten, I have just finished 20 miles worth of run, and I wanted to know if HHH," said Lee, as he was instantly attacked by Tenten, and was getting beaten up by the red-faced girl. "Nothing happened! You hear me? Nothing happened!" yelled Tenten, as she unleashed her fists of fury upon the poor boy, and left the now almost dead-looking body of Rock Lee there. "But I don't even know what happened," thought Lee, as he tried to get up off the ground, but collapsed back on the ground, and wished to know what brought on Tenten's violent behavior. Konoha streets. Naruto was walking to his next destination when he felt a blast of weak killer intent, and he sighed knowing who it was that shot it at him. Turning around he saw an angry Sakura with an adult-sized diaper-like band-aid on her forehead looking at him with the look to kill. "Here we are again. If I didn't know any better, Haruno, I would suspect you don't like me for doing the world a favor and killing your precious Sasuke-kun?" said Naruto, seeing the Haruno seething with rage and was stomping towards him like she did when they were younger. "I am going to kill you," said Sakura, as she attempted to slash at him with her kunai, but Naruto easily dodged it, and after a few more lousy attempts the Namikaze grabbed the arm before breaking it. "Get this through your thick skull, Haruno. You can't defeat me. You are so weak that I could defeat you back when we were first starting out. If you ever come at me again, I'll kill you, and leave your bloody corpse at your parents' front door." "Got it," said Naruto, as he let loose his own blast of killer intent at Sakura that knocked the pink-haired banshee into unconsciousness, and the Namikaze walked away without another word. Naruto got about 2 blocks down when he stopped at sensing a presence that did not belong in Konoha, and the Namikaze narrowed his eyes before looking at the direction he felt the unwanted guest's current location. It seemed that his mission regarding Konoha's many enemies that he shared with them was happening a bit early, and while this wasn't unexpected, it was also unwelcome. Naruto originally wanted to deal with Orochimaru first since the man was responsible for so many things wrong with the world today, but it seemed Kami had different plans for him, and these 2 Bakas that were now here in Konoha had to be dealt with. With that in mind, Naruto walked towards the source of the chakra signatures he felt, and sure enough saw the 2 members of the organization that wished to hunt him down for the fox. Uchiha Itachi and Hoshigaki Kisame. It's been a long time, Itachi. Do you hate me for killing your weak brother? Said Naruto, as he was sure Itachi would have learned of it, and wished to seek him out for some form of revenge. No. Sasuke had his chance to see past the hate, but gave into it anyway, and had to die like the others, said Itachi, as he activated his eyes, but frowned when he felt them being blocked, and found this to be very disturbing. What's wrong, Itachi? Does he have the Kyuubi in him or not? Said Kisame, as he saw Itachi trying to see the chakra signature of the Kyuubi, and was surprised when the man didn't respond back right away. Let me save you the trouble, Itachi. I don't need you hurting yourself so soon into our fight. To answer the question running through your minds, as well as your organization's mind, I am proud to say that Kyuubi is very much alive, and I have every intention of keeping him alive to help kick your ass into hell, said Naruto, as he unleashed a monstrous wave of chakra that shocked his two foes, and basically alerted every single leaf shinobi in the village. His power is incredible. Such strength was only seen in the Yondaime, and even now the boy is barely working up a sweat, thought Itachi, as he now began to sweat heavily at the chakra output Naruto was producing, and seeing Kisame take a step back spoke volumes to him too. Kisame may be crazy, but he wasn't suicidal. What's wrong, Itachi? I thought you wanted to capture me for the fox in my stomach? Did you change your mind? Well, too bad. After I kill you, I'm killing the rest of your little boy band group, and wiping out the Uchiha name from the world, said Naruto, as he created a black crimson Rasengan, and charged forward at the two members of the infamous Akatsuki. Itachi, move! Said Kisame, as he knocked Itachi back while getting his sword out, and paid for it with Naruto hitting the former Mist Shinobi with his attack. Shadow Fox style, Shadow Crimson Rasengan, said Naruto, as Kisame's stomach was obliterated before the rest of the man was turned into black powder that vanished into the wind. Damn it! I need to escape before it's too late, thought Itachi, as he tried to run, but found himself cut off by a large dome of ice mirrors that now surrounded him, with the masked female figure holding Saban needles ready to fire, and before Itachi could even move he was struck with dozens of needles on various pressure points of his body. You are not going anywhere, Uchiha Itachi, said Haku venomously, as she felt Naruto's chakra spike easily, and knew that someone very strong was out to slay him. Not on her watch. Agreed, said Naruto, as he was behind Itachi, and instantly stabbed him from behind with his no-dachi with the blade coming out the front of Itachi's right side through the lung. After twisting the blade, Naruto pulled his sword out to let Itachi's body hit the ground, and to make sure the man was dead the Namikaze thrust the tip of his sword into the man's skull. With his task done, Naruto nodded to Haku, who deactivated her bloodline, and revealed a small army of A and B with the Hokage along with Jiraiya ready for a fight. You're late. Though with the past history the A and B you had with me and the villagers, that is no real surprise, said Naruto, as put away his sword, walked over to Kisame's own weapon, picked it up with ease, and walked away with Haku beside him. He still hates us, said Jiraiya, as he walked over to Itachi's body, and saw that the man was dead though he wondered where Kisame's body was. Can you blame him? I've gone over Sensei's reports with the ANBU myself. Delays and rescues from mob beatings, ignoring guard duty with the boy, and even attempts by some of the ANBU themselves, said Tsunade, as she had tore those teams that did all that new assholes, and made an example out of them for their past sins against the Yondaime's only child. And don't get her started on the medical staff at the hospital, as they too felt the slug princess's wrath, and made them know how it felt to be injured without means to receive medical help when they needed it most. Well, it's not like we can undo all that, but Naruto did do Konoha a favor in killing 2 members of Akatsuki, and some of the stronger members no less. Though I wish it wasn't Itachi that was killed since he one of my secret informants, said Jiraiya, as he sighed at the revelation that one more Uchiha was gone, and would be declared wiped out. What? Since when? Said Tsunade, as she grabbed the man by his shirt, and gave him a "Tell me everything or you're dead" look that made men piss themselves in fear. So Jiraiya told her, minus the pissing himself part, and explained how Itachi was ordered to kill the Uchiha clan to prevent the coup d'état that they were planning. How Itachi went undercover to infiltrate Akatsuki and gather information with the people knowing about Itachi being a spy was a select few. Sarutobi knew that the Shinobi Council gave the order and used it as leverage against them to prevent those old fools from destroying our godson, said Jiraiya, as he saw Tsunade resisting the ever-great desire if not favorite pastime of beating him senseless, and let him go for the moment. He should have used it to get rid of them. I'm going to have a word with that old fool after this is over, said Tsunade, as she knew that if things were different with her in charge during the time frame, then the Shinobi Council would have been removed with younger and more level-headed people to help her with the leaf. Fortunately, Itachi isn't my only spy contact regarding the organization, and I can still keep track of their activities, said Jiraiya, as he saw Tsunade looking less angry, and for him that was a good thing. Less angry meant less hitting him and possibly less chance of her hitting him down below the belt. I really need a drink, but that can wait for now, said Tsunade, as she looked at Jiraiya, and then in the direction Naruto went before going after the boy to talk to him. Namake's estates. Within minutes of Naruto entering his home, Tsunade was at the door, knocking hard to get the boy's attention, and did so since he was currently in a lip-locking moment with Haku. Opening the door, Tsunade had entered, and wished to speak to him in the living room of his home regarding her absence in his life. She was tired of this gap between them with the foundation that should have formed shortly after his birth being non-existent. Why did you leave in the first place? Don't give me that all of my family died bullshit since I know you were there when that woman gave birth to me, said Naruto, as he sat down with Tsunade, and Haku along with Hinata sitting beside him to give them much-needed emotional support. I was a coward. Part of me suspected Kushina would run, but I ignored it, and I had actually suspected Jiraiya would live up to his responsibilities in being a godparent if your I mean the individual that gave birth to you did not. Even then, Naruto, you still had my sensei, but now I see he was as useless as I was back then when around the sight of blood, and regret leaving you here in the village, said Tsunade, as she meant it, and wanted to somehow prove she did. At least you will admit it to my face, Tsunade. The old geezer certainly hasn't been the most groveling of people upon my resurrection as well as return to Konoha. Not once since I've been back has the Hiruzen come here, begging for my forgiveness, and neither has that perverted teammate of yours. At least you showed you have the balls to come see me and admit you were wrong, said Naruto, as he saw Tsunade nod, and used the silence that followed to let this gap between them slowly close. I sent a letter to the Fire Daimyo telling him about your return, and he wants to meet you at the Fire Country capital to discuss some things. He wants to know how to deal with Konoha, as well as possibly making peace with Kumo, and possibly Iwa, though we both know that will only happen when one of the two villages is burned to the ground, said Tsunade, as she saw Naruto nod, and looked up at the ceiling in deep thought. I'll meet him. At least that way, I can possibly have the strongest political ally outside of the Leaf, and could lead to future missions for the man that pay well too, said Naruto, as he saw Tsunade let out a small sigh of relief, and got up to leave. I'll send a messenger bird to him right away. Take care, my godson, said Tsunade, as she left the Namakes alone with the two girls that loved him, and hoped he could find happiness in Konoha long enough to consider staying in the village. The Leaf needed Naruto more than he needed them. Chapter 4 To Kumo Naruto Will Go. Naruto walked to the Hokage's office dressed for a mission, as he had gotten a summons by an ANBU with orders from the Hokage to see him for a mission, and knew that it was time to earn his pay. Not surprising since it had been only barely a week since the death of both Itachi and Kisame had happened, which meant the bounties set for both men were to be added to Naruto's already extensive fee. During that time, many people in the village had called for Naruto's death, which wasn't surprising since they had wanted him dead for years, and the death of not one but two last Uchihas, Madara excluded for the moment, just caused further fanning such hate-filled flames. Within 2 days of it being public knowledge, Tsunade had declared the Uchiha clan to be officially wiped out forever, and caused the people in the village to mourn the fallen clan. And at the same time people increased their angry glares at Naruto when he walked by, with some people even going so far as to try, and dying in failure of, hurting him. The councils protested this, as they considered it a disrespect to the now deceased clan of the Leaf, and demanded Naruto make reparations to them in the name of the now fallen Uchiha clan. Naruto, however, decided that all they deserved was the ass end of an ass kicking, and gave every single one of those fools on the councils that by sending them to the hospital beaten within an inch of their lives. Something that Tsunade enjoyed despite having to heal all their injuries, but still enjoyed seeing their bandaged forms, and telling them not to be stupid since the penalty next time would be their deaths. But that's in the past, and this was the present, with Naruto presently standing in front of the desk with Tsunade behind it. "What mission am I going on?" said Naruto, as he took the scroll filled with information on his mission Tsunade gave him, and was glad he put the councils in the hospital since they would have sent him on a suicide mission if given the chance. "You're going to Kumo. The Reikage got wind of what you did and feels the act alone to the Akatsuki organization warrants a form of peace between us, since he has much to lose in fighting on two fronts, with the Akatsuki being much more dangerous," said Tsunade, as she saw Naruto nod behind his metal fox mask, and pocketed the information since he would need to look at it again later. "If the councils heard that, they would consider it an insult, and want us to invade Kumo to show we are the stronger of their two enemies," said Naruto, as he saw Tsunade scowl, and saw how she had very little love for those fools currently in the hospital, drugged up to their eyeballs even when some of them had long recovered. "Those fools wouldn't know how to run this village properly without someone like me," said Tsunade, as she had fought them on various subjects that threatened to weaken the Leaf while fattening their own pockets. "I heard how they tried to stop you from trying to start that special medic program to use for field shinobi to reduce casualties. What was the excuse they used? Lack of funding? Lack of something, I believe it was," said Naruto, as he saw Tsunade scowl at the lousy memory playing out in her mind, and her hands turning into fists because of it. "They said it was the lack of funding and lack of personnel needed to start the training at all. Those old fools have been bleeding this village dry and they claim we lack the funds needed," said Tsunade, as she had wanted to investigate the fools for mismanagement of funds, but never had an excuse to do so, and knew that without one they could move to have her position taken away for someone who had no problem being their puppet. "Just investigate without their permission. When they recover and find out, tell them that the daimyo had heard disturbing rumors of there being a lack of funds before ordering an investigation. I'll talk to the fire daimyo on my way to Kumo and tell him to agree to it in order to see if there is any discrepancies in the village funds," said Naruto, as he knew that this mission of peace at the request of the Hokage could only be reinforced by the fire daimyo, which from the looks of the mission had his seal next to the Hokage's, and this meant that he wanted this too. "I figured as much. He's expecting you to meet him in the next few days," said Tsunade, as she knew that the two needed to meet soon, and get things squared away before the two councils cooked up some cockamamie rule or legislation that would be used against the young man before her. "Then I won't delay," said Naruto, as he turned to leave, and stopped at the door when Tsunade called out to him. "Naruto, has Jiraiya, or my old sensei, tried to visit you at all?" said Tsunade, as she had wished to those two would simply apologize to Naruto, and admit they were wrong. "No. I haven't heard from either one, and the Toads already know not to be messengers in regards to Jiraiya having them voice his apology to me. If Sannin wants to apologize, then he's going to have to do it to my face, and the same goes for the old monkey," said Naruto before leaving, and heard the distinct growl from the woman in the room at the lack of brains those two had shown. So, those two bakas won't admit they were wrong to Naruto. Fine. Then I'll just have to make them do it, and I know just how to make it happen, thought Tsunade, as she beeped her intercom to get Shizen into her office. And sure enough, the dark-haired woman did just that. "You called Tsunade-sama?" said Shizen, as she saw the angry look on Tsunade's face, and knew whoever pissed off the blonde busted woman was in for a world of hurt. "Get me an ANBU team in here, Shizen. I want them to get my old teammate, and sensei in this office right now. If they do much as even show signs of hesitation, the ANBU are authorized to use force to bring them in here, and tell them to not to be late getting back," said Tsunade, as she saw Shizen nod, and went to summon an ANBU team the Hokage could trust. One way or another, Tsunade would see to it that those two ingrates begged on both their hands and knees in front of Naruto for forgiveness. Namikaze states moments later. "So you are going to Kumo by yourself?" "I cannot go with you," said Haku, as she wanted to be an extra pair of eyes and ears should this whole thing be a total farce to trap Naruto by the rakeage. "Yes. Do not worry, as I have taken the needed precautions to handle the rakeage should he decide to be bold and keep me restrained. I also wish to go on a little side mission while there that Tsunade doesn't know about, and should not know about until my return," said Naruto, as he saw Haku and Hinata coming into the room look at him with curiosity. "What side mission is that, Naruto-kun?" said Hinata, as she had overheard the two in the room talking, and wanted to know what it was her love was doing. "I'm going to remove the seal on the Nibi vessel so the rakeage can't keep her on a leash anymore. That way, even if the rakeage does decide to try something, I know the Nibi vessel will help me out in the end, and get me out of whatever prison the Baka throws me into," said Naruto, as he saw Haku and Hinata looking worried since Kumo had already tried to capture Hinata when she was just a child. There was no telling what Kumo would do once Naruto arrived in its dwellings. "If you are not back in 3 days, I will go to Kumo and tear it to pieces to find you, Naruto-sama," said Haku, as she could not let him be captured and used for that village's own cruel means. "The same goes for me, Naruto-kun," said Hinata, as she was not about to lose Naruto a second time, and not to the very place that tried to kidnap her from the start. "I'd expect nothing less from the two of you. I expect to be in Kumo for a minimum of 3 days and then send a toad summons to Tsunade with my report. If she doesn't receive it, then you know something bad has happened, and then you can head to Kumo to tear it apart," said Naruto, as he saw the two nod, and would no doubt get some of the other girls like Anko helping tear shit up in Kumo. "I mean, come on, it's Anko. She tears shit up when she's calm." "Travel quickly and safely, Naruto-kun," said Haku, as she kissed him with a passion, and Naruto returned it with the young man giving her ass a healthy squeeze. "Keep an eye on things while in the leaf, Haku-chan, and when I get back we can spend some time together, celebrating," said Naruto, as he rubbed Haku's ass, and then saw Hinata looking at him with a cherry-red blush on her face. Someone's envious and clearly turned on, thought Haku, as she knew she was bisexual, and Hinata clearly was from the nights of passion the three had together. "Don't worry, Hinata-chan, you can join in on the celebration too, and let your sexy side out," said Naruto, as he kissed Hinata, as gave her ass a loving squeeze that sent a jolt pleasure through the Hyuga girl that nearly sent her right out of her sandals. "Hurry back," said Hinata in a squeaky voice, as she was excited by the prospect of what would happen upon his return, and knew that she would be spending some quality time with Haku tonight to keep herself from going crazy. "I will. I promise," said Naruto, as he kissed her passionately once more before leaving the house, and left the two girls to their own devices. Fire Daimyo's palace 1 day later. "I thank you for meeting me on such short notice," said the Fire Daimyo, as he walked with the young unmasked blonde, and a squad of samurai behind them. "Thank you for having me here on such short notice. I know how much you want there to be peace between Alif and Kumo since the odds of Konoha winning the war is pretty slim. Even with me siding with Alif, the odds are not good, and you can thank the two councils for that since they've been trying to push people around since the third Hokage came out of retirement," said Naruto, as he saw the Fire Daimyo nod, and run a hand through his hair before giving a tired sigh. "I have let them boss around the Hokage, haven't I?" said the Fire Daimyo, as he had felt the third Hokage would be able to handle the two councils after the Yondaime died, and it was only with the fifth Hokage with Naruto here now did he realize how foolish he had been. "Yes. I killed Danzo, so most of their voice has been silenced, but they are still being a pain in the ass, and need to realize their place in a shinobi village. For that to happen, I need you to reinforce such things since no one can usurp the word of the Fire Daimyo in Fire Country except, well, the Fire Daimyo," said Naruto, as he saw the feudal lord nod his head, and knew the man would do just that. "I'll write up the official documents before you go tomorrow for Kumo. For now, stay in my palace as my guest, and accept my hospitality," said the fire daimyo, as he saw the young Namikaze nod, and knew that things needed to change for the better. Or else Fire Country and the leaf would be nothing more than a mere memory. Kumo Reikige's office the next day. "Welcome Shadow Fox-sama to Kumo. I thank you for attending this meeting for peace between the leaf and Kumo," said the Reikige, as he extended his hand, and the young shinobi in front of him took it. "And I thank you for welcoming me, Reikige-sama. Your brother was quite a sight to see when I arrived with him rhyming while talking to me," said Naruto, as he had laughed at Killer Bee's way of talking, and told the man that he had potential in the art if some form of music was used. "I hope he didn't bother you. I've told him repeatedly to try speaking normally, but my poor brother seems to defy me in that regard, and I am starting to come to my wits' end," said the Reikige, as he could feel the intense power this boy had, and knew that fighting the Shadow Fox could quite possibly be the most difficult fight of his life if the attempt was made. "Not at all. He's rather unique. I like him. What concerns me, however, is the nibby vessel you have here in Kumo, and the fact that you have a special seal outside of the one that contained the two-tailed cat in Niijito," said Naruto, as he saw the Reikige stiffen at that, and scowl at mention of Yujito. "That seal is meant to keep Yujito in check. Since she hold the nibby inside of her, Yujito should be loyal to the village, but instead she choose to be rebellious, and has on more than one occasion tried to leave Kumo without permission," said the Reikige, as he had put that seal on Yujito for a reason, and expected the young woman to obey him without question. "Perhaps she is not treated well within Kumo's walls for what she holds. Perhaps she feels being loyal to a village that hates her has no value," said Naruto, as he now saw the Reikige glaring at him, and knew this could become something dangerous. "She is this village's weapon. Niijito is the offensive sword of Kumo just as my very own brother is the shield. Nothing will ever change that," said the Reikige, as he was now releasing killer intent at Naruto, who frowned at the man, and shot back some killer intent of his own. "So Niijito should just kiss your ass despite the fact you don't deserve to have her or your brother serving Kumo? What a joke you are! No wonder you lost the last war with the leaf," said Naruto, as he began laughing at the now enraged Reikige, and only ended his laughing when the man shot up from his desk flaring his chakra. "You dare! I brought you here to bring peace between the leaf and Kumo. Yet you laugh at me like I was pathetic genin fresh out of the academy. Guards!" yelled the Reikige, as his Kumo Anbu came into the room ready for battle, and saw Naruto standing up slowly now in a calm-like state. Before unleashing his own chakra and killer intent that overpowered the Reikige's own. "It is you, Reikige, who dares defy what is right in this world, and deny that demon vessels like the two in your village suffer under the oppression of people like you who rule shinobi villages. You use them for war or defending a village, yet you don't even acknowledge them for it, and let your village treat them like their garbage. That in itself is inexcusable," said Naruto, as his back let out a multiple shadowy fox-like head creatures with multiple crimson eyes, and razor-sharp teeth that launched itself at the Anbu behind him. "That power is just like the rumors spoke of," thought the Reikige, as he launched himself at Naruto in the belief that the power could only be used properly if the young shinobi stayed immobile, and was confident he could defeat the Shadow Fox. Naruto caught the massive fist aimed at his face with ease before throwing the man out of his own office via the window, and leaped out of it after the Reikige. When Naruto hit the ground, the Reikige was on him instantly with taijutsu, and was temporarily throwing the Namikaze on the defensive. Though the keyword here was temporary. After the Reikige tried to hit him with a spin kick, Naruto, after ducking the said move, and landed a hard right-handed jab into the man's ribcage before hitting the man with a vicious headbutt to the face. The Reikige stumbled a bit before it was his turn to go on the defensive, as Naruto began to use his own taijutsu on the man, who was finding out firsthand that the rumors of the Shadow Fox's powers were indeed true, and was now having second thoughts about fighting this being before him. The Raikage dodged one punch to his face, but took a knee to the gut, which turned into a vertical spin kick, and took a foot to the jaw that sent the man into a nearby building. The people around them had scrambled away, with Kumo's shinobi waiting on the sidelines to be called into battle against their enemy. They of course knew that the foe the Raikage was fighting was the Shadow Fox, as the man was in every bingo book to avoid at all costs, and the fact that the mercenary had killed a large portion of their comrades didn't help matters either. You brought me here to make peace between the Leaf and Kumo. Well, I have terms I think you will find very difficult to refuse, and quite frankly, you can't refuse, said Naruto, as he saw the Raikage leap out of the building he had been sent into, and landed a good 15 feet away from the young Namikaze. You have nothing to say. I want to hear, Shadow Fox, said Raikage, as he went through hand signs, and shot massive A-rank lightning jutsu at his opponent. That's too bad, Raikage-san, since your village will now pay for your stupidity just like so many others have before you. Shadow style, redirection portal, said Naruto, as he opened up a large shadow portal in front of him, which absorbed the lightning jutsu, and directed at the building not far from the Raikage Tower. Kumo's ANBU headquarters. Or rather, what was once where Kumo's ANBU headquarters stood, since the lightning jutsu just destroyed the building, and anyone still inside of it. "No!" yelled the Raikage in horror at the sight, as he saw the building was now no more, and then looked back at the Shadow Fox. As I told you before, Raikage-san, I have a simple proposal for peace, and the terms are now negotiable, said Naruto, as he could see the man was still in shock at losing a major part of his shinobi village, and was going to at least hear him out. What are your terms? Said Raikage, as he was sweating heavily now, and wondered what kind of power this man had to do something like that. 1. You cease all hostilities towards the Leaf, and redirect your efforts on Akatsuki since they do not like to play well with other shinobi villages, said Naruto, as he saw the Raikage nod at that, and knew of the organization's way of doing things. You mean wipe them out without mercy, said the Raikage, as he saw the Shadow Fox nod, and waited for condition number 2. Second, Niyujito is to have that seal you have to keep her contained removed, and is coming back with me to Konoha under the protection of my clan, said Naruto, as he saw the Raikage looking quite displeased by this, and didn't want to lose a prized weapon from his village. I can't do that. The instant I do, Yujito will run away from Kumo, and leave her open to the Akatsuki organization to grab her, said the Raikage, who was soon silenced by the intense glare and killer intent by the Shadow Fox. That's your fault. You should have treated her better. Now for the third and final condition of peace between the two villages is the return of Hyuga Hizashi's body to the Hyuga clan, said Naruto, as he saw the Raikage was looking displeased by that since he had asked for the body of Hyuga Hayashi, and didn't know that until now. They killed my ambassador, said the Raikage, as he felt the killer intent from Naruto increase further, and it was suffocating him slowly inside. Your so-called ambassador tried to kidnap a 3-year-old Hyuga girl and the heiress of the clan no less on your orders. Do not tempt me, Raikage-san, in doing what the Akatsuki organization would do if they were here in my place, said Naruto, as he was in no mood to deal with this man's resistance to the terms, and saw the man was not going to bend so easily to the terms. I can still fight you, Shadow Fox. Me and my shinobi forces could fight. Even you can't fight an entire shinobi village with my brother ready to fight you even if you got by all of us, said the Raikage, as he saw Naruto nod, and was surprised the Shadow Fox would admit to such a thing. How true. But do you really want to sacrifice your entire village to defeat me, and leave it open to attacks from the others? Even your brother cannot repel them all for long, and you forget I have quite few influential friends in those places that will tear this place apart, said Naruto, which was true since he had many connections since his time being the Shadow Fox, and each of them would gladly avenge him if he fell. The Raikage frowned since he knew all too well that was true, as it was rumored that the new Kazekage Subkon no Gaara had encountered the Shadow Fox only once, and soon after became good friends with the young mercenary shinobi. Then there was also the fact that the Hidden Mist village had just gotten over its civil war with the help of the Shadow Fox, and became good friends with the new Mizukage, though she never told anyone what the young man looked like beyond the metal mask. Very well. For the sake of my village I agree to your terms, said the Raikage, as he knew that his village had to come first, and to refuse the terms given would destroy Kumo completely. Good. I will have all of this drawn up in a contract for you by tomorrow for you to sign before I have it taken to the Hokage for her to sign it, and I wish to see Niyujito today so I can remove that disciplinary seal on her body, said Naruto, as he sensed that the Kumo shinobi around them weren't liking this one bit, and saw the Raikage nod his head in agreement. I will summon her to my office. You can wait with me there for her, said the Raikage, as he got out of his fighting stance, and headed back to his office with Naruto for the Nibi vessel. Hokage Tower at the moment. You can't do this, said Jiraiya to Tsunade, as he was forced into moldy old janitor-like clothes along with his old sensei, and saw the serious look on his old teammate's face. I can't? You forget, Jiraiya-kun, I am the Hokage of the Leaf Village, and I can make you do whatever I want since you are both shinobi of the Leaf. I know you are retired sensei, but I can recall you to active duty, and any form of duty that I want you to do. You both won't admit you screwed Naruto over when he was younger, so until you do, I'm making you do this instead, and if you so much as think of running out on me, Jiraiya, I'll report this to the Fire Daimyo to get approval to revoke your traveling rights. Both of you are a disgrace to the Leaf for not manning up and admitting you were wrong like I did. Even Naruto admitted I had more balls than you two, and I'm a woman for Kami's sake, said Tsunade, as he saw them looking away, and knew she had hit home. What if or rather we both apologize to Naruto when he comes back? Will you call off this assignment? Said Jiraiya, as he saw Tsunade smirk, and that didn't spell anything good for him. No. Consider this my punishment to you, and when Naruto comes back he can deliver his own brand of punishment to you two Bakas. Though I'm more than willing to bet that his version of horror installed for you will be much more cruel than mine, said Tsunade, as she saw the two men shiver at that, since such a wager was not one they would like to bet against, and for once the Slug Princess was certain that not even her unlucky streak when it comes to betting would win. Kami help us, thought Jiraiya and Hiruzen before they set out to do the most horrible if not degrading labor known to existence while in the eyes of the public. Cleaning up both elephant and bull crap after said animals were secretly given laxatives by the Konohamaru Corps. Kumo one day later. Naruto sighed from his hotel room, as he looked over Kumo, finding that it was similar yet different than Konoha in terms of designs, and wondered how the others were doing right now. He had sent a fox summons to Tsunade with the signed peace agreement last night ahead of schedule, knowing full well that he lied to the Raikage, but did that in order to prevent the man from having second thoughts about the terms, and for Naruto's own protection back to Konoha. In the large bed behind him, Yujito stirred among the silk covers, and moaned out for his touch once more. Naruto didn't know how it happened, but he wasn't going to complain since it would have happened eventually due to his animal magnetism, and he doubted that the blonde woman behind was going to complain either. All Naruto knew was that the seal on her body that the Raikage put on Yujito also suppressed the young woman's baser instincts that would have come from Nibi if not from her own body's desires. The instant Yujito saw him, the woman was shocked beyond belief, and practically fainted at the news from the Raikage that he was releasing her from being a Kumo shinobi after the disciplinary seal was removed. The said seal was located on her right breast, which when placed on her as a child held little significance to Yujito back then, but now as a growing woman, and it meant that the Shadow Fox would have to see her impressive bust in order to remove it. When the blonde Nibi vessel awoke from her fainting spell, she found herself lying back on a chair in a ceiling room with the Shadow Fox, and him waiting for her to wake up. After some talking, Yujito was a little hesitant to expose herself to him, and gave him a threatening glare to not do anything perverted despite Nibi telling her that she wouldn't mind if he did do a little groping. Shortly after that, well, the rest as they say is history. You told the two girls back home about your new female guests, right? Said Kyubi, as he knew that those two would need to know about Yujito before they came back to Konoha, or else the boy wouldn't be getting any action for a while. Of course. I also explained how she is a demon vessel like me and she is an honored guest in my house while under the protection of my clan, thought Naruto, as he knew that the girls would understand that, and respect his decision regarding the matter. When do you leave for Konoha with the girl? Said Kyubi, as he knew that Naruto ran on his own timetable, and there were still things to do. Soon. After we've had breakfast. Yujito-chan needs to recover her energy she spent last night, thought Naruto, as he looked back at the woman still sleeping, and heard the fox giggling in a perverted manner. Even then I didn't know she could bend her back like that. It was quite the sight to see if I do say so myself, said Kyubi, as he saw his vessel mentally nod, and had to admit the Nibi did help in terms of flexibility since all cats were like that. We can discuss this later. Yujito's waking up, thought Naruto, as he turned fully to see Yujito rise from the bed, and yawn in a cat-like manner. What a dream I had, Nibi. I dreamt I was free of Kumo, the damned disciplinary seal, and then I gave in to repressed desires by giving myself to the shadow fox, thought Yujito, as she looked around the room, and stopped to see Naruto looking him with a smile on his face. Kitten, it wasn't a dream, said Nibi, as she saw Yujito process this information, and then let out a squeak before covering herself up with sheets on the bed. Is that really necessary, Yujito-chan? I have already seen your lovely figure, which is by the way is a very beautiful, and to be honest I had to in order to remove the disciplinary seal from your body, said Naruto, as he saw her glaring at him, but then stopped when she thought about it, and sighed at the fact that he had a point. Though Yujito still wasn't going to let him see her chest. I'm leaving Kumo to live with you, right? Said Yujito, as she knew that this was her chance to be free, and be away from this hate-filled village that only used her like a kunai before throwing her away when she was no longer needed. Yes. I figured you would find your happiness with me in the leaf, but your status as the holder of the Nibi will remain a secret just to be safe, and will have my clan's protection to further ensure nothing bad happens to you, said Naruto, as he saw Yujito nod, and then smile at him since a fresh start was something she felt was needed in her life. I heard you killed 2 members of Akatsuki and were among their strongest among the organization, said Yujito, as she saw him smile at her, and then nod that was in fact true. Yes. We will have to deal with the 2 assigned to hunt you down eventually since the 2 I killed were aimed for me, said Naruto, as he saw Yujito growl at the thought of being hunted like some mindless animal, and looked forward to dishing out her own bit of justice. I'm looking forward to it, said Yujito, as she could feel Nibi getting angry, and it was reflected by the demonic chakra the woman's body was letting out. So am I, but that can wait until later when we're back in Konoha, and we report to the Hokage, said Naruto, as he saw her flinch at the title since it sounded like rakeage to her, and she didn't like meeting anyone with that title. She's nice, right? Said Yujito, as she saw Naruto smile, and sit on the edge of her side of the bed. When she's not drunk or hasn't lost money gambling, said Naruto, as he just laughed at Yujito's sweat-dropping look, and put a gentle hand on her shoulder that made the blonde woman blush at the contact. I suppose it could be worse, thought Yujito, as the Hokage could be a big fat pervert, who would use her for other means, and for that dirty orange book. In Konoha, Jiraiya suddenly sneezed with an intense gust, pushing him back behind one of the more larger elephants, and by the time the Sannin struggled off the intensity of the sneeze, he found himself covered in elephant shit. His scream could be heard all over Konoha, and Tsunade was laughing at his misfortune. Chapter 5 Sin-Filled Confessions. Naruto walked into Konoha with Yujito by his side, as he headed straight for the Hokage Tower to give his report on the matter regarding Kumo, and to state that the alliance with the other shinobi village was declared officially complete. Along the way, Naruto noticed the mixed looks of the village populace looking at him with fear, anger, and some gave him smiles, though those were rare. Yujito also saw this, but chalked it up to the simple fact Naruto's status in being a demon vessel like her was the result of the looks, and knew that it took incredible strength to not let those looks get to you. Do you have second thoughts, Yujito-chan? Said Naruto. He saw her looking around, and saw what she did when it came to the villagers. No! My loyalty is to you and the Hokage if she is the person you make her out to be, said Yujito, as Naruto had told her about Tsunade, and how she was the Hokage now of Konoha with a much less narrow-minded view of things than others within the leaf. Only loyalty? Nothing else? Said Naruto in a mock hurt that made Yujito blush, and the nibby inside of her wasn't helping either. After freeing that seal from your body and then making you a full-fledged woman, I'd say he has definitely got more than just our loyalty, said Nibby as she saw her vessel now blushing further, and mentally telling the cat demon to shut up. Welcome back, Naruto. This is Yujito, I take it, said Tsunade, as she saw the two enter her office, and ready to give a mission report. Yep. Freed from Kumo, the seal that they use on her, and is going to be one of my many wives to help restore my clan, said Naruto before giggling like a pervert before he saw Tsunade's eyebrow twitch and Yujito's blushing at the statement. Did you do what I think you did? Said Tsunade, as she got ready to punch Naruto out of the village, and into next week. I don't know, Granny. What do you think I did? If you are thinking about what you think I did, then you might be right in thinking that, and you are now thinking something else, said Naruto, as he was now dodging a fist from Tsunade, and grabbed Yujito before leaping to the window. Get back here, Naruto, and take your punishment like a man, said Tsunade, as she shook her fist at Naruto threateningly, and got a rude gesture in return. Why should I listen to the only woman in the elemental countries, who doesn't stay to pay her debts, and hides behind a genjutsu when it comes to taking punishment? Said Naruto, as he leaped out of the window before making a shadow clone to give Tsunade the full report on his mission, and went with Yujito the Namake's estates to introduce the girl to the others waiting for them. Training ground number 4 some time later. Naruto was training now, as he let Yujito get acquainted with Haku and Hinata in order for them to bond together without him interfering. Yujito was nervous, of course, since she didn't really bond with anyone in Kumo due to her situation in being the Nibby's vessel, but Naruto assured the blonde woman that Haku would accept her without question, and the same went with Hinata. All they would ask of Yujito was that she be truthful and just be herself when around them. No fake smiles when it came to family. You can come out now, Sarutobi Baka, said Naruto, as he turned to see the old man that was the retired Sannin known to all as Sarutobi Hiruzen walking towards him, and with a smell about it that was not human fecal matter. Hi, Naruto, said the retired Sannin, as he saw Naruto glaring at him, and knew the boy had every right to be angry. That's Namake's to you, Baka. Come to apologize? Don't bother. No amount of begging for my forgiveness will ever make me forgive you or Jiraiya team. Even more so when Yujito told me the truth behind the incident involving Kumo 13 years ago. You know what I'm talking about, don't you? The one thing that not even Hayashi knew about in regards to the incident that you felt no one needed to know. The secret involving you and a secret agreement with the Raikage to get the Byakugan in exchange for no war with the Leaf? Said Naruto, as he had been told the whole story by Yujito, and how the Raikage was pissed about getting screwed over while not being able to do anything about knowing it could cause problems for both sides with the respected daimyos ordering the peace. Oh shit, thought the retired Sannin, as he saw Naruto slowly walking towards him with a serious look in his eyes that the old retired Kage had only seen in the boy's father during the last Shinobi War, and even then it was nothing like Naruto's. You remember, don't you? I would think you would, since you were the one who told the Kumo ambassador when to abduct Hinata, and how to escape the Hyuga compound after he did so. It was only by pure luck that Hayashi had such a funny feeling about the man that he decided to keep an eye on things at night, and saw the Baka stealing Hinata-chan. The plan was so close to blowing in your face at that point, but then luck decided to smile on you once more out of a sense of pity, old man, as you saw your chance to give the Raikage what he wanted, and in the form of Hyuga Hayashi himself. However, the Hyuga elders threw an explosive tag onto that idea by having Hizashi go in his brother's place, and put Kumo at a standstill with the Leaf up until now, said Naruto, as he saw Hiruzen's eyes widening, and began sweating heavily. What did you do? Said the retired Sannin, as he stared right into Naruto's eyes, and had to fight the shiver that ran down his spine. I did what you could not. I brought the conflict with Kumo to an end. I have brought back with me a wonderful woman they thought a weapon ni Yujito. And I also brought back Hyuga Hizashi's body back to the leaf to be buried properly. By now Tsunade will be issuing an order for your arrest on the grounds of treason and various other laws of the leaf that you also broke because of it," said Naruto, as he saw the old man now go pale in the face, and then grabbing the younger man by the collar of his clothing in a form of panic. "You don't understand, Naruto. Kumo could have easily wiped us out with the Raikage's younger brother, and the man himself had worked together. The only reason they didn't was because Lightning Country had been hit by a recession and any further continuance of conflict would have crippled them. I didn't know how long it would last since there were already signs of it ending soon, and it was the only way to call off any future attack by Kumo. I did what I had to do for the leaf. Being Hokage is not so simple like you think it is, Naruto," said the Sandaime and felt Naruto's grab his wrists before squeezing it hard. "Like I think it is? You think I don't know, old man? I know how hard it is because I saw you Sandaime Hokage fail at being it. You failed to be Hokage after my father died, you failed at being the Hokage during the Hyuga incident with Kumo, and you failed to keep the late Uchiha Sasuke from being spoiled by the Bakas in the village. Not to mention you lied to me about my family, and you deliberately kept away the one godparent that could have had watch over me if told to stay for that reason," said Naruto, as he now squeezed harder, and heard the old Kage cry out in pain before making him fall down to his knees in pain. "I had to. It was the only way to ensure you wouldn't die. Danzo had a Root Anbu team on standby to kill you the instant Tsunade came back into the village on my order if it was marginally connected to you. He had so much information on me that I could have been overthrown and Danzo would have taken my place," said the Sandaime, as he saw Naruto look at him with even greater anger than before, and squeezed harder until there was the sound of old Kage's wrists breaking. "You spineless old man! That's your excuse? The old I had to speech? What you should have done was tell Tsunade everything. You tell Jiraiya to get off his lazy perverted ass, and raise me like they were asked to by my father. Instead, you roll yourself into a ball while drowning your guilt in the belief the people will one day come to their senses and seeing me like the hero they should have from the start, and ignore a child's cries that should have never been ignored in the first place," said Naruto, as he threw the man onto the ground, and walked away. "You will never become Hokage at this rate, Naruto. You will always be the same stupid clueless boy you were growing up and will never understand what it takes to be a leader and to make sacrifices. Your father learned at least that much when he was Hokage of the Leaf," said the Sandaime, as he saw Naruto stop walking, and turn around with an infuriated look upon his wrinkled face before walking towards the old Kage to the point of stopping right in front of his elderly body. "You still think I want to be Hokage? That I still want to rule over a bunch of spineless, arrogant, and egg-sucking pieces of gutter trash within the Leaf? I'd sooner go to IWA and become Tsukiage after they learn I'm the Yandaime's son. You want to talk about my father making sacrifices? About being a leader who makes sacrifices? Why not talk about me then, because I've been making sacrifices for this Kami-forsaken village since the day I was born. It's you retired Sandaime Hokage, who does not understand what it means to make sacrifices, and you have long since tried to justify your guilt using the very position you have tainted since taking it over after my father died. May you burn in hell forever, old man. May your soul burn for over 1,000 lifetimes. For when you go to hell, and believe me when I say you will go there, the demons that reside there will be sure to give you a royal welcome fitting for scum like you along with every arrogant baka this village holds," said Naruto, as he kicked the retired Hokage in the face, and then spit on the old man after doing so before walking off with the ANBU that Tsunade ordered to arrest her former sensei. With Jiraiya some time later. Jiraiya was taking one of the very rare breaks he was given cleaning up steaming piles of elephant and bull crap given to him by his old teammate now Hokage. As he sat there with his shovel planted in the ground in front of him, the Sannin thought back to how he screwed up so badly with his student's son, and how he left the Leaf instead of protecting the boy from harm. Minato should never have left to fight Kyuubi. I should have done it. I could have made the damned seal and he could have worked on it afterwards to further improve it. But he just had to play the hero, the self-righteous, and self-sacrificing baka, thought Jiraiya, as he turned to his right to see Naruto standing on a fence post, and looking down at him with a frown. So this is how the great toad Sannin Jiraiya spends his days when he's not peeping on women to keep his guilt from devouring his already weak soul. Cleaning up animal crap, said Naruto, as his voice was mixed with disgust and some form of amusement. Sure, rub it in my face, why don't you? Said Jiraiya, as he saw Naruto scoff at him, and then look at the animals around them. I would, but I don't want my hands smelling like animal crap, and then going home to my future wives to have them smell it, said Naruto, as he saw Jiraiya go pale, and then glare at him for being a smart ass. Just like his father. No respect whatsoever for their elders, thought Jiraiya, as he saw his late student's son look at him, and then got a deadly serious look on his face. Why didn't you come visit me like the old retarded monkey did when I returned from my mission to Kumo? Said Naruto, as he saw Jiraiya wince at him, and look away in shame. For one, I thought you might feel vengeful, and try to kill me. As for two, I couldn't see you because I didn't want to believe you came back, and alive from your mission to see the wreckage, said Jiraiya, as he felt Naruto's killer intent rise, and knew that the boy would demand an answer. You didn't want to believe I would come back alive? Is that what you just said? Did I just hear my failure of a godfather wishing that I failed my mission and possibly died while on it? I knew you were pathetic, Sannin, but now even I in 100 years, if given that amount of time to live, would have believed you wished me dead, said Naruto, as he saw Jiraiya scowl and get up to walk away before a kunai hit him hard right in leg. Reverse end, of course. What do you want me to say, Naruto? That I hated you? That I wanted you dead? That I was like your mother and hoped the village would kill you, said Jiraiya, as he knew that Naruto could have hit him with the sharp end, and chose not to. That would be good thing to start with. I want to know just how far the hatred within you goes because your shadow is singing right now and I want to hear it from your own mouth, said Naruto, as he saw Jiraiya look at him with surprise, and knew that the man didn't expect his own shadow to rat him out. And Jiraiya just couldn't take it anymore in keeping his feelings bottled up like this. Okay. Fine. I admit to hating you. The Yondaime was my greatest student, and in one single night the QB took what I had molded into a corpse after being sealed into you. So yeah. I do hated you, Naruto. I still do. I hate you for holding the demon fox that killed my student, who was your father, and Kami helped me. I won't change how I feel about you in that regard, said Jiraiya, as he wasn't going to hold back his feeling on the matter anymore, and decided to express it now while he still could. I see. Tsunade had hoped you would know humility by doing this and admit you were wrong for being such a baka of a godfather, but it seems her hopes in you died long before she ever gave the order, and now I will have to do what must be done to set you free, said Naruto, as he drew his sword, and Jiraiya got ready for a fight. Bring it on, monster. I no longer care what Tsunade thinks of me, I no longer care about anything regarding the leaf, and I don't care about you, said Jiraiya, as he was tired of holding back his anger at the losses he suffered over the years, with Tsunade's constant rejections being the first, the constant showing of favoritism the Sandaime made towards Orochimaru being another, and the loss of his own student being like a son to him being the final straw that broke his pre-verbal back. Letting it fester to this point had finally brought it out, with Naruto probing the festering scab in Jiraiya's soul, causing it to pop. Shame. Tsunade will miss you, even if you are a super perverted baka, and filled with the mindless arrogant hate like all the other assholes in the village, said Naruto, as he stabbed his sword into the ground, and it came out of Jiraiya's shadow, hitting the Sannin right in the back before going through the chest. What? Said Jiraiya, as he didn't understand, and saw Naruto walking towards him with a serious look on his face. What? You didn't think I would waste all my time and energy fighting you in an all-day battle, did you? I do not have the time nor the patience to fight someone lower than trash like you today. As for what awaits you in the afterlife, I think you along with my father are going to have a few choice words just like he's doing now with my bitch of a mother, and he will be the one to show you the true meaning of pain. Goodbye, failure, said Naruto, as he took out another shadowy blade, and took Jiraiya's head clean off. Tsunade wasn't going to like this, but considering Yujito was now with him, and Kumo was off their backs, he doubted she's raised such a stink considering how much of a baka the man was. Hokage's office moments later. You did what? Yelled Tsunade, as she looked at Naruto like he did made the biggest mistake of his shinobi career, and further paled when her godson planted Jiraiya's head on her desk. I killed Jiraiya. And before you even begin to think I'm betraying the village, I took the liberty of recording our conversation before I did, and have it here for you to listen to. Oh, FYI, that's a copy, so don't even think of getting the idea of destroying it and then having me arrested, said Naruto, as he threw the tape on her desk and left without another word. Jiraiya, you perverted baka. I knew you well, thought Tsunade, as she looked at the face of her former teammate, knowing now there was only one more left, and he was the next one to go after Naruto got through with him. Hopefully, Tsunade could get Anko to join Naruto in order to keep an eye on her godson, and make sure he didn't do anything too rash. Only time would tell. Chapter 6 Fall of the Snake Sannin. Naruto stood by the north gate entrance/exit of the village in his shadow fox attire, as he waited for Anko to meet him for the special assignment had Tsunade give him to kill the last remaining male Sannin of the three. Tsunade had mixed feelings about that, but she managed to give him the assignment to Naruto, knowing that Orochimaru had long since cheated the Shinigami of his soul, and it was time the snake Sannin paid what he owed. Come on out, Anko. You can't hide from me. Not with that shadow of yours whispering things that would give a pervert a severe nosebleed, said Naruto, as he turned to see the woman come out one of the nearby alleys in her usual attire, and had a smirk on her face. Damn! And here I thought I could sneak up behind you so I could grab that wonderful-looking ass of yours, said Anko, as she walked towards him, and had a sway in her hips that told the younger of the two that she wanted him, badly. Sorry to disappointment, but to make it up to you, I got us this mission together to hunt down and kill your old sensei, since my spy network has found Orochimaru's most recent hideout that he won't be moving from for the next 2 months, said Naruto, as he saw Anko's eyes widen, and then tackle him into a hug with his head now in her breasts while she kept saying, thank you, several times before letting him go. Maybe after the mission is over we can have a little fun, said Anko, as she ran her index finger in random patterns along his chest, and was smiling wickedly. Perhaps. However, we must first complete the mission, and then we can have some fun, said Naruto, as he grinned behind his mask, and grabbed Anko's rear hard, making the special jounen let out a squeak of surprise before he let go of her to see the woman's flush-red face. Clearly, no one had ever had the courage to grab her ass out of fear of losing the hand, and another important male appendage. Pervert, said Anko, as she moved to slap him, but he easily caught it, and moved her face close to his masked one, now less than an inch from it. Maybe I am one. Maybe I'm not. However, you opened the door with your flirting, the innuendos, and this is the result of it. Don't like it? Then don't flirt and give me innuendos that are made to make me blush, said Naruto, as he smacked her ass this time, and then let go of her before running off while laughing the entire time. When I catch you, pervert, I'm going to cut off that hand of yours, and mount it on my wall, said Anko, as she chased after him, but even then she felt her heart beating faster, and part of the special jounen's mind kept saying that she wouldn't mind Naruto grabbing her ass again, much less giving it a good spanking. Namake's estate several days later. Hinata sighed contentedly, as she sipped her tea with the two girls sitting to each side of her in the triangle formation they had created in order to look at the other, and could tell that they were just as content as she was. Haku had made her special blend of tea, as she had felt the sudden need for it, and Hinata along with Yujito agreed with her wholeheartedly in that fact. It wasn't an easy arrangement at first, as there was a need to mark their own respectable territory in regards to Naruto, and they would each be lying if they said that claws didn't threaten to come out. In Yujito's case it was quite literally. Fortunately, their claws never did come out with either meaning, as the trio had found common ground in wishing to make Naruto happy, and knew that fighting over him was not something to do to stay in his favor. Another thing to consider was that being in this harem meant that each girl had to trust the other, as they were part of something special, and to be the alpha female was something Naruto didn't wish. He loved them all equally, either side gaining too much favor, nor did they receive too little of it, and made it known when around. I hope Naruto-kun is doing all right with Anko. They went to hunt down Orochimaru at one of his bases, said Hinata, as she knew from the Leaf Village's past experiences. The snake Sannin was not one to be underestimated, and also had to consider Kabuto a threat too. Naruto-kun can handle Orochimaru and Anko can make sure Kabuto is kept at bay, said Haku, as she knew Naruto would destroy Orochimaru if not give Anko that honor, and then remove Kabuto to make sure all that the Sannin did died with those two. That is an understatement. I saw the power Naruto-kun wielded against the Raikage, and it was something you don't want to feel the wrath of, said Yujito, as she had seen what the boy could do, and what it was that made the Raikage relinquish his hold over her. I just wish Sakura would leave him alone. She's constantly on the warpath trying to kill Naruto-kun like the stupid bitch she is, just like when we were younger, said Hinata, as Sakura had come over to the house yesterday, screaming like a banshee, and calling for Naruto to come out so she could kill him to avenge Sasuke. Hinata hit the bitch with a gentle fist slap across her face that sent the pink-haired slut sailing into the Hokage monument. We will leave her alone for now, but if Sakura become a threat to Naruto, no matter how small it may be, we kill her, and burn the body just for the hell of it, said Yujito, as she saw the other two nod in agreement, and were not going to put up with Sakura's diehard Uchiha fangirl ways anymore. What about the other two girls? Tenten-chan and Hana-chan both seemed to like Naruto-kun quite a bit from what I saw from before when he was in contact with them, said Haku, as she wanted to know about those two girls, and what their intentions were in regards to the Shadow Fox. Tenten-chan wants to learn from him in terms of swordsmanship, but I know she is also interested in him, and would like to be in a possible relationship. As for Hana-chan, it is too soon to tell with her, and the feelings she may feel could possibly be instinct-related in terms of finding an alpha, said Hinata, as she knew how the two had interacted with Naruto in the time he was back in Konoha, and knew they wanted to get to know him better. To be honest, I think those two will fit right in with us, and that Anko woman can also liven things up if she joins Naruto-kun's harem, said Yujito, as she saw the girls look at her like she was crazy, and then realized that the Nibi vessel didn't know how Anko could get very excited about things. Oh well, Yujito would have to learn some time. Hokage Tower at the moment. This is outrageous. You have no right to do this, said a civilian council member, as he was being taken away by Anbu kicking and screaming all the way to the Ibiki. One of many to be precise. Actually, the Fire Daimyo gave me all the rights I needed to violate yours, and I found enough mismanagement of funds at the hands of you Bakas to have you all executed. But then I thought, what would be the fun in that, and decided to let Ibiki earn his pay, said Tsunade, as the last civilian council member was dragged out of her office, and then she turned her evil eyes look, that Naruto taught her before leaving with Anko, to the shinobi council with the Sandame's old teammates looking just about ready to piss themselves. Hokage-sama, as surely our records are impeccable, and are all in order, said Hamura, as he saw Tsunade squinting her eyes at him with scrutiny, and then turned to Koharu with suspicion. Fortunately, you two have clean financials, so for the moment you are off the hook with me. But if you so much as look at Naruto wrong, so much as think up a foul name in your head, I will arrest you both, and have Ibiki squeeze out every piece of information you hold in those wrinkled dried-up heads of yours. Got it? Said Tsunade, as she saw the two cowering in the corner, and nodding their heads quickly. Why yes, Hokage-sama, said the two at the same time. Good. Now get the fuck out of my office, yelled Tsunade, as she stomped her foot, and shook the room from the impact before the two old farts ran out the room like they were back in their 20s again. Damn. She had wanted to do that for years. I have heard of clearinghouse, but this is ridiculous, thought Shizen, as she had seen Tsunade come in this morning early, mind you, and began going through every single last piece of paperwork with no drinking breaks before summoning the councils here to be torn a new asshole. "Send in that landlord from the new apartment!" yelled Tsunade, as she had one more piece of business to conduct, and it involved the owner of Naruto's old apartment. The said landlord came in quivering like a little child, nearly pissing himself at the sound of Tsunade's fingers drumming along her desk, and the smirk on the Hokage's face was making the man growing increasingly nervous. As he should be. "YUW wanted to SSC me HH Hokage-sama?" said the man, as he saw Hokage looking at him like a piece of meat, and saw that she was not impressed with what she saw. "Yes. As you know, Namake's Naruto has had his status changed from deceased back to being alive due to the information coming out about him being the Shadow Fox. As you are also well aware of, he was your only occupant of the shithole your place once was, and you yourself didn't live there. Under Konoha's various housing laws under apartment buildings, it state that if a landlord is not among its occupants for over 3 years, then he/she forfeits their right to be landlord of the apartment, and hands it over to the only occupant that lives within it. The only way to get it back is if the new owner gives it to you, and hands over the deed to the home," said Tsunade, as she saw the man now grow fearful since he put a lot of money into transforming that place into something close to a luxury hotel, and was now being told that he was about to lose it to the demon brat. "But that the boy lost his right to the place when he was declared dead. As such, the deed would go right back to me, and stay with me," said the landlord, as he now saw Tsunade frown at his near slip-up, and narrow her eyes at him. "True, but it hasn't been a full 3 years since then, and now that his listing within the Leaf ranks is no longer Kia, it means the deed is to be handed over to him immediately upon his return to Konoha. Failure to comply with my orders, sabotage the building, and do anything illegal to prevent Naruto from claiming the property as his will result in you along with various other parties involved being punished publicly for your actions until Naruto kills you for it," said Tsunade, as she saw the landlord jump up in a rage, and his mouth frothing like a rabid animal. "This is absurd. I will not hand over my property over to that demonic abomination. It was bad enough that thing lived in my complex since it was born, but now this. I'd rather die," yelled the man, as he was hoping his words would reach anyone that shared his sentiments, and would rally to it in the future. He was met with Tsunade slamming her fist on her desk with enough force to shake the room with killer intent coming off of her, causing the landlord to soil himself. "That can be arranged," yelled Tsunade, as she was not about to put up with any of this man's arrogant crap, and if need be just have him killed right now before labeling his death an accident. The now former owner of Naruto's newly acquired property looked to be on the verge of a heart attack at this news, since he was calling Tsunade in the belief her threat of killing him was a bluff and found himself finding out that it was not. Running out of the room with his soiled pants, Tsunade summoned a loyal ANBU, who had been in the room, and ordered him to watch the baka just in case he tried anything on the property. Orochimaru's hideout 3 days later. "How is the progress coming with my latest vessel Kabuto?" said Orochimaru, as he was doing some experiments, and his right-hand man looking at some test results. "He's doing remarkably well, Orochimaru-sama. It won't be long until he's ready for you to take over his body," said Kabuto, as he saw the Sannin smiling wickedly, and knew that this body Orochimaru was one of the better bodies he had in stock. "Good. Make sure nothing happens to him while I run these tests," said Orochimaru, as he looked at the blood samples in front of him, and was grinning sinisterly at it. No sooner has that happened, did a series of explosions shake the internal structure of the base, and the sounds of people dying soon could be heard. "We're under attack! All forces defend and protect Orochimaru," said a sound shinobi on the intercom system, but was killed off by something that clearly caused the man a great deal of pain and suffering from the various sounds of the tearing off of flesh that went out over the intercom. "Who dares attack the great Orochimaru of the Sannin? Come forth and feel the wrath of a vengeful immortal god," said Orochimaru, snarling with anger at his base now being attacked, as he ran outside to see who it was that was attacking him, and make those that did regret it. When he got outside, the Sannin was surprised to see Kabuto fighting Anko, but at the same time his former and failed apprentice looked like she was not the source of the carnage before him. Hearing a wicked chuckle to his right, Orochimaru turned to see a sight before him that filled his wicked heart with fear he had not felt in years, and the sight before him was the Shadow Fox. The Shadow Fox sitting on a crimson throne leaking blood all around him, his right leg over his left, hand interlacing the other, and were in front of his mask staring into the Sannin's very soul. Orochimaru wasn't a fool, as word had spread through the elemental countries on just who the Shadow Fox was, and was surprised that the boy was alive after he had originally learned of his death in Wave Country. He actually came for the body, only to find it wasn't there, and cursed himself while believing that the grave the people gave the brat was fake while secretly burying him at another location. Any such action in finding out where would have alerted the Sandaime, who would have contacted Jiraiya, and the Toad Sannin would have gone to investigate personally. Why so surprised, Orochimaru? Surely you knew that with my services now employed to the leaf that I would seek you out, and destroy your pedophile ass, said Naruto, as he saw the Sannin snarl at him, and quickly drew Kusanagi from his mouth. To be perfectly honest, I was under the impression that you hated the leaf, and would seek its destruction before I could do it myself, said Orochimaru, as he actually long suspected that Naruto would wish to unleash his vengeance upon the village, and those that dwelled within it. I do hate the leaf and those within it. However, it doesn't mean that all of them have to suffer, as there are good people there regardless of them being in the minority, and I'm just picking off the bakas that hurt me the most. Like your old partner in crime that was Danzo, for example, said Naruto, as he saw Orochimaru become infuriated by that news since he had spent a great deal of time on giving Danzo the Senju bloodline, and now such potential was lost. Damn you! All that effort I put into giving him the Senju bloodline and in an instant you destroy it, said Orochimaru, as he could feel the boy smirking at him behind that metal fox mask, and it was pissing him off. Well, if it makes you feel any better, I evened the score for you by killing Jiraiya, and getting the old man arrested on criminal charges, said Naruto, as he saw Orochimaru looking at him in shock, and then fear since Jiraiya was strongest of the three Sannin. Jiraiya is dead? It can't be, said Orochimaru, as Naruto slowly got off his crimson throne, and once more chuckling at the Sannin like what was said was nothing more than a joke. A quick word of advice when facing me, Orochimaru team. I highly recommend you piss yourself, followed by praying to your impotent god, said Naruto, as he moved his right hand in a graceful manner, and the shadow lines that now escaped his fingertips were now dancing in the air like they were alive. What is that he's doing? It looks like he's wielding chakra strings, but I can sense they are something else, thought Orochimaru, as took a step back, and was watching the shadowy string cautiously. Orochimaru-sama, those strings are what he used to kill everyone around us, and must be avoided at all costs, said Kabuto, as he took his eyes off Anko, and proved to be a fatal mistake with the special Jounin unleashing deadly snakes within her trench coat sleeves that wrapped around him before biting his upper body around his face with their poisonous fangs. Even with his own healing power, Kabuto couldn't handle so much of it, and could no longer fight. What? All this death was from that? Thought Orochimaru, now tensing at the sight of the shadow string moving around almost unnatural. Well, not all of it was from my hands. Anko-chan helped a bit by launching a couple hundred explosive tags in all directions, said Naruto, which made Anko blush, and get him to laugh at being put on the spot like that. It worked, said Anko, as if to justify her actions, and saw Naruto nod his head. That it did, Anko-chan. That it did, said Naruto, as he let out another evil if not sinister chuckle before the notorious shinobi unleashed his deadly shadow strings upon the now fearing for his life Orochimaru, who leaped out of the way, and just barely avoided them. I won't die so easily, boy. I am a Sannin after all. Earth style, mud dragon jutsu, said Orochimaru, as he quickly made hand signs, and launched his jutsu at the shadow fox with the man easily invading it in a graceful manner while charging straight at him. So foolish, said Naruto, as he dodged the length of the jutsu, and forcing Orochimaru to jump back every few seconds due to the closing gap that was coming with the Sannin trying to slice him to pieces with the Kusanagi sword. "Get away from me!" said Orochimaru, as he tried to use his sword to keep Naruto away from his person with those shadow strings all around the Shadow Fox, and knew that one false move would destroy him. "Let the suffering begin," said Naruto, as he easily sidestepped the sword thrust from Orochimaru's weapon, and wrapped the shadow strings around the snake Sannin's wrists before giving a tug that resulted in Traitor of the Leaf's own hands. "My hands! You took away my hands!" said Orochimaru, as he cried out in pain, and saw Naruto kick his sword to Anko with the woman using her free hand to grab it before she stabbed Kabuto with it to make sure the medic Nin was officially 100% dead. "Now this is the part where you pray before you die," said Naruto, as he wrapped the shadow strings around Orochimaru, and pulled on them hard to cause the intended effect the infamous shinobi was hoping for. Orochimaru had been sliced to pieces. "You have no idea how hot you just made from doing that to him," said Anko, as she saw her bastard former teacher was now reduced to nothing more than sliced bloody chunks of flesh, and of course lots of blood. No mud clones. No fake bodies. It was all Orochimaru that was before them in pieces, and there was no way to bring the old bastard back. "Would you like to do the honors?" said Naruto, as he saw her smirk and go through the hand signs. "You're such a gentleman, Naruto-kun. That earns you bonus points with me." "Fire style, fireball jutsu," said Anko, as she unleashed her fire jutsu on the remains, and watched with glee at the sight of the Sannin's body turning to ash. "Looking forward to it," said Naruto, as he let out another chuckle behind his mask, and knew his demonic voice he used when like this turned her on so badly. He was so going to enjoy getting laid with this sexy hot woman. Akatsuki home base 3 days later. "It has been confirmed. Orochimaru and Kabuto are dead," said Pain, as he saw the other members of Akatsuki look at him in shock, and some were getting nervous. "Namely Conan." "The Shadow Fox?" said Haiden, as he saw Pain nod, and let out a string of curses. "With the help of Mitarashi Anko. From what Setsu has told me, the Kyubi vessel used what could only be described as shadow strings to kill most of Orochimaru's men, and then Orochimaru himself," said Pain, as he saw Sasori seem interested in the attack Naruto used in killing everyone, and wondered if it was possible to use it with his puppets. "So what exactly do you want us to do?" said Deidara, as he saw Pain frown in thought, and consider his options. "You and Sasori will go after the Shikaka vessel soon. The time for gathering all of the 9 has come. Haiden and Kakuzu will go after the Nibi. Now that she is no longer in Kumo, you will go to Konoha, and grab her for the ceiling. I have been told that Jiraiya of the Sannin is dead, which means a key defense is lost to the Leaf, and leaves just the last remaining Sannin now currently the Hokage of the village. Wipe out anyone that stands in your way," said Pain, as he saw the 4 members nod their heads before their projections vanished with Setsu doing the same, and left just the man along with Conan alone. "What do we do about the Kyubi vessel? We don't even know if he still possesses the demon fox," said Conan, as she knew the key to the plan working was to use all of the 9, and seal them away in a certain sequence. "We will deal with him soon enough, Conan. Unfortunately, right now the loss of Itachi and Kisame has weakened our group considerably. First, we will collect the one-tail, and then the two-tail beast to make up for such losses at the hands of the Shadow Fox," said Pain, as he saw Conan nod, but still saw her worry, and knew that this was not the path she thought things would go. "Do we really want to bring his wrath down upon us by attacking the Leaf and taking the Nibi vessel from him? From the rumors I've heard, the Shadow Fox has become attached to her, and may take this personally," said Conan, as she joined the organization in the name of love, and here she was with a man that was threatening to hurt someone in that manner by possibly taking such a feeling away. Was she becoming a hypocrite? It can't be helped. The Shadow Fox would have inevitably crossed paths with us again after the loss of Itachi and Kisame. I consider it a way to settle the score and cover our losses," said Pain, as he knew that the capture of the two demons would make up for the death of the two Akatsuki members, and bring things back up to their proper timetable. "You've changed. The man I knew would never act in such a manner," said Conan, as she once knew the man before her to not act in such a way, and felt pain in her own heart from this. "Change happens with the times, Conan," said Pain, as he ignored Conan's hurt look, and stopped the projection of his form with the woman doing so moments later. Konoha Prison Center 2 days later. The former Hokage of Konoha sat on his bed, in his cell, shackles on all 4 of his limbs with each limb connected to its parallel twin counterpart, and a broken shell of what he once was after coming out of retirement, when the Yondaime died fighting Kyubi. He looked at the garbage the prison called food in front of him with a large bubble forming in it before it popped with the sound echoing throughout the room. Of course, the retired Hokage didn't eat the crap they served him since he knew all about what was mashed in it, and what it could do to the mind. He had after all approved of it in his prime in secret meetings with his shinobi advisors during his time running the Leaf in his prime and kept the process going secretly under the Yondaime's own nose. Many of the prisoners within Konoha ate this mental-altering drug-filled food by force if necessary, but no one had forced him to eat it since he was an old man, and apparently the powers that be wanted him to be sane for his execution so that everyone in the Leaf could see just how sound in mind he had been during his last reign as Hokage. And see him fall just as badly too. "Evening, old monkey! Anyone violate your old S yet? I could come back and speak to you afterwards when it's over?" said Naruto, as he came out of the shadows of the former Hokage's cell, and smiled at the broken body before him. "Come to see me one last time before my execution, I see," said Hiruzen, as he saw the Yondaime's son take off his mask, and look at him with red demonic eyes. "Would you expect anything less from me? After all, I do have you to thank for all that happened to me in life and the mission you sent Team 7 on that you knew was not a C rank," said Naruto, speaking normally, his eyes narrowing, and his mouth no longer had the smile on it that told of mischievous pranks being planned in the process. "So you found out about that," said Hiruzen, as he had deliberately gave that mission to Team 7 knowing what it was, and that Tazuna wasn't telling the whole truth behind the escorting. "Difficult not to. One fault you had above all else was keeping records too neat and well documented. I went through the mission scrolls for that day, which again wasn't hard to do, and learned that the mission wasn't even recorded down as a C rank from the start. Instead, you had it down as a A rank mission, but you gave it to Kakashi anyway under a genjutsu with the means to give the Uchiha stimulation for his bastard eyes, and possibly kill me in one fell swoop. You never intended for me to make it back from that mission, did you? The councils were pressuring you into removing me, but they knew if it did, it would get out that my father was the Yondaime's son, and make the village look like a bunch of inbreeding bastards. So you compromised with them knowing that they would agree since it was a plan that seemed to give them what they wanted twofold from the start. They get the Sharingan eyes from Sasuke and for myself. They get me in a grave 6 feet in the ground for them to dance on when my birthday comes around. How could they refuse?" said Naruto, as he saw the former Sandaime Hokage grunt, and it made the ever-infamous Shadow Fox laugh at the old man. "You seem to have me figured out, don't you, Naruto? Is that why you are here? To gloat in the fact you figured everything out?" said the old former Kage before looking up at the boy with hate in his eyes. "Me? Gloat? Oh, Sandaime-sama, how you wound me so! Please, as if I don't have enough to gloat about without me sounding like the late Uchiha bitch, and the council members that would blow him just to get their own rocks off. I just came here to tell you that your execution isn't going to be public like you thought it would be. It's been decided by both Tsunade and the Fire Daimyo that you be privately executed since the public masses of Konoha, that is its majority, that live in it still love you despite all your sins. They felt that the people would revolt against such an action and feel the need to mislead them from the truth. You know all about that, don't you, old man?" said Naruto, as he saw the retired Hokage now prisoner glaring harder, and knew he touched a nerve. "And you call me a hypocrite for doing it," said Hiruzen, as he saw Naruto giving him a mocking pout, and then the finger for good measure. "Up yours, Hiruzen. I'm just using your playbook. It's not my fault that you can't stand it when someone else uses your own moves against you. Nonetheless, I feel it is important to tell you that your favorite student is dead, and will be ready to meet you in hell," said Naruto, as he saw the old man's eyes widen in shock, and then narrow with rage burning within them. "You bastard child," said Hiruzen, as he had always treasured those moments with the snake Sannin when he was younger, and now his prodigy of a student was taken from him. "Oh, are you hurt by that news? Then you clearly won't like the news of how I also killed Jiraiya too before that just prior to your arrest," said Naruto, as he saw the old man leap off his bed at him, but was stopped due to the chains on the limbs being connected to the floor under the bed, and stopped short of reaching the shadow fox just short of spitting distance. "I'll kill you!" yelled the former Hokage, as he struggled to get free, but the seals on the chains that drained his chakra were preventing him from lashing out, and Naruto just chuckled like a child watching a wind-up toy move around. "Such a waste of energy. I give you an A for originality, but an F for trying, and making it seem believable," said Naruto, as he took out his sword, took the old man's head clean off, and then let it become devoured by the shadows with the body now slowly looking like it was being digested in stomach acid. It wasn't fancy, it wasn't dramatic, but he got the job done, and Naruto needed to report to the Hokage to tell her the execution order had been done while the village populace was going to be none the wiser. They would think the old man died in prison, with what was left of his dignity, and if by chance the people did learn such a thing was a lie, fuck them if they hated it. Fuck them all. Chapter 7 Shadows and Dust. Mitarashi Anko skipped, that's right, she skipped rather happily into the leaf, glowing like the sun itself when rising in the morning, and Namake's Naruto in his ever-intimidating shadow fox uniform walking beside her. Behind his masked face was a smirk that if any man saw would see it was a look that said, "Yeah, I got summoned from Anko without a limb lost in the process," though that would be kissing and telling. Of course, Naruto was too much of a gentleman to do such a thing to Anko, and he felt the woman needed to feel appreciated for all the shit that got thrown at her for being the now late Orochimaru's apprentice. "You go relax in the hot springs, Anko-chan. I'll report to the Hokage about our successful mission," said Naruto, as he heard the woman squeal with excitement before hugging him in a death grip, and had his masked head placed deep in the Valley of Delights so rare few have been. And even rarer survived the aftermath of being in it. "You're the best, Naruto-kun. Maybe later we can have an encore of what we did on the way back here and in your bed this time," said Anko, kissing his masked face, and then winked before skipping to the hot springs with a smile on her face. "I'll say this for Anko-chan. She may be sadistic, as well as hungry for blood, but make her happy, and she'll do things with her tongue that cause one's toe curl like the wicked witch with the red slippers in that Oz movie," thought Naruto, as he walked with a skip in his own step, and almost wished for people to see his face beyond the mask. Hot Springs female sighed. "Oh, I so needed this," said Hana, as she sighed at the feeling of her body submitting to the warm, soothing water, and her friend Yuhi Kurinai was across from her sighing in agreement. "Agreed. I know I'm all for women being strong, but there is nothing wrong with us being pampered, and being, well, like women," said Kurinai, as she heard feminine footsteps coming their way, and Anko soon came in wearing a towel before she descended into the bath water. "I love my life," said Anko, as she enjoyed the warm water, and the fact it was soothing her own aching body. "Damn, Anko, you're practically glowing. Killing Orochimaru must have been way more satisfying than I thought it would be, and rightfully so, all things considered," said Hana, as she knew the woman was itching so badly to kill her sensei, and took the opportunity to take the mission for it. "That wasn't the only thing I found to be satisfying," said Anko with a "I got some" look on her face, and saw the shocked faces of her friends when seeing that "and I let the guy live" look that followed it. "Really? But the only guy that was with you was, you didn't?" said Kurinai, as Hana moved closer, and had an almost wolfish look on her face. "I so did. I mean, how could I not reward him after killing Orochimaru, and letting me kill Kabuto while all their buddies were slaughtered around us? It was so romantic," said Anko, making her friend's sweat drop at seeing the blissful face she was sporting. Okay. So, how was the fox boy? Said Hana, wanting details, while Kurenai frowned at the Inuzuka woman for being so cut to the chase. Hana! You shouldn't ask Anko to kill and tell. At least not like that, said Kurenai in a scolding manner, since she knew Hinata was being tight-lipped about her intimacy with Naruto. Though her former student's glowing body easily told Kurenai the times the two had were possibly to die for. Oh, he's no boy, Hana-chan. Naruto-kun is all fox man. Went at it about 10 miles away from the destroyed base, right in the forest area like two wild horny animals should, and it was just, oh Kami, I think I just had an orgasm from thinking about it, said Anko, with her body shaking so much from pleasure at the memory, making her two friends blush and sweat drop a second time. So Naruto rocked your world, huh? Is he an alpha, or did you make him your bitch? Said Hana, as she knew Anko was a woman that liked to be in control and dominate others. Make him my bitch? Please. Naruto-kun isn't someone you can dominate when it comes to sex. He's all alpha, Hana-chan, and I doubt you could tame that man or what he's got down south. Oh Kami, I love that thing, said Anko, giggling excitedly at the thought of going at it with him again. Oh really? How much are you willing to wager I can tame Naruto and be the dominate one during sex? Said Hana, seeing Kurenai look at her like she was nuts, and Anko just grinned evilly at the idea that sprung to mind. So you want to make a bet, huh? Okay. I'll set it up. You go on a date with Naruto-kun tomorrow, since I'm going to be with him tonight with the other girls in the house. If you can get him in the sack and dominate him, I'll swear off Dango for a month, said Anko, seeing Hana smiling at the idea of Anko going into a I need Dango. Gimme appearance, since that had happened once and was pretty hysterical. Fine. And if I lose the bet, I'll said Hana in thought, while Anko again smiled evilly, while Kurenai face-palmed with the oh no look on her face. You'll be Naruto-kun's sex slave for a whole month, said Anko, as she saw Hana and Kurenai looking at her like she was nuts. What? How come your stakes of losing the bet are lower than mine? Said Hana, as she wasn't sure now about this, and saw Kurenai giving Anko the woman's scolding look. What's wrong, Hana-chan? Afraid that you'll lose the bet and be dominated by Naruto-kun? Afraid you'll be his bitch tomorrow and then a month afterwards only to enjoy it and never want it to end? Said Anko, giggling fiendishly at her Inuzuka friend, looking like her pride had just been damaged. Afraid? Afraid? Inuzuka Hana isn't afraid of anything. I accept your bet. Get ready to go on a psychotic episode after going a whole month without Dango. I'll have my camera at the ready to see your moments of craziness, said Hana, stretching her hand out and Anko grasping it to seal the deal, with Kurenai being the unfortunate witness to this event. Excellent! Besides, being fucked by Naruto-kun is better than Dango, and I can last the whole month being his fuck toy. So ha! Said Anko, grinning at Hana, and knew she had to tell Naruto about going on a date with the Inuzuka woman. Hokage Tower at the moment. Naruto giggled in a perverse manner in front of Tsunade for a second before becoming serious, while the Hokage herself raised an eyebrow at him. Is there something you find funny? Said Tsunade, as she wished to know what was going on inside his masked head, and hated that damned mask right now. Oh, I just had this strange feeling that a hot woman was talking about me with other hot women, and it involved something perverted, said Naruto, grinning behind his mask, and saw Tsunade had tick marks on her head. Too much information, Naruto, said Tsunade, holding back the urge to punch him. You asked? Said Naruto simply, with Tsunade rubbing her temples. You could have lied, said Tsunade, with Naruto letting out a chuckle. I thought it was treason to lie to a Kage, said Naruto, seeing Tsunade scowl angrily at him. That only involves the miso, forget it. The point is Orochimaru and Kabuto are dead now, correct? Said Tsunade, nearly losing her temper on the matter. Dead and in hell, said Naruto simply, while looking at the Hokage in a leisurely posture while the woman in front of him sank back into her chair. So what do you intend to do next? Said Tsunade, as she saw him get up from his chair to leave, and stopped at the door. Simple. I'm going to hunt down the remaining members of the Akatsuki and make them drown in the darkness they covet so much," said Naruto before walking out of the room. "Damn this job," said Tsunade to herself, as she reached for her sake, but was taken by Shizen and sealed away in a scroll. "No, Tsunade-sama! You need to do your paperwork," said Shizen, seeing her teacher and Hokage seethe in anger. "Damn it, Shizen! I'm the Hokage, and as the Hokage I order you to hand me that sake so I can get wasted," said Tsunade, making the guards outside her office sweat drop. And they thought Anko's dango addiction was bad. Namake's estates some time later. Naruto sighed contentedly in his bed, as Haku was sleeping happily to his left, Hinata to his right, and Anko was currently on top of him connected at the hip. Yujito was on the floor with a glazed look in her eyes and a smile on her face indicating that Naruto had indeed rocked her world. "Thinking again about the future?" said Kyubi, as he saw the troubled look on his vessel's face, and the emotions running around in his head. "How can I not? I have one problem down, but there are plenty more where that came from, and they are going after my kin," thought Naruto, as he petted Anko's hair, and loved how she moaned when he caressed a certain spot behind her left ear. "Do not worry yourself, Kit. 2 of its strongest members are dead and the others will soon follow once we have a few days off," said Kyubi, sensing his vessel's frustrations on the matter and how the Akatsuki needed to be wiped out. "I hope so, Kyubi. I guess a few days relaxing and then hunting the rest of the Akatsuki is the best plan for now," thought Naruto, as he decided to let his mind rest for a bit since it was long overdue, and refocus his attention on his love life and the expanding group of women in it. The next day. "How could you put Naruto-kun in the middle of a bet, Anko-chan?" said Yujito, as she limped through the kitchen to the fridge to get a gallon of milk and get herself something to drink. "I had to defend Naruto-kun's honor. She basically accused him of being a sub in the sack, and we 4 know that is certainly not the case when it comes to getting laid," said Anko, seeing them all blush, and Naruto himself was smirking at them in return. "You could say that again," thought Yujito, as she heard Nibby giggling inside, and told the demon to shut up while heal her soreness from last night. "I have no problem going on a date with Anna, but I won't simply screw her just so you can win a bet, Anko-chan, and only go that way unless she truly wants it. Understand?" said Naruto, as he saw the woman pout, and then sigh in defeat. "Okay, but I can still have you in the sack should I lose, right?" said Anko, which made everyone, including Naruto, sweat drop, but the young Namikaze shrugged his shoulders before nodding his head, and the woman jumped around happy while her lover watched her bouncing breasts behind her shirt move in such an erotic fashion. It didn't hurt. Anko was wearing only a shirt that stopped at the hip, and thus Naruto could see further down south with ease with each jump. "Well, I'm off. I have to go help Tenten with her swordsmanship," said Naruto, as he was wearing his mask, but wore black pants, and just a black trench coat with bandage wraps around his torso. Unfortunately, when he opened the door, one Haruno Sakura was there about to knock on said door, and when she saw Naruto tried to punch him in the face. Keyword of course being tried, as the girl was weak, and easily pushed aside like she was nothing. "I've been waiting for your return, monster. I'm going to avenge Sasuke-kun and then free those girls in that tainted house of your demon magic that binds them to be enslaved to your will," said Sakura, as she saw Naruto let out a laugh, and it only made the girl even angrier. "Are you serious? You actually think that?" said Naruto, seeing Sakura looking so angry right now. "Of course. How else does it explain so many women falling for you? The fact you didn't die from your injuries back in Wave Country? Answer me that," said Sakura, as she saw Naruto shrug since he couldn't really explain it to her, and didn't really want to for that matter. Still, Naruto felt he might as well give Sakura some kind of explanation, and just get her out of his hair before he did something horrible to his former teammate. "Maybe these women like me for me? Maybe I treat them with respect and love because they aren't shallow like you. Maybe I survived all my injuries because I simply choose to live instead of dying regardless if the people of Konoha like you wish it to the contrary," said Naruto, seeing Sakura becoming further infuriated. "Of course I want you dead, Baka. You killed Sasuke-kun," said Sakura like it was the simplest thing in the world. It doesn't bother you that he would have tried to kill me first? That he would betray you, Konoha, and everyone in the whole world just for a tiny sliver of power? Said Naruto, seeing Sakura's devotion to the late Uchiha was clearly something one couldn't break her free of no matter what jutsu was created. What part of my life growing up don't you understand, Baka? My purpose growing up was to keep you down and help Sasuke-kun not matter what. Sasuke-kun's happiness was all that matters, said Sakura, as she charged at Naruto, and was surprised when a claw from Naruto's torso made of pure shadow energy grabbed and began crushing her body slowly. Just like your slut of a mother. Always being shallow and narrow-minded when it comes to others. Your precious Sasuke-kun died a traitor's death just like the rest of his clan for their attempt at the coup and deserved to be wiped out for the crimes they've committed over the years in secret. That fact you would defend him and the Uchiha clan means you are a traitor to the founding beliefs this village once had, said Naruto in his demonic voice, as he had just about enough of Sakura and her bitching ways. And you are going to die a demon's death. The village will never accept you regardless of your heritage. Those women will be forever tormented by being associated with you, and any bastard children they have will be tortured beyond measure just to teach your damn family a lesson, said Sakura, as she felt her body being crushed harder, and chose to stare defiantly against Naruto. Should what you say actually come to pass, the one thing I will have to look forward to is knowing you Haruno will not be there to see it happen, and be too busy suffering in hell, said Naruto before a shadowy mouth of a fox came out of his torso that made the shadowy appendage crushing Sakura's body look like its tongue. You don't have the balls to kill me! I'm your Sakura-chan and you've worshipped me since the days of the academy, said Sakura, hearing Naruto now chuckle at her words. And I have regretted those days every second of every minute of every hour of every day that has gone by since I became what I am. That's not likely to change after I kill you, said Naruto, as the fox's mouth opened beyond a comprehensible size, and its claw of a tongue pulling Sakura into its mouth with the pink-haired girl screaming out in fear before the loud sound the mouth with big sharp teeth closed with a loud crunch noise being heard. After a moment of chewing, chomping, and moving the mass of flesh in its mouth, the shadowy head of the fox that manifested itself on Naruto's upper body spit the remains of Haruno Sakura a good 15 feet. What it spit out was basically the equivalent of mangled flesh, bone, and blood in one big heap before Naruto used a fire jutsu to burn the body. Damn, that felt good to him. Why didn't he do that sooner? Heading out to see Tenten for further training in the art of swordsmanship, Naruto headed out to enjoy his day, and give the girls at his home a day of rest. Kami knew those four all deserved it after he let out his frustrations on them last night in the ways of passionate sex after killing Orochimaru, and then paying a visit to the now late Sandaime Hokage. Many would say Anko was a just quick fling due to him scoring with her so soon after he killed Orochimaru, but what people would never realize was that a person's shadow, to him anyway, always told him everything about them, and gave him access to their inner nature. Anko's was that of a woman he could truly admire for putting up with shit the leaf threw at her, and showed she was made of tough stuff just like Naruto knew she was from the start. It told him everything about Anko from her strengths to her weaknesses, and the desire to find the one guy that would treat her right regardless of her now late sensei. To be loved for being her wild crazy self and put up with her when no one else would because they loved Anko the way she was. Naruto could do all that and more for Anko in the time they spent together. Something he had told her right away before and after their romp in the forest on the way back to the leaf. Anko was frightened by his boldness, of course, but Naruto told her about what his mastery over shadows gave him, and what he knew she desired with his own desire to help fill the emptiness in her heart. Of course, she had looked him straight in the eyes, and basically threatened to destroy him in every way her sadistic mind could create without any mercy to him at all should he screw her over. Naruto had simply smiled a kind smile before kissing her softly on the lips and told Anko that he had nothing to worry about then in regards to the threat. Of course, Naruto wasn't going to be bullied into things either by Anko's feminine charms like the Nara clan head was with his wife, and Shikamaru with Sabaku no Temari from what he had seen of their manifested relationship. Naruto would be Naruto and ankle would be ankle, with any bumps they may have along the way down the road of their relationship being handled the right way. With Tenten some time later, the sound of blades clashing could be heard on the training ground between Naruto and Tenten, with each moving to best the other in their battle of the blades. So far, Tenten had held up pretty good given her own skills with the sword, but even she knew that Naruto was toying with her, and knew he was smiling behind his shadow fox mask in a way that would piss her off if she saw it. The fact he let out a chuckle when she occasionally let out a growl at him didn't help either. "You're mocking me behind that mask of yours, aren't you?" said Tenten, now pointing dramatically at Naruto, who cocked his head to the right, and shrugged. It made the girl seethe even more. "Who? Me? No. Not me. Never. I could never evoke, maybe a little," said Naruto, as he laughing at the angry face Tenten made, and it was so funny to see. "That's it. I'm going to bash your brains in for making fun of me," said Tenten, bringing out a war club and charged with feminine fury that all women were known for. "But I'm not making fun of you," said Naruto, as he dodged her club that created a huge crater on the ground upon impact, and wondered if this weapon had been commissioned to be made by Tsunade. Knowing the Hokage, she probably did order it made, and just forgot about it from all the drinking she did. "Liar!" said Tenten, as she swung again, only horizontally this time, and Naruto leaped on top of the massive club to look down at girl, looking for where he was since she never saw him move. "Says the angry woman with a club clearly designed to hurt men," said Naruto, smirking behind his mask, seeing Tenten look at him on top of her club, and tried to shake him off. "Well, it's clear you think I can't hit you because I'm a woman," said Tenten, as she finally got Naruto off her club, and took another swing at him. And again she missed. "What makes you think that?" said Naruto with a raised eyebrow behind his mask. "Because all men do it. They think a girl is only good at cooking, cleaning, and making babies," said Tenten, as she had seen enough of that, and didn't want that kind of life at all. "I don't," said Naruto simply, while wondering why Tenten would think that way. "Yeah, well, my team of an uncle did," said Tenten, as she hated her father's brother so much, and so did her mother. "Let me guess, he was one of those male pigs that thinks women should be put in their place, and underneath a man," said Naruto, seeing the girl nod. "Yeah. When I told my parents I wanted to be a shinobi like Tsunade, they were happy for me, but my uncle said I shouldn't try to take up a man's only profession, and told my parents I should stick to playing with dolls instead of training with weapons," said Tenten, sensing Naruto's killer intent rising at what he uncle felt she should do. "That bastard!" said Naruto, as he was going to rip that team a new asshole, and would have if it weren't for Tenten's next sentence. "He's dead now, though. From what I learned, he was once part of the mobs that would try to hunt you down on your birthday, and was killed by my father after he learned about it, since the Yondaime was a good friend to him," said Tenten, seeing Naruto calm down and return to a more normal human setting. "Good to hear. If he was still alive, I'd show him what a monster truly is, and show the team what it means to face a demon," said Naruto before he saw Tenten put away her club and smile at him. "Well, since training is done, you want to go get something to eat, and relax for a little bit?" said Tenten, with a hint of a blush on her face at the end of her sentence. My Tenchan. Are you by chance asking me out, on a date?" said Naruto with a hint of amusement in his voice. "No. I mean, if you want it to be a date then," said Tenten, as she cursed herself for being this way since she never went on dates, and was more interested in weapons than boys. "Then a date it is, my lady," said Naruto, moving his elbow out for Tenten to take, and she did with a smile on her face. "You know, when you're not being such an asshole when training, you can become quite the gentleman, and make a girl feel special," said Tenten, hearing Naruto chuckle. "I try," said Naruto, getting an elbow to the ribs by Tenten, though it was all in good fun. Inuzuka clan home later that night. Hana looked herself in the mirror, watching her figure that was covered by the red dress she wore stopping just past the hip, and put on some perfume that would entice any male that smelled it upon close proximity to her body. The person of interest at the moment in enticing was Namikaze Naruto, who was apparently an alpha male, if Anko's perverted words were indeed true, and Hana felt that she needed to put such claims to the test. The crude bet aside, Hana did have every intention of pursing Naruto in the hopes of finding a proper mate to call her own, and this simply sped things up. Anko thinks he's pure alpha male material, huh? Well, let's see him handle me, and my alpha female ways when together, thought Hana, smirking deviously into the mirror, and knew she had this bet in the bag. Considering her own mother was an alpha female and scared Hana's father away in a fright had to count for something, right? Right. Hana! Your date's here, said Sim from downstairs, and Hana's smile grew wider. Coming. Time to show him my stuff, said Hana, as she made her way down the steps of the house, and saw Kiba was there growling at Naruto with Akamaru doing the same. I swear, Naruto, if you dishonor my sister in any way, said Kiba, pointing a threatening finger at the shadow fox currently wearing black pants, boots, and trench coat with a thin white t-shirt that showed off his rippling muscles behind it. I know, Kiba. You'll tear me apart. I get it. Just shut up and let me enjoy some company with your sister before I start to get angry for your overprotective nature, said Naruto, now getting peeved at the Inuzuka male in front of him, as he had no intention of doing something inappropriate with Hana, and only then if she herself wanted to do something naughty would he even try. Though judging from what Naruto was seeing of Hana right now, he was guessing that this Inuzuka woman would do more than go out and have dinner with him. I agree with Naruto-kun. Leave us alone, runt. I'm your older sister, and therefore if I can take care of myself, said Hana, as she saw her brother's jaw drop, and Naruto looked like he was indeed liking what his eyes saw. Shall we go, Hana-chan? Said Naruto, taking her hand and kissing it like a gentleman. Yes. Let's go before my brother decides to regain brain function and move to spy on us, said Hana, as they headed out, and only after the doors shut did Kiba's brain restart before he set out to spy on the two. Hold it right there, young man. Where do you think you're going? Said Sim, knowing that look on Kiba's face, and planned to stop her son from doing something stupid. Come on, Mom! You know full that Naruto could try something with Hana. I have to make sure her honor is protected, said Kiba, seeing his mother shake her head at him before punching his skull hard so he hit the ground with a lump growing out. Baka! Hana wanted to go out with Naruto-kun for a while now. It's clear he's alpha male material, but Hana has to be sure in her own way, and besides, it's high time your sister settles down with me, getting grandchildren in the process, said Sim, as she had wondered if there was any man worthy of her daughter, and feared Hana would remain alone if not marrying some spineless man. Sim herself had done before the man ran off in fright during one of her more angrier moments in time before Kiba was still within her and wasn't showing the pregnancy just yet. The man Sim married simply had no idea what he was getting into when with her, as he barely survived the pregnancy with Hana and simply could take another assault with Kiba in her womb. Hana had a possible once-in-a-lifetime chance to be with an alpha male, and Sim was not going to let this opportunity pass just because her Baka son felt the sudden need to be protective. I pray to Kami that's not the case, thought Kiba, as he cried waterfall tears, and began picturing himself as an uncle with the kids using him as a chew toy. Oh, the humanity! With Naruto and Hana. For her part, Hana was having the best time of her life with Naruto, as he was a perfect gentleman in terms of acting polite in front of her, and could tell he was fighting the effects the perfume she had on. At the nice restaurant he took her to, Naruto let her sit first after pulling out the chair so she could, and seated himself, and even defended her honor like an alpha male would when some drunken asshole tried to pry her away. The Baka had called her quite a few names like Inuzuka slut, among other nasty things, for turning down his advances and just for being with Naruto on their date. Naruto's retaliation was making a shadow clone, then have the duplicate take the dumb man outside in the back alley, and beating the living shit out of him if Hana's ears were indeed picking up what she believed was the sound of the drunken Baka's screams. What the shadow clone of Naruto did, Hana wasn't sure, but the Namikes assured her that no one was going to ruin this date, and after paying decided to walk with her through the park while the full moon was out. The moon is wonderful during this time of night. I always feel strange when under its illuminating gaze, and I feel my body tingle for some reason," said Hana, as she sat with him on a park bench, and could tell he was feeling the effects too. "Yeah. I feel the same way when the moon is full like it is now. I think it's because I'm a vessel for a tailed beast, since Sabaka no Gara is the same way too, and several other members of my kin that I've met during my travels," said Naruto, as he took a deep breath, and looked up at the moon before looking at Hana with a smile on his face. "I heard from Anko you killed Orochimaru yourself," said Hana, wanting to start up a conversation with him. "Well, not entirely by myself, as she did help out a bit in drawing the team from out of his hole, and I did let Anko-chan burn the body. Not only that, but she also got to kill Kabuto with Orochimaru's own sword, and keep it to have as a souvenir," said Naruto, as he kept what happened after that, and then later with the other girls out of their conversation. "So he's not taking all the credit for the mission," thought Hana, impressed, since normally such guys would brag about such things and exaggerate to get into a woman's pants. "What about you? How has your life been?" said Naruto, seeing Hana blush at suddenly being put on the spot. "Me? Oh, nothing really exciting you'd want to hear," said Hana, as she was either on average missions, or running the animal clinic her clan helped found for animals needing treatment that couldn't get it at the hospital. "Tell me anyway," said Naruto, as his eyes flashed for a second, and Hana felt the need to tell him about some of the events she witnessed, including Kiba playing with his mother's lipstick and drawing over his face to make it look like a living Anbu Inu mask when the boy was 5 years old. Naruto laughed at that, knowing it was perfect blackmail for later on should Kiba get in the way of him going on any more dates with Hana in the future. As the lively night started to come to a close, Hana was escorted by Naruto to the Inuzuka clan home, but the woman didn't want to go home just yet, and wanted to see just how much of an alpha male the Namikaze really was. That being said, about halfway home to the Inuzuka clan home, Hana pulled Naruto into an alley, and gave him a passionate kiss that surprised the Namikaze at first, though the young man quickly returned it with a passion of his own. He had been a gentleman to Hana all through the date, keeping urges in check, and fighting them off every time the smell from the perfume made him want to mount the woman in some area of the Konoha that wasn't his bedroom. In fact, up until this point, Naruto had completely forgotten about the little bet Anko had made with Hana about having sex, and him dominating the Inuzuka in that manner. Honestly, it completely slipped his mind, and it was only now during this battle did it come up inside his head. Soon, the two were battling for dominance, with either one seeking to submit to the other, and Hana found pleasure from the battle she was having with Naruto, with the Namikaze feeling the same way she did. However, all battles must have a victor, and Naruto eventually became the victor after Hana grabbed his crotch of his pants while he countered by going for her breasts before giving the nipples an intricate twist of his own design that made the woman become overwhelmed with such pleasure that it gave him the means to take control of their passionate making out. "I need you. I've been needing you all night, but I didn't want to act like a total slut, and had to keep myself from taking you," said Hana, panting heavily right now, as she had been turned on all night by Naruto's actions at dinner, their walk in the park, the talking that followed when they sat down, and the fact that right now he was dominating this moment was the final thing that broke the barrier of restraint from within. "Well, I happen to know the owner of a luxury hotel not far from here, and we can stay in one of the more plush rooms to take this further," said Naruto, as he was the owner of that hotel right now, and decided now was the best time to use the room reserved just for him. What better time to use it than right now? "Lead on," said Hana before the two were swallowed by the shadows to the place where the Inuzuka woman would soon learn that Anko was indeed right about the Shadow Fox being dominant in everything he does. Hokage's office few days later. "So you're really going after them? All of them?" said Tsunade, as she saw him in his full Shadow Fox attire, and could sense the seriousness coming off of her godson in waves. He had spent the last couple of days and nights relaxing in the figurative calm before the storm, with today being the start of the storm. During that time, Naruto got to know Hana, Tenten, and Anko better by spending time with them all day. Of course, he didn't leave out Haku, Hinata, or Yujito from his schedule, since Naruto wanted to spend time with them too. They were the light that he would come back to after bathing in the blood of his enemies that awaited him in the darkness, and would need them to keep his humanity when it was all over. You hired me for a job to remove them. Once they're gone, all that will remains is IWA, and they don't have their demon vessels since those two went into self-imposed exile. At best, you can get IWA into a ceasefire with you, and leave it at that, said Naruto, as he turned to leave, and was at the door when Tsunade stopped him. What will you do afterwards? Once the mission is done and your time with us expires? Said Tsunade, seeing Naruto sigh slightly. In all honesty, I have no intention of coming back to the Leaf to stay permanently if that is what you're referring to, and plan to go someplace where people like me are not hated like I still am here. I don't know if all the girls I wish to marry will come with me, but I hope they do, and come with me back to Wave Country to start a shinobi village there, said Naruto, as the country was prospering, and could have a promising shinobi village if given the opportunity. That's a shame. Still, the offer to come back is still here, and this job if you change your mind, said Tsunade before the young Namikes nodded and left the room. With the room now empty, all Tsunade could do now was lean back in her chair, and just cry at the situation of more than likely losing her godson for a third time to this blasted village. Akatsuki HQ 2 days later. So we're finally going after all the tailed beasts now. Even after losing both Kisame and Itachi? Said Sasori, seeing Pain nod his head to the question. We have little choice in the matter. Word has reached me that the Shadow Fox has now left the Leaf to kill us all, said Pain, seeing the group of shinobi before him tense at this news. It just means we'll have to be extra cautious and take the more discreet roads to capture our prey, said Kakuzu, as he knew of such roads, and they were cheap too, so spending the money to get to certain places wouldn't be a problem. We should take care of the Shadow Fox first. With the fucker gone, the rest will fall much easier, and we won't have to deal with this blasphemous shit, said Haiden, as he wanted to spill blood in the name of Jashin, and this was taking up too much of his time. That can be arranged, said the demonic voice of the Shadow Fox throughout the shadows of the room, making all the members of Akatsuki stiffen at hearing his voice. He's here, said the white half of Zetsu in a panicked voice. We need to get the fuck out of here, said the darker half before he found both sides wrapped in shadow strings and then torn to pieces. You can't. I won't let you, said Naruto, as he recalled the shadow strings to his hands, and his eyes glowed red behind the fox mask he wore. Kill him, said Pain, as he saw Kakuzu and Haiden move in to take the Kyuubi vessel down at close range. Naruto in turn moved towards them, and began his intricate dance of battle between the two Akatsuki members. Haiden swung his scythe at Naruto, who ducked the weapon, punched the Jashinist in the stomach, blocked a punch from Kakuzu, kneed the man in the stomach, and then did a reverse spin kick that hit Haiden right in the face. The impact Naruto's hits had on the two zombie brothers, as the late Kisame had labeled them at one point, had caused each one to fly into a wall closest to them, and give Sasori along with Deidara a chance to fight him. Sasori unleashed his living puppets upon Naruto, while Deidara had clay being molded to exploded when in close proximity of his target. The Shadow Fox retaliated by launching spiked shadows at Sasori's puppets, letting the shadow energy he released travel from one puppet to the next, poisoning them with shadow and demonic chakra that turned them into nothingness, with Sasori soon following before he even realized it. As for Deidara, he was now jumping back, and rethinking his strategy, and redoing his bombs for long-range purposes rather than the in-your-face plan a few moments ago. However, the former shinobi of IWA soon found that plan to be useless too, as tendrils appeared from the ground, wrapping themselves around his limbs, and then the ones around his arms covered his hands while sinking into the mouths within the palms. Deidara tried to say something, but one shadowy tendril wrapped around his neck, and choked him hard by yanking back on the man's neck. Boom! Said Naruto simply, as he saw Deidara's eyes widen, knowing what was going to happen, and then seconds later, the man exploded into 100 different pieces. By this point, Haiden along with Kakuzu had regained their footing, and charged Naruto before the Namikaze pulled out his bow staff. Something he was holding back until now due to information in the bingo book had let people know stuff about him already, and Naruto felt he should hold back something for when this moment of confrontation with the Akatsuki organization arrived. Moving in almost majestic fashion, Naruto danced around his opponents again, and once more keeping them from landing a single hit on his person. He even got Haiden to swing and stab Kakuzu with that scythe of his before spin-kicking the money-hungry man into another wall while taking the Jashin worshipper with him. Seeing the two psychos were down again for a moment, Naruto turned his attention over to Pain and his beautiful partner Konan. Of course, he didn't make a move against them just yet, even when they were now getting ready to do the same, and heard the shadows whisper information about their real selves. The reason why they were doing this, the pain they endured that turned them into these monsters made flesh, and saw that these two were tortured souls like him with no recourse in their life except to wage war, in order to end it in the fashion they deemed appropriate. Your time has come, Kyuubi vessel. You will not stop us from achieving our dream, said Konan, as she prepared to strike Naruto down, and Pain had his 6 paths ready to destroy the Namikes with their power. Your dream is folly. Your plan is to hold the world by the throat and to shake it down to the very foundation until it submits to the fear of turning my kin along with myself into a combined weapon using that statue. You really think that's what the world needs in order to bring peace to it? Fools! War will always exist. You simply can't turn it off, even by fear of something so dangerous that it would only halt it for a time, and even then war would only evolve into something else that would make your threats useless. That's why shinobi exist. To be the buffer zone. To make sure battles, conflicts, and overall warfare stays small to the point where minimum life is lost in the process. The world will not be held hostage simply to do your bidding should you succeed, as that is not how the way works, and people will fight such oppression, said Naruto, as he saw Pain's eyes narrow, and Konan's eyes widen. You know nothing! To be betrayed and then killed out of fear for doing something good that those we trusted not knowing they would even do such a thing because you were more liked. That is what happened with us. We helped AIM become something great, but its leader Hanzo feared our charisma in being heroes of the people, and for that we were betrayed, said Pain, as he remembered the agony of that day, and the betrayal at the hands of the AIM leader. I know well enough. For 12 years I also lived a lie. And just like you, I planned my revenge on those that betrayed the convictions they claimed to live by. The hypocritical tyrants that destroyed you are dead, as are mine, and those that support them are now no more a threat than the world's smartest termite. You don't have to hate the world for the sins of the few. Just destroy the few and the hate will leave your body with love rising in its place, said Naruto, seeing Pain looking angrily at him. It's not enough. I will only find love when there is peace and only then on my terms, said Pain, as he saw Naruto shake his head, and let out a sad sigh. For what it's worth, I did try, and I would like to say I'm sorry, said Naruto before going through hand signs before stopping his own 2 personal hand signs for Shadow and Demon, with the light in the room fading entirely. What is this? Said Kakuzu, as he noticed what was happening. And Haiden too now looked around fearfully. A jutsu I created just for this moment. My own jutsu that I regret making and only wish to use this one time for the rest of my natural life. Shadow style, Dark Abyss Jutsu, said Naruto, as he closed his eyes and let the jutsu go through the motions. Around him the 4 Akatsuki members looked on in fear, as they stared at what could only be described as per the name of the jutsu. A swirling dark abyss that sucked in all that stood in its path, and it covered the entire room around them. Inside of it, they could see millions upon millions of eyes staring at them, none of them human, and all of them judging each individual in the room like they were a piece of meat to be devoured. The biggest of the eyes fell upon Pain, who felt fear run up and down all his bodies down to the original one safely tucked away in AIM. Your real body is not safe from me, said the demonic voice that seemed to come from the giant eyeball narrowing at him like it could read Pain's thoughts. Because in truth, it could read Pain's thoughts, and knew what the man was thinking. No! Don't! Said Konan in realizing what was spoken and tried to shield her love from this thing's judgment. You You have done this for far purer purposes than anyone else, said the large eye looking into her mind. So what if I have? Is my life going to be shown more mercy than him simply because of my reasons? Said Conan, seeing the eye soften as it looked down upon her. Yes. It was, said the eye like it was a simple thing. Well, don't. Where pain goes, I must follow him, and see things to the end, said Conan defiantly. That is not up to you, child. It has already been set in motion, said the large eye with more authority in his voice before glowing red along with the others surrounding it with hundreds upon thousands of different teeth soon appearing under the many eyes. What are you? Said Kakuzu, as he saw Haiden on his knees praying for Jashin to save him, and the money-loving man secretly wished the psycho's god would help him too. That, which has no name, and cannot be given one by the likes of you, said the large eye before the thing came out like a massive plague of locusts howling, consuming all that stood around it in a way that could not be described by mere mortal eyes. When the jutsu ended, light returned to the room, and Naruto opened his eyes to find out of the 4 members of Akatsuki in the room, only one of those members survived. It was Conan. She was on the ground now, crying over the loss of losing the one person above all others in this world. Again. Pain-sama, said Conan weakly while crying, as she tried to pull herself into the abyss after all the forms of pain were taken, but the things would not take her, and simply knocked the woman down to stop any further heroics on her part. Your purpose in this life is not to die here like they did. The people of AIM need you, said Naruto, seeing Conan look up at him with tear-stained eyes. Why should I? Why not just end it now? Said Conan, as she could by making a kunai made of paper, and stabbing herself in the neck. Because it will accomplish nothing. People feared pain in AIM, but they loved you, and that is what a ruler should be when it comes to those that serve the people. It was what helped Pain become so popular before Hanzo betrayed him, but all he saw in the aftermath of the betrayal was that being feared was better than being loved, and lost his way when going down that path. You are more loved than feared by the people of AIM, Conan, and you love them all back despite the fear Pain brought them when he took over, said Naruto, seeing Conan shaking her head in despair. It won't be the same without Pain, said Conan simply. You're strong. You can endure it for the sake of the people of AIM. They will need you now more than ever. Will you abandon them now? Will you forsake them? Said Naruto, seeing Conan look shocked at his words for what seemed like forever before she met his gaze with determination in her eyes. I will not betray the people of AIM. I will be their leader just as Pain was, only I will rule over them in my own way, and bring a bright future to the village, said Conan, as she manifested a bouquet of flowers out of paper, and handed it to Naruto. Thank you, said Naruto, as he took them, and saw Conan's eyes soften now with several more tears running down her face. Consider this my peace offering to you, Shadow Fox. I hope in the distant future, if we ever meet again, we fight side by side as allies, and not as bitter enemies, said Conan before turning to leave and was gone moments later. Me too, Conan-san. Me too, said Naruto before leaving the area, knowing there was one more member of the Akatsuki to hunt down, and that person was currently waiting for him at the place where all of this would come full circle. At the Valley of the End. Valley of the End 1 day later. So you're finally here. I was beginning to think you wouldn't show up to finish what the Shodaime started, said Madara, staring at the Shodaime statue, as he stood on his own statue, and sensing Naruto arrive while the last remaining Uchiha in existence just looked on. You are one to talk. Always hiding in the shadows and never taking credit for the sins I know you committed out of spiteful vengeance. How many people over the years did you manipulate and kill just for the sake of your pitiful dream? Said Naruto, staring at Madara's back and seeing the man was wearing his ancient red samurai armor he wore ages ago. Pitiful? There is nothing pitiful in wanting to rule the entire world after the position that should have been mine was taken from me. There is nothing pitiful about wanting to be the superior being that has no equal. And you of all people should know about spiteful vengeance, Naruto, when you consider what you've done during the 3 years away from the leaf, said Madara, turning to face Naruto with both Sharingan eyes active. My vengeance wasn't spiteful. I was wrong because of your actions the day of my birth because you couldn't take the simple fact someone else was more qualified in being the Hokage than you. You are just like your ancestor, who was the oldest son of the Sage of the Six Paths ages ago, and couldn't stand being stepped over for his younger sibling," said Naruto, as he mentally thanked Kyuubi for telling him this, and to use against Madara. "Shut up. Our family history is none of your business, and you can tell my old pet that he can expect a great deal of punishment from me for revealing that piece of information," said Madara while hearing Naruto chuckle behind his own mask. "He heard you, and in all honesty, the fox doesn't really care. You have abused your right to be his summoner time and time again. You are unworthy of your family legacy, and I'm going to correct the mistake your cousin made years ago," said Naruto before he rushed forward at supersonic speed and hit Madara right in the gut that sent the last true Uchiha of the elemental countries flying into the wall on the other side of water-filled ravine. He hits just like the Shodaime did back then, thought Madara, as he flipped around to land on his feet, and made a massive crater in the natural wall of rock before shooting back towards Naruto with the intent of returning the favor. Naruto met him halfway, spinning in a fierce spin kick at the last moment, and hit the vengeful Uchiha in the face before grabbing one of Madara's arms to throw him down into the water below. As Naruto did this, Madara grabbed his foe's ankle, and dragged the Namikaze down with him. Before they reached the water though, the Shadow Fox kicked Madara's head with enough force to make the Uchiha let go of him, and allow Naruto to regain his foot on the water with his enemy doing the same. "It looks like I'll actually have to work for your death," said Naruto seeing Madara raise an eyebrow at him. "You didn't think I would be that easy to kill, did you?" said Madara drawing his sword from the sheath at his waist. "You know, for the brief second when I first hit you up there, yeah? Yeah, I kind of did," said Naruto smiling behind his mask and saw Madara scowl back at him. "You will pay for your arrogance in underestimating me," said Madara, as he saw Naruto bring out his own blade, and could sense the Shadow Fox was now smiling underneath his mask. "Bring it," said Naruto simply with the two rushing towards the other, as blades crashed against the other, and an intense shockwave created by an intense wave of water to rise around them. The battle intensified, as the two continued fighting with everything they had, shaking the earth around them, the rocky walls cracking, and the water they were standing on rippled violently around them. Madara of course was holding his own because of his Sharingan, but found it impossible to enter Naruto's mind using his eyes, and was finding his foe to be much more difficult to beat than he first realized. "You can't win, boy. I've been around since the formation of Konoha. How do you expect to beat someone like me when your year's experience pales in comparison to mine?" said Madara, as he was deadlocked with Naruto again with their blades sparking against the other, and could have sworn he heard the Namikaze chuckle. "It's not about how many years of experience we have under our belts, Madara, but rather what we learned from those years of experience, and it's clear you have learned very little. Of course, I didn't expect an Uchiha to understand the difference between knowledge and its counterpart, wisdom," said Naruto, as he summoned a blade from under his wrist of his left hand, and stabbed upward through Madara's that reached the man's brain before pulling out with the Uchiha backing away in agonizing pain. "This can't be. I'm immortal. The first true immortal of the elemental countries. How? How can you defeat me? Defeat an Uchiha as perfect as me no less?" said Madara, as he felt death slowly touching him from the damage the blade did to his brain, and the blood flowing into it that would eventually clot before putting pressure on the organ to cause a slow, agonizing death. "You may be ageless because of your eyes, but you're not immortal, and won't live past today thanks to that lethal strike to your body. You won't be able to fake your death this time around, Uchiha Madara. Death has waited long enough," said Naruto, as he saw the man fall to his knees, coughing up blood, and crying out in pain before looking at him with those Sharingan eyes turning back to normal. "This isn't over," said Madara, refusing to die from this attack. "Actually, it is," said Naruto, as he brought his sword down, and decapitated Madara's head clean off his body. Naruto caught the head while it was still in the air and walked to a shallow surface before throwing it on the ground, and used a fire jutsu to end the man's existence in the world for good. An ironic and fitting end to the founder of the Uchiha clan that was said to be a master of fire jutsus. Indeed, it was a fitting end to the Uchiha clan, and perfect for one that betrayed others for power. Epilogue 2 years later. How does it feel to be the shodaime of the village hidden in the waves? Said Hinata, as she walked in with their child in her arms, and saw Naruto smirking with the Kage hat on his head. Good. Very good. I've waited for this moment my entire life, and now I have it with you along with the rest of the girls coming with me, making this all the more sweeter, said Naruto, getting out of his chair and hugging his wife. One of many wives, to be exact. It wasn't easy separating himself from the leaf, as Tsunade had done every except get on her hands and knees, begging him to stay while holding on to his leg to make sure he did not just run off after reporting his success on the mission. There were still a few problems that came up after his return to the Leaf to give his report, as the members on both the councils felt he was too powerful to let go, and tried to have him arrested on dubious charges. In retaliation, Tsunade played a move of her own, and had the two bodies of government within the Leaf liquidated, before preparing newly appointed members to take the old guard's place with the Fire Daimyo's approval. Then there was the people of the village itself, as they weren't pleased to see him in the Leaf alive, and unharmed by his battle against the Akatsuki. Not that their opinion mattered, as Naruto didn't care about them, and stayed at Tsunade's request due to IWA being quite stubborn. Apparently some of the people of Konoha decided to leak out his parentage to IWA, and stir up a hornet's nest of problems for Naruto. To the majority of the Leaf, the Yondaime was the last true Namikaze, and simply refused to acknowledge Naruto as the man's son. In fact, Naruto was sure they would all rather die than admit they were wrong, and not care that their hero's son was abused by them when he was younger. Kind of pathetic of them, really. During his remaining time he spent in the Leaf, Naruto took over all the training of the Konohamaru Corps. To get the trio to being strong jounin, and help the Sarutobi of the group in achieving the right to be Tsunade's successor to the title. Tsunade herself had no problem with that, since Konohamaru was going to be her choice after Naruto turned the offer to be Hokage. Naruto was expected to attend the ceremony 6 months from now to witness the passing of the hate, despite what the people thought of the Kyuubi brat being in the village again for the ceremony. Still, it was their choice to make, and Naruto did actually benefit from it in terms of his love life with the girls, seeing what he did refuse to stay in the Leaf any more than they had to. Hinata loved Naruto without question. Haku had been with him for 3 years, and didn't regret a single day she spent in his presence. Hana was a bit hesitant at first, but some told her she should follow her heart, and to be there for her alpha male of a mate no matter what. Kiba was against it all the way, but after a good punt out of the house, Some was able to have a mother-to-daughter talk with Hana, and help straighten things out. Enko had her bags packed right away, as she wanted to have a life outside of a village that hated her almost as much as it hated Naruto, and felt a different place to be herself was in order. Tenten was on the fence about it, which wasn't surprising due to her connection to Guy, Lee, and Niji along with the other rookies. However, they told her that whatever the choice was, it would be supported by them, and they could always visit one another if given the chance. "Did you finish all your paperwork? You know the kids at home require your help too," said Hinata in a scolding manner, though she didn't mean it. "I'll be sure to make a mental note of it after the fact. You girls basically did everything possible to become pregnant in the first place," said Naruto, looking at Hinata with the woman blushing since it was true. "Well, it's not like you didn't enjoy the process that made us fat as a beached whale," said Hinata, seeing Naruto chuckle, since all his wives had various mood swings when it came to the pregnancy, while being very angry when it came to how fat they may look. "That was not my fault. I never said you were. If you remember correctly, Hinata-chan, I kept saying none of you were getting fat, but rather you were simply feeding the life inside of you, and like all things that feed, it grows. It's not my fault the baby grew within you either," said Naruto, as he saw Hinata pout and smack his shoulder. "You tell that to the female Mizukage Mist. She wants you over there to say hello to your twin boys more often," said Hinata, as she knew that the Mizukage had only got the alliance due to her past and brief relationship with Naruto in helping the woman become the Kage of Mist. Though the red-haired woman, who was named Terumi Mei, had wanted something more solid in terms of the alliance with Naruto, and it came in the form of Mei being another one his wives with kids soon after. As for the shinobi village Naruto had set up, it had gained quite a bit of support, and several shinobi joined his cause. Such noticeable shinobi including Iwa's 2 demon vessels, who had gone into exile, and upon being offered a position in the Namake's village where they would be treated with respect, the 2 joined without question. The Waterfall village also allied itself with Naruto's, as it had long since disapproved of the Leaf's ways of doing things after the Yondaime died, but didn't have the strength to oppose Konoha without risk of possibly risking the threat of being discovered, and the chance Jiraiya of the Sannin had a way to disable their own demon vessel. Thanks to Naruto, the system had changed with the demon vessel. A girl named Fu had even become the leader of the village, and was bringing it to new heights with help from the Namakes. The Kazekage, one Sabaku no Gaara, also allied himself with Naruto's village while still keeping his with the Leaf if just for formality purposes, and the 2 became great friends with Naruto being an honored guest in Suna. It also helped that Naruto could introduce a trade route to Suna to supply them water during the more drier seasons when getting water from various known locations throughout Wind Country were more difficult to obtain. Konan offered an official alliance with Naruto's village, creating trade between them, and different ideas on how to train shinobi without giving away too many secrets. The Angel of Aim had met with Naruto since their last meeting that was the Akatsuki organization's final days, and the 2 had become dear friends. In a way, Naruto reminded Konan a lot of pain before things went bad for them, and it wasn't hard for the origami woman to see that the Namakes had been right about the people of Aim needing love over fear. Luckily for me, the way to travel by shadows is quick, and to the point, so I don't have to worry about being late, said Naruto smugly while Hinata stuck her tongue out at him. I'll remember that when you do come home late at night, said Hinata with Naruto smiling sheepishly. Now Hinata-chan, you know that I am never late. I always come home exactly when I have to and not a second later, said Naruto seeing the tick mark on his wife's face. You're lucky I love you so much despite being a smart-ass, said Hinata with a small glare, though Naruto had seen far worse when his wives were pregnant. True, but it's me being a smart-ass that really turns you on, and has you screaming for more. Or are you still having problems remembering last night? Said Naruto, running home laughing with Hinata red with embarrassment before she carefully rushed after him while making sure her son didn't wake up. Come back here so I can kick your ass, Naruto-kun, said Hinata with Naruto running away from the woman chasing him. Now Hinata-chan, remember what happened last time you said that, and the result of our actions leading up to our child being born, said Naruto running faster through the village with the people watching the interaction with the 2 while shaking their heads. He was the most unpredictable shinobi in the elemental countries after all. And that concludes this story. Thank you for spending your time here at Ichiraku Ramen and listening all the way to the end. Your support helps keep these stories alive and allows the shinobi world to continue through new adventures and alternate timelines. If you enjoyed Rumors of a Shadow Fox, don't forget to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and turn on notifications so you don't miss future stories. Once again, full credit goes to VFSNAKE, the original writer of this story. If you would like to read the original version, you can find the link to the story in the description below. Let me know in the comments what story you would like to hear next. Until the next time, stay safe, and I'll see you again at Ichiraku Ramen.